gentlemen, from parts unknown, we have an interracial, intermingled, intersexual group of Caucasian men and wife beaters and black men of questionable melanin. Put your hands together, make some noise for Guns and Butter!
What's good, everybody? It's your boy, Reckless Rated Arrow, and we're back at it again for another episode of Guns and Butter. Oof. That was actually pretty smooth. I kind of liked it. I had time to light my candle, you know what I'm saying? I had a little bit of opportunity to fix me a water. This is great. Pull some stuff up. How's everybody in the chat doing tonight? How are y'all? How are you guys? Bruh, no. So Boomer, I don't know if you saw the whole thing, bro. I don't know if you saw the whole thing, but you might have to scroll back and watch all of it. We're making upgrades around here. We're making some upgrades. Also, I have this set up so that I can actually watch. This is super weird, but I have my setup so that I can actually watch my Rumble fans now. I got me an iPad, right? That's me on the iPad looking at me talking about me on the iPad. This is crazy. Clown world right now. But I I do have a special thank you from my Rumble family. Not gonna lie. So last week on Rumble, here's one of the other things that makes Rumble a little bit better. There's a bunch of things that are clunky that I don't understand. So hold on. Lady, pause. Oh my goodness. No, so I made it that way because it gives people the opportunity to roll in here. Because I don't just like jumping into my monologue and then having people tap in and not hear it. So I try to make it long enough so that people are catching it. What I might do though is the hold music that I like a lot. I do love that part of the intro. I might have to shorten that down a little bit and make that part shorter. And then I don't know, because I've been playing with those intros, man. I really enjoy them. So I like that intro. I think we could have it as that intro polymorphs into more and more things. It'll be more on brand. It'll be more about what we do over here. Because I feel like the intro that we have covers all the stuff that we talk about. I like it. But I do have to say a special thank you. I don't know who it was because I'm not able to actively look at I wasn't able to actively look at my Rumble. It had to be pulled up in a separate browser. But now that I got the double screen set up here, I can actually watch my Rumble live chat live. So I can glance over here. If you see me looking over here, I'm looking at the people over on Rumble because their comments don't show up with your guys' comments in StreamYard. But somebody sent me $200 last week from Rumble. It was just a random stranger. And I did not get to give them a shout out or say thank you. And so I'm going to give you the ultimate shout out now and say thank you. So we gotta do this the proper way. And this is for the Rumble fans. I won't miss those any longer because I can actually see the chat. So one of the features on Rumble is even if you're a nobody like I am right now, people can send you money via they have a cash super chat function like what YouTube has. Except for people can just send you money right now. It's being a nobody. So shout out to the Rumble fam. I don't even know how to do this with the Rumble. That was so good. I'm going to have to hit y'all for $200, man. You getting all this love, bro. Hold up.
You smart. You very smart. We the best. You a genius.
Yeah. Hold on. It's not over. It's not over. We gotta do all of it. We gotta do it all. Hold up a second. Let's see here. Oh.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money. Money.
Dollar. Ching, bling, bling. Got the chatter. You ain't talking money.
So okay. So check this out. Also, I got a new family member. This is Isis. This is my kitten. I just got her earlier this week to keep my other cat that's actually chill and well trained some some company, and all she does is chase me around like she's just sitting here. She's just gonna chill. You just want to be on the screen. She just wants attention. She's getting attention, but she wants more attention. It's not enough. Oh, yeah. What's going on, Quantum? Oh, it's coming. It's coming. Okay. So let's get into the show. So shout outs to my Rumble family. I got 5 of you guys over there starting off early. No one chats, but I just want you guys to know over on Rumble specifically, because my YouTube family knows that I interact with the chat. This is not a show where we do not interact with the chat. This is a chat family over here. Everyone's a participant. You guys matter. I'm here because of you guys. So I'm actively taking the steps to make sure I can see all the chats. With that said, for those of you over on Rumble, I will be dropping the panel link over there if you guys want to come up and rock out with us. It'd be more than appreciated. We love it when people add in. And yeah, so shout out to the Rumble family, YouTube family. Y'all always here. We gonna get to it. Okay, so this week we're continuing the group economics talk so I've got a solid 5-hour cutoff because my queue is full of videos. And I've got to do some more clipping so that way I can keep the content rolling for you guys after these shows. But I got to chunk some stuff down tomorrow and Saturday during the day, because that's my weekend job, is now clipping videos and making stuff cool. So we're going to jump into it. So we're always on the bag talk over here. And the comments, I'm going to start dialing these topics in specifically to what they are in the topics. So those are the first 2 things that'll be covered. And then whatever time we have left, should there be any, we will go free roll within the chat. Obviously, you guys can submit your questions, comments, concerns, suggestions, as long as it's not for me to shut up, because if I shut up right now, no one's talking, and then there's no monologue, and then there's no intro. So I have to keep talking. It's my job right now. So anyways, with that said, we're continuing the conversation of group economics, because in America specifically, group economics is something that's poo-pooed upon. Yeah. They don't want you guys working together. They want everybody to be a lone wolf out here. You're going to get rich by yourself. You're going to do everything on your own. You're going to be the only person. You're going to have all the good ideas. When the table is set, you are the table. You're going to be the only person eating. You're going to be the only person sleeping. You're going to be the only person doing all the work. And no matter what, you're the leader. You're the alpha big dog everywhere, in your home, in your job, in your car. That's for the alpha dogs out there that are apparently alphas everywhere. No one's an alpha everywhere. Just so you know. No one is an alpha everywhere. You got to know your role. We've had that conversation before, so I'm going to keep it on topic. I'm going to try to do better for you guys. But with that said, the concept of group economics is always touted, oh, this is communism, this is socialism, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, no, like all the wealthiest people literally practice group economics all the time. And like, we're fine with being under their thumb and allowing them to work together. We're fine with going to their places and giving our money to them and having them say things like, the game that we're playing is we are extracting from other groups money from other groups because they know that we are competing, and we are bringing that money back into our group. They're not going, we only spend money amongst ourselves. They're going, we build businesses to get money from other groups to bring in to our group, our team, if you would. And then we also do business with each other. We set up business deals so that multiples of us win instead of just one of us winning. So group economics is practiced all the time. Like if you look at most business setups, it's people of like mind, same philosophy, same value set that work together towards a common goal. Or just simply put, I enjoy spending money with people who I align with. I'm going to repeat that. I enjoy spending money with people who I align with. I don't enjoy giving my money to people whose value sets I don't align with. It's the reason you won't see me in Adidas. We're not in alignment. I'm not going to be wearing Adidas. I don't want to wear Adidas. Now, this isn't a hard move for me, but I don't wear Adidas because I don't rock with them like that. Like I got rid of my Nikes. Like I finally got to a point where I could afford expensive Nikes. I don't align with them. I got rid of them. I'm not going to rock those brands. Like I like spending money with people who I align with. I like doing business with people who I align with. Me and my business partner, we align. I'd say at least 60%. Like, we give each other crap all the time, but it's like motivational big brother, little brother. He's a little bit older than me. But, you know, the people that I choose to interact in business dealings with are people that I align with. Group economics are a thing. Like, people practice group economics when one business consistently does business with another business because they have a relationship with a person at a leadership level. The owners of those businesses have relationships. Those people, that's a business. And well, here, you're 100% right, Boomer. You're 100% right. Said every other race but black people work together. But no, I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you. But it's not just that, because like then you have these people, and this is the issue that I have, especially within the community. Gonna sidebar here because Boomer made a solid statement, and we're gonna acknowledge that, because when my homies in the chat, we build, like, we have good conversations. So when you look at the people who want to do business with each other within the black community, it's always like an Umar Johnson that's going to take 15 million years to build a school and then not get it done. It's like it's scammy. It's always somebody who's scamming that's like saying that. Like, I'm starting to think it's by design. I think they're agents. I think they're like, hey, these guys are trying to work together. Put some idiot out here and have them take all their money and make them look stupid so that they don't actually work together. But there's different levels of groups too. When you talk about group economics, there's multiple different levels of groups. So you could have a group of people who are not of the same race that work together. They align, their families are close, they go golfing together, and everyone's a business owner, and like they just do business with each other. They're not necessarily doing it because it's of their group, because if that was the case, then most of these broke racist white people, not gonna be lied, would be getting saved by the rich white people, and the rich white people just are like, we don't like them, like we're not doing business with them, like we're not helping them. But when I'm talking about group economics, like they always break it down to us, which us being middle class and lower, middle class and poor people. Everybody's taught that we got to do everything ourselves. You turn 18, we kick the kid out of the house, put him out into the world by himself. You get out there, you don't do well, and the first thing your parents are saying is, don't come back around here. Don't come back in here. Or you have my situation where you couldn't wait to get out of the house, and it's like, I'm not coming back up in here, no matter what. I'm not going to be back up in there, you know? Like, it goes both ways, but it's a conditioning. But it boils down to people being told to be separate, being told that you got to build it by yourself. You know how long it would take for one person to build an entire car? It'd take forever. It takes so long. Or one person to build a house. Like, think about that. How long would it take for you by yourself to build the place you live in? Let's just take a quick look, scan the room, look at your place. If you're in an apartment, think about that. You got to build your way into your apartment now too. You live in a house. You got to put that house together. You got to put all that wood together. Now, me personally, I work in trade. I know Mike, who's listening, tapped in. He works in trade. He does construction. He could build a house by himself. It just Mike said it would take him 3 months. That's 3 months. Bro, if you can build a house in 3 months, bro, you just need to come up to Kansas City. We need to get some stuff cracking, bro. Because we waiting years to get these houses done. But think about that. Like, if you had to build it from scratch by yourself, it would take pretty much everybody. We would all consistently be building houses for a long time at varying degrees of speed. And I'll tell you right now, with all the trades involved, all the stuff, like to build the echelon of houses that I'm in, because we are there from framing forward. We're not there for foundation, but framing forward, just like the walls up, walls forward. Like so we'll give you a hypothetical. Someone pours the concrete for you and puts in the foundation, but you got to build everything else. You find somebody to put either the concrete slab down, dig down, get the foundation done so that you can have a basement, but you got to do everything else. That takes teams of people, multiple trades. You got to get your HVAC, you got to get your plumbing, you got to get the electrical run, you got to get your low voltage if you want cool stuff in your house, which is me. All the different facets of this have to be run in those walls in that skeletal frame. Like housing, I find housing and construction, I love my half blue collar career that I'm in, because you get to see how stuff is put together. And I mean, it's not too far removed from how we're put together. Like you're looking at the inner workings of a house. Like when you get to see inside those walls and all the stuff that goes inside those walls and how they're put together and the layers and like all the things, there's a circulatory system in your house. There's a nervous system, an electrical system in your house. All of these things exist. It's just like this. Like, I mean, like it's just like this cat. Like it's built out of stuff. You're built out of stuff, Isis. You're built out of stuff. But it takes us roughly 9 months is what we look at for our jobs. We're involved with these people for 9 months and longer if there's holdups. But 9 months, at 9 months, about the same time that it takes you to produce a baby, is what it takes to get these houses going and up. And like that's up and you're in the house. And that's with hundreds of people participating in this house build. Oh, you are such a bad cat. That's hundreds of people participating. Now, if it was just you, like, I mean, I don't know, man. You telling me you can put together, frame forward a whole existence of a house, drywall and everything, run everything, get everything installed in 3 months, man. You are a superhero, and I need some notes because I'm probably the fastest low voltage wire runner in the region. And bruh, I don't know. Actually, I guess if you just got in and did the work, you're right. If you just got in and did the work and you weren't waiting on people's schedules, it probably could go faster. If people just got in, did the work till it was done, working on one house. But I think all those different phases, like you get tired. Like, I don't know. But you got hundreds of people that work together. You look at we always zero in on the one person who's supposedly the man behind the mask. And we always look at this one person. But the reality of it is that's just moving the needle of the nation, just finagling us around. We look at this, I mean, everybody's ranting about Soros right now. Yeah, I agree with you, Rage. That's true. That's true. And that's the reason I kind of recanted a little bit. But I mean, that's going to be 3 months of hard work. Like, but we always look in, like everybody's upset about Soros right now. He's supposed to be the boogeyman that we're all supposed to be scared of. And that man doesn't even work alone. The Vanderbilts, the JP Morgans, the Chases, they don't work alone. It's not one guy. One guy gets named at the front that the peasants get mad at, maybe. Oh, we figured it out. Soros. Because we can tell where he's putting his money. We figured it out. That's one guy. And people are dumb enough to think that it's just that one guy because he's super rich. Like, no, it's a bunch of super rich guys, groups, families, legacy. What's going on, Natasha Vincent in the building? These are groups. They're navigating in groups. They're functioning on power. Like I've started, this whole concept of high value men, I've been on these dudes' necks this week. Every time you see me, like these dudes want to talk about high value men. They roll into their jobs on a W-2 talking about I make six figures, show me some respect, give me some submission. You have no power. Your paycheck, like if that's how you're getting your money, cool. Like we got to work hard. Understood. Money gives you options, but money is the tip of the iceberg of power. That's a starting point. So are you a man with no power that just has a bunch of money to trick off on modern women? Is that man actually worth anything? These dudes aren't necessarily in shape. They're not built for war. War breaks out tomorrow. These dudes going to be running around with Cheeto crumbs in their belly button, wondering where the submission is, getting all their stuff taken. Like y'all are actually, the way a lot of these dudes flex on these YouTube streets y'all are just making yourselves marks for people that take things that just don't because societally it's not allowed right now. But when the power goes out, when some of these systems start failing, and believe you me, the way that this is going, they will. The taker's going to take, and they're going to take from you first. But how high value are you if you have no power? Are you a high value man if you go to work and you make you got your W-2 job, you make $250,000 a year. You are well seated in the upper 1%. But are you high value if somebody is going to the meetings, talking to the politicians, actually getting FaceTime, getting personal time for hours with these people who are making decisions about how your kids are going to be raised, how you're going to function, how much taxes you're going to pay? Because just having a bunch of money, in all honesty, regardless of what the gurus tell you, don't get you into those rooms. Because you just money. You might get to go to the meeting with everybody else, with all the rest of the peasants that they let come to the rally. But are you sitting down and actually, like, after all the rally's over and it's a small group of men who get to stay who get there before you show up because you're just invited because they need your donations for their campaigns. And then they get to stay for an hour and a half, 2 hours afterwards. And it's maybe like, I'd say 10 guys. Are you one of the 10? Because if you're not one of the 10, then like you have no power. You have no influence. I mean, we all have influence because everybody's their own production company at this point, but you don't have influence. What's going on, Angry Snowman? I gotta put some blessings on your name, bro, pretty soon. What's going on? 777 Radio's in the building. My spirit troll. I love him. I love you too, Snowman, before you start pitching. You guys are... Snowman gets upset. But the power and the influence is what we should be focusing on, and we've allowed them to get us to focus just on the monetary aspect, which is the tip of the iceberg of power, and settling to just be there. No one's actually exuding themselves. There are very few people. Most of the people on here on YouTube right now are scared to speak out to protect children because of the repercussions, because y'all make your money here. Most of the people pick a specific topic, a specific angle, a specific talking point, and they get on here daily. They get on here weekly. They get on here hourly, because some of y'all don't even get offline. And they talk their one specific talking point because they're paid to do so, because that's what their fan base wants. Because they didn't want to do it the slow way. They didn't want to build up an actual tribe. They didn't want to build an actual community. They wanted to go ahead and feed into that quick fix. I'm going to blow up and have 2,000 subs tomorrow. I'll get monetized tomorrow. I'm going to have 100,000 followers tomorrow. And I'm going to say the same thing over and over again because that's what resonates with those people until they grow out of hearing me say the same thing over and over again. I never change my opinion. I listen to respond. I don't listen to learn. I don't engage in debate to make myself a better person. I engage in debate to get as many gotcha as I can so that I can put out the shorts, so that I can get some more subscribers, so that somebody will send me some money, so that I can get paid because I have to do this. You're a slave to the algorithm that you've created. And you can't change. They're immobile. Oh, I stand on this no matter what. Well, like, what if what you stand on is fucking stupid? What if what you stand on is harming people? What if what you stand on is keeping people where they're at? Maybe that's what they pay you to do. So I'm starting to look at a lot of these people like they're agents. I think they're agents, man. I think they're building in and figuring out a way to monetize on the structure, but like you're selling poison to your followers. You're selling poison to your people. You're selling poison to the community that you're making. You're building a community of hurt and broken people that are looking for guidance, and they listen to you. They listen to you. And you're feeding them poison. You're keeping them where they're at. Or you're getting them up just enough to be a very high value slave. You're not talking about freedom, and I'll tell you why you're not. It doesn't pay. You're not talking about solutions, and I'll tell you why you're not. It doesn't pay. You need your patient sick. You're like a doctor. If nobody's sick, what the fuck are you here for? What do we need you for? You have no place without these broken people that subscribe to you, that listen to you, that give you money. You don't want them to be the best versions of themselves. That's something that people say. Because if you were the best version of yourself, you might outgrow that person that you're listening to. So they tell us these things. They tell us we're supposed to, renting's great. Renting's a great idea. Renting, you should rent. You shouldn't own your home. You might get a business offer tomorrow, and then you're going to break your lease and leave, and like you'll never be able to sell your house. I'll tell you what, I've been looking at houses go on the market and sell within 4 weeks here since probably about a year and a half ago when I started kind of looking, because I'm starting to get the hankering for a second property. And I'm seeing these properties go. They're going up. About 4 months, they're going exactly. Bro, so, and I'm seeing them go, and I'm seeing the gurus tell you that you should all rent. And I'm seeing them broach this topic. And I've been saying this, and like, if you look back through any of my content, I've always been an advocate of homeownership, because that is one of the means with which most of the wealth in this country has historically been created. And that's not ever going to change, because businesses leverage things. Wealth is made out of debt in the system that we're in. Is it a perfect system? Absolutely not. Could it be improved? Absolutely. Oh, snap. Black Man Unfiltered's in the building. Oh, Lord Jesus. Okay. I'm going to preach. This is an honor. Shout out to Black Man Unfiltered. That's dope. See, I love it. And see, this is the thing that I like over here. I like that Black Man Unfiltered Network's here. I love the fact that Natasha's here. Obviously, I mean, I can't say enough nice things about Natasha, because I wouldn't be sitting here if it wasn't for that woman. So I swear to God, if I see anyone disrespecting her in the chat, it's going to be hell to pay. Okay? Like, she's never not nice. Do not disrespect that woman. Reese is here. Black Man Unfiltered's here. Angry Snowman's here. I got my homie Boomer, who's here with me. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's here in town. 777 Radio, Rage Nation. Lady Navoa's here. Third, hold up. Wait a second. Third Angel from the Sun's here. We have such a random group of people that you would normally never see coalescing in the same space. You see Mandrell came over and rocked out with us last week. Like, you're seeing all these people with different perspectives that they don't want talking to each other. They don't want building solutions together. They don't want us building. And so, like, this is the community that I'm choosing to build, because I find it so interesting, and I find it it's a badge of honor for me that the people that I rock with in these YouTube streets, that you see me regularly supporting. You see me regularly supporting Daryl Long. You see me regularly supporting Chaotic Truth. You see me supporting Black Man Unfiltered Network. Like, the people that I rock with. All of those people don't necessarily get along. A lot of the people who gravitate to over here don't necessarily get along, but like, we can build on like the 60% that we can agree on, and we can at least pause it and talk about solutions. Behind the scenes, you have people. Oh, actually, you know what? Hold up a second. I got to get Black Man Unfiltered Network his wrench over here, because I totally forgot about that, brother. I'm sorry about that, bro. Yes. Boom. Okay, cool. So, but Black Man Unfiltered Network, we definitely feel free to broadcast your link. I'm over there a lot. You guys always know when I'm over there, though. I'm definitely make sure to point out the reminders and stuff when I'm over there. But the thing is, when we're talking about building, and most of the people in this community, like literally Angry Snowman, Mike, Reese, let's see here, who else in here? Natasha, Boomer, obviously, because I've known him for a very long time. But most of the people in my community, literally, like, we're having conversations on the back end. Like, we're reaching out, we're checking on each other. Like, I'm actually very accessible, at least at this point. Like, I mean, obviously, I know it's probably not safe to just give everybody a number, but like, but Like people who need to get a hold of me, people that I can add value to, people, you know, like on the back end, I'm trying to like make this. I mean, the dudes from New Frontier, when they come over and rock out with us, that whole camp has my number. like all of those dudes, like if they want to reach out, like shout outs to Muslim guy, he does hit me up from time to time. Like we, you know, like Bumpkin also has my number. Like, and these are people who go on to other panels and they have a certain air. Like I remember when I started going over on Angry Snowman's channel, when I went back over to Daryl Long's channel, I had people in the chat over there telling me that I was a racist. Here we are. Kept it pushing. I was like, I'm not seeing it. Like you guys got like one clip out of context and you feel some type of way, but I was like, that dude rocks with me. Like, like I didn't ask you to be friends with him. But the other thing is like you look at these communities and like what are they building? What are they trying to build? Are they actually trying to build anything? Or is it just like a group of people who want to agree and it's like some big circle jerk where nobody's growing, everybody has the same opinion, everybody just agrees, and you know, the one guy at the top collects all the money and he gets to live a great life and off to the races. Like thanks for your patronage, you know? And this goes back to like 4 years. I have always been an advocate of home ownership. I've always said, you know, I've seen many gurus come up and be like, oh, well, the maintenance. Oh, well, this. Oh, well, you know, you got to do this, this, and this. Well, I gotta show y'all something. Let me go ahead and pull this screen up for you guys so that way we can talk about it. Here we are now. So this since the beginning, I've never not been an advocate for home ownership. And you got the gurus telling you that you should just rent and then you just increase your income. And then at some point, your income, you're going to have enough and you can just do whatever the heck it is that you want to do and you're going to rock out. And I adamantly disagree with this. So let's talk about it. Boom. We got it up here. I'm going to make it big for you. So the average rent in the US right now, average rent is $1,702 for 897 square feet. Family. That's average. You're also living in a box or a tiny home. And they're telling you to pay this by yourself. By yourself. Hold on. We're going to do another one because so I shot a video on this and I did not release my future financial strategies this morning. So it's coming out tomorrow. It's going to be a day off. Everyone hit me up in the comments and light me up. Be like, ooh, boy, Reckless Ray forgot. He did. I didn't know what day it was today. Like, honestly, like I woke up late. I've been busy all week. Business has been booming and I did not know what day it was. And I forgot to set that video to public. So I'm going to do it tomorrow morning. So it's going to be a day late, but I dive into this, but like it's good. So some of this stuff you're going to be re-seeing. And then obviously when I clip this up, you'll see it again, but it'll be like a much later date and you'll go, oh man, it might hit this time after I clip it down and you don't have to watch 5 hours of me and the homies talking. But if we take 1702 times 12, that's $20,424 a year, family. Off your salary. Off your salary. That you paying 20 grand to live in exactly, black man, exactly that. $20,000 to live in a sardine can. And the gurus are telling you to rent. Don't own nothing. That's more than double what I'm paying on a mortgage right now. Like, what are y'all talking about? You telling me that you gonna just raw dog this and at some point you just gonna make enough money when they're raising rents like this? In KC, the average is $1,220. So this is obviously dependent on where you live, and they're doing this from across the nation. So you got the most expensive states and the least expensive states, right? So yeah, no, this is wild. Wild, right? Yeah. Bro, like you people aren't understanding this. Like this, like the math does not math on these talking points anymore. You telling me at 18 you're supposed to just go come up with $20,000 at the beginning of your life to live by yourself in your own place? Like this isn't a game. And when I tell people, I keep telling people, And I mean, there's other content creators who agree with who tout the same thing. But the talking point for me, I'm not trying to scare y'all. This is actually, it's not that I'm not trying to scare y'all. What's happening is scary. This is real life. Like the average rent is $1,700 a month, $20,000 a year. And you're supposed to just go take that one on the chin and just barrel through it and just work harder. But the issue is this: we're going into a state where we're in an inflationary environment. So like the bulk of this jump up happened within the last 5 years. And that's the bulk of it. Now, when you extrapolate that out, how are you got to be getting some major raises. You got to be job hopping every year almost and getting like a $50,000 raise to keep up with this shit. Like, how does that work if you don't own a home? But like everyone, if you just look at what the financial gurus are telling us right now. Every single one of them still on that soapbox. They sound like Dave Ramsey when he was talking about crypto. You got to pay everything cash and you got to do it all cash. And I'm like you just supposed to save up hundreds of thousands of dollars cash. Like people actually do that. Rich people don't even do that. Like people that have the cash don't do that. Like 100%. Bro, black man, thank you. But they tell me that I'm an asshole when I tell them that $40,000 a year, you're in abject poverty. You have $20,000 left to figure out how to eat the rest of the year while keeping the lights on, while keeping the gas on. And then you got to eat. But like, no, these strong independent women gonna do it themselves, bro. They go on 100. They don't want to do 50-50, bro. This is what I'm talking about. This is the reason when people say this stuff, I'm like, you're insane. You're either insane or you don't believe what you're saying. Because the math, like I'm a very analytical person. The math does not math on this logic. $40,000 a year, we can get by fine. Like, yeah, if you're on food stamps, every other assistance program there is, and you're getting all the free stuff. You get all of it. If you get all the free stuff, sure. But like now you don't get to own a car. You never get to own property. Like you're a ward of the state forever. The state's your daddy. You collecting benefits. But everybody wants to do this by themselves. And they're telling us that we should. Like that's my issue with it. Like that is detrimental financially. Like that's terrible financial advice. That'd be like if I started telling people, by the way, this is not financial advice, to pile up every dollar that you have, your physical dollars, and then pour kerosene on them and then set them on fire and then sit there. That's stupid. It's just dumb ideas. Bro, you're worse than broke. You are paying half of your salary, over half of your salary for rent, dude. Like you ain't even broke. Like you something else. Like it's somewhere else where it's not a good space. Right. Literally, Angry Snowman. You can live comfortable in an old Winnebago for making 40 grand a year, and now the whole damn earth is your backyard. Facts, dude. Right, Black Man Unfiltered, 100% correct. You can't buy the box when you got to pack. Well, like facts. There's no money left. But the thing is, this is by design. And that's what I've been saying. Like, you guys have heard me on multiple podcasts, and it's about as tinfoily as I get. But I've said that this country is in a cold war with its citizenship. Financially, they're in a financial cold war. And everybody says I'm lying. Everybody told you to buy a house. Now look at us. Sure, you didn't buy the house. Oh, snaps, Mandrell's in the house too. You didn't buy the house, and now you're looking at $1,700 for rent. And that's for 897 square feet. I know everybody on YouTube's talking about how they live in lavish and fat. Y'all got thousands of square feet. Y'all all apparently rich. That's on the low. That's for a box. And y'all saying y'all don't live in boxes. So make it make sense. So everybody's renting, but the issue is this. This is going to scale. Oh, yes, 777, I am going to be doing a panel. I'm going to drop it momentarily. I'm sorry, I veered off on this. But I'm getting better at talking, man. I think I could do 3 hours of just me. I'm not gonna do that though. I ain't no Anton Daniels. Shout out to Anton Daniels. He be talking at y'all for hours. Then he lets 5 of you come up and get lambasted for not agreeing, bro. Like I love it. But this is by design. They want a renter class. So like you have these gurus that are telling you not to buy property. That's a bad idea to buy your home. And I think for some people it might be, but if I'm not paying $1,700 a month, like, I mean, this is crazy. And they're telling you to do that. Now they've spiked up and the rental rates have astronomically skyrocketed. They're taking 20 grand off the top on average across the board of your salary. Dude, man, 777, 777. I remember when I was a kid and hearing rent was 300 and people were complaining about that. Like, think about that, 777. People were complaining about that rate. So we're going to go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and drop this. Oh, Jesus Christ. You slapped me in the face. This is ridiculous. This is the life that I'm living right now. Like, training a kitten I forgot how annoying this could get. And she's a handful. Hold on. Yes, that needs to be a word. Hold on. Lambasturbated is a verb meaning beaten down to the point of verbally beaten down to the point of climax. So maybe they're going over there to get lambasturbated. Oh yeah, absolutely. I showed her earlier, Natasha, before you showed up. Like, look, so this is my kitten. This is Isis. Isis, look at the camera. Look up. There we go. Oh, there she. Okay, yeah. See, this is what she does. She just like gnaws on things, runs around and knocks all my stuff over. So I'm gonna go ahead and hit this link. We're gonna drop it right. Chop. Boom. Okay, so I dropped the link for you guys. But yeah, like we're talking about this because this is one of those things where, like, at this point, like, at $1,700 a month, you pretty much have to have a roommate. Is my hypothesis on this. Like, I'm already seeing the spinster houses of the modern women that are aging out. What's going on? Welcome to the stream, Chuck. Hold up. Wait. Hold up. Hold on. Hold on a second. Where is it at? Oh no. Hold up a second. Okay, Chuck, stay back there for a second. I'm not being rude. I got something for you. Hold on. Shorts. Hold on. There it is. Boom. Let's go. Hold up. I got this for the homie as we bring him to the stream. I got a couple of things that I got for some of my regulars that if I get a good piece of something to remind me of you getting it when you get here. So I want to welcome Chuck Black to the stream.
Ladies and gentlemen, he sounds sexier than he looks. The only reason any of us ever got laid is because he didn't get there first. For your auditory pleasure, don't look at him because you'll lose your erection. Put your hands together for Chuck Not So Black. Ladies and gentlemen, the only reason any of us ever got laid is because he didn't get there first.
You got to make sure you take the loop off when you play.
Don't look at him because you'll lose your...
Hold up. And I got one more. I forgot since Reese finally showed back up. I've been saving this for forever. Reese, I need your email because I don't know if you got this, but Reese is in the back today. He's coming in to see us, so I gotta welcome Reese.
Is he coming in hot too?
He's coming in hot, man.
Spend some time with my friend, the Red Dragon, Reese from Philly, live.
Hey,
booyah!
Reese, cheers, brother. I got my sugar already loaded up in my vape pen, so we can sit here and get all kinds of pie-eyed together tonight.
What's going on? What's up, Sugar Bum? I hope you're having a great week.
What that cat's doing when it's nibbling on you, Ray? It's finding the soft meat. That way it can eat you when you're sleeping.
Bro, she does not eat me when I'm asleep, bro. Like, she's been here a week. She good. Oh, hey, Ray. I got you. I see it. Bet. I got that.
So look, I'm surfing through the news today, right?
Uh-oh. Let's hear it.
And I see a title, human body, human remains. I click on it. Come to find out, there were 6 guys over here were dealing human body parts in the underground. One guy was a manager of a morgue.
Oh,
and was sending the
Lord.
parts to other people's houses. Brains, heads, all kinds of shit. Oh,
wow.
And I'm saying to myself, okay, it's the white man's turn to take his place in the crime that's going on everywhere.
Dude, why you got to bring the white man into this?
Time for them to make a comeback. Because I'm tired of seeing niggas dominate crime. So
hey, you
I'm
guys are
looking at
good.
the story
Hey, they're good at
unfold.
it. My mom always told me if you're good at something, keep on
There
doing
we go.
No.
There
So I'm
we
looking at
go.
the story
Mike
unfold, and
and
I'm saying to myself,
777.
finally, it's not us. So they get to the end
Bruh.
of the story, and it comes to find out that the ringleader is black.
You thought we was gonna get out. You thought we wasn't gonna catch some of that L,
Are
bro.
you telling
Come
me
on
there's
now.
a black guy that has a whole plantation full of white slaves?
Hey, they're all working for him.
Oh my god, bro.
Human body parts, brains, and what have you.
What are people doing with brains like on the black market? Like what?
Eating them?
No, man. No.
Nobody's eating human brains, bro. Please don't say that. You freaking me out,
Yo,
man. Like I don't.
Something
I already
wrong
think
with
these
our
people are
species,
zombies.
man. Something is wrong with our species, dog.
Man,
Dude, you know that there's like those hoodoo and voodoo priestesses that use that shit for like spells and shit and incantations and whatnot and whatever.
You mean they're turning me into a newt?
You remember Qyburn from Game of Thrones?
Yeah.
Nope, I don't watch that crap.
So
Greatest show of all
okay.
times.
So back on topic though. Hold on. Is anyone paying over $1,700 for rent, bro? Like I gotta know. Like
No, actually, that's what I was telling you, Ray. Is I got I think like close to around 1,900 square feet, 4 bedrooms, 1.9 acres of land, and I pay $1,125 a month for rent.
Yeah. I mean,
And
obviously,
on top of it, I have my own water source here at the house, and I burn my trash. So the only utilities I have is gas and electric.
Don't look at me. I rent 2 houses and own 1. So,
Yo, I'm paying $850 a month, and if I take 10 big steps, I won't even be home no more.
But see, the thing that people need to understand though and look at is that there used to be a time in a day and age where, as a young adult starting out, it was more beneficial for you to rent. That way, you could actually save money to get the house or find the property that you really wanted. Now it's getting to the point where the rental cost is so high that it's cheaper to own your own property.
bro, it was never beneficial. That was by design. I mean, if you think about all the money, me especially, all the money I wasted in rent over the years, dude, it was all by design. If you think about,
well, look, rage. If I may, sir, I'm going to push back simply because there are a bunch of Gen Xers even too, because we didn't have parents that taught us shit. We had to learn shit on our own.
Yeah.
Well, that's fact.
All right.
Fact.
And
rent isn't a waste.
And renting a property actually teaches people how to manage money. You can't go straight out of your mom's home into owning a home if you don't know how to manage money. Otherwise, you're going to dig yourself into a hole you'll never get out of.
Well, that's facts. It's not just our parents' fault. Think in school. What did they ever teach you about money or real estate in school?
Never.
I mean, honestly,
I took
electively, yes. Electively, yes. But like you had to choose to do that.
We had a business
but
course
even
and what was it? Accounting course that we could take in school.
Yeah, but even electively, they weren't teaching you real shit. They weren't just like rich people will never tell you how they got rich.
Right.
School was the same thing by design.
Nah, dude, I wouldn't. I'm telling you, I went to
Michael,
an entirely different school, sir. Like we've even had an academics of life class where they taught you how to budget, how to keep your checkbook balanced. You know, how to cook, how to take care of kids, and all that stuff.
So
that's like a whole ec class you're talking about, right?
Well, what we had at my school that was the elective that covered that. It's called Junior Achievement, and if you have it in your school, I highly recommend putting your kid in it. It was like the only thing that in school that I had class wise that was of value in my opinion. Aside from my religion class when I went to private school for 2 years.
See,
I did like that
going to religion because I wasn't Catholic, even though I went to a Catholic school.
But
but they
point
never
is,
taught you the real shit. They never taught you the real shit.
Well,
no.
What I was going to say, Mike Lee, let me finish. What I was going to say was within that class, the junior achievement class, they did. We went through finance. Like we had, so like they have mentorship opportunities there as well. For those of you who want to be active within the community, junior achievement is always looking for mentorship opportunities. And like, they'll put you with the class and you'll go in, and they took us through all these, like, and so our class we had specifically, she was like a high level executive over at Sprint, but like she was taking us through like how the Sprint business model worked. We also deployed a business within the school that we built from scratch, which gave people the option to buy shares in the business to show how dividends worked.
Wow.
Like it was actually like, it was looking back, it was a legitimate opportunity, and it did affect me the rest of my life. Like once, because like I didn't invest.
Right? Was this in high school?
Yes.
Well, see, I had to say that's what our accounting class was the same way at our school too, Ray. They taught us accounting the first half of the semester, and then the last semester we had to actually run our own business and do all the book work and all the paperwork and everything on it.
I think me and Rage were fucking cheerleaders while you guys were doing that.
Yeah, but listen, I was too busy getting high and chasing tail. But
dude, I was getting high and selling the weed to you to get high, so I needed to take a business class. That way I could manage my money right.
Sure.
I was just sidestepping calculus. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I did it because it was the easier math, dude. Like, financial math is easy.
That class that I was telling you about, that academics of life, it kind of it was ran by our home ec teacher, and it was like an introduction into home ec, but it gave you the facets of real life of what you're going to do when you're a young adult once you get out of high school. That nobody
wants. Well, if you sell drugs, you'll learn that in drug school. You'll learn investments real quick. You'll learn how to turn money over and make profit. But that's besides the fact. They never taught you buy a Roth IRA. They never taught you how to invest. They never taught you how to buy houses, no money down. They never taught you any of that crap.
Right.
They gave you the fundamentals. Roth IRA. Why are you giving your money to the Rothschilds so they can steal it from you?
Listen,
taxes, baby, taxes. That's
listen, you can talk all the shit you want, Snowman, but if you invested in a Roth IRA in at your young age, right now you'd be sitting pretty in a fucking house, not having to worry about disability, with more money in your fucking pocket than you knew what to do with. People just didn't learn back then how to invest.
No, see, actually, if my parents were actually smart.
Hold up. Casey Mo said, did they teach you taxation as theft? Well, that is true. There's nowhere on this planet you ain't paying taxes unless you move into the rainforest, bro. And last I checked, you like air conditioning. So, as do I. I like my iPhone. I like this microphone. I like computers. Yeah.
I do like the microphone. Microphone's nice.
Oh, thank you.
That shit's made out of space age alien technology. You're a gray, aren't you?
Bro.
You're a lizard.
Like every episode moving forward, a different appendage is going to be gone every time I get up here because of the radiation.
I tell people that real estate is really the way to go because it's an asset that tends to appreciate. It's just hands down. It always appreciates.
You can build equity that you can use in the future.
And people always are going to need a place to live too.
Also true. And if you got barren land, man, like the price of an acre of land has went up like 10, 15 times what it was 20 years ago.
The land for me, I'm a real estate investor personally. I have around 6 properties at the moment. My first property I purchased when I was 24 years old.
That was
currently,
smart.
I don't really talk about my personal affairs, but currently I live in, I'd like to call it an estate that's 3,000 square feet. I like to call it an estate. It makes me feel better about myself.
Hey, I rock with that. I like it.
You know what I mean? Because I was raised poor, so it makes me feel good about myself.
Well, sir, when I was younger, my dad decided to ruin my credit before I even had a chance to mess my own credit up. So,
but the barren land is what I
do. What?
No, the barren land. I just wanted to mention real quick. Mm-hmm. So when you buy, people think when you buy an empty plot of land or lot, whatever you want to call it, if you buy it, they think, okay, well, I'm going to buy it for 5,000, 10,000. I'm going to sell it one day for 100,000. The problem is
that ain't happening.
Well, no, the problem is with that. Most millionaires, they need a property that sits on, I don't know, 5-6 acres, so they can build their weird shit. A huge, 15,000 square foot property with the barn and the, weird shit. Rich people do weird shit, but you'll never get that money back. Most times when you buy an empty plot of land, you die with it because nobody buys it from you. That's how it goes.
Now, see, my brother-in-law, he was like what he did. He kind of like did what you did, Triple. When he was in high school, his grandpa had some acreage that was just sitting empty. And what he did is he actually bought 10 acres off of his grandpa before he graduated from high school. That way, once he got to a point in life to where he could build a house, he already had land to build a house on.
Sure. It's expensive to build, too. That's the other thing I wanted to say. When people go, oh, I'm going to buy this land and I'm going to build my own home. Depending on what size your home is, even if you buy a little small home, I mean, you're looking at minimum $150,000.
Well, that's because most people today aren't willing to actually get their hands dirty and build their own house like they used to.
Well, I mean, if you want to build your own house, you're still looking at $100,000+.
Nah, dude, if you build your own house, you can literally cut that cost almost in half.
Well, if you want to live in a log cabin, I'm talking about an actual home with children.
Because look, dude, you got to understand, Triple, when you're talking about your home.
I'm not living off the grid, though, Chuck. I know what you're saying. I'm not talking about living off the grid.
Neither am I. Neither am I. But the location, like the cost of living and the price of a house where you live in New York is like 100 times more expensive than in the Midwest in Indiana somewhere.
Well, Indiana, it's what about still 100,000+, ain't it?
Dude, I could probably get what you guys would probably pay $750,000 for in property in Midwest Indiana, out like on the outskirts of Fort Wayne somewhere, for example, for probably about 125,000-200,000. Sitting on probably 3 or 4 acres of land on top of it.
Not the home itself.
You're actually double what we are. So our housing market here, I can get you a 2,000 square foot home, $105,000.
Wow.
Yeah, we can't. You can't pull that off in KC no more.
That's the thing. Like Ray knows, the house that I just bought, I paid more money than I wanted to, but $120,000 is 2,500 square foot now. And it sits on 2.5 acres. You guys,
is it a double or that's a single?
$5 million.
That's a single home?
Huh?
That's a single home?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Is that for you to live in? Or
you'd be paying more. You'd be in the millions on it.
That's a rental property or you to live in?
No, that's a house that I bought for myself to live in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think my brother-in-law, because he actually he paid some people to come in, but to help him build it, but he put in a lot of work building his house,
Yeah, it's a lot of time.
I think he paid, when it was all said and done, he said that because he did a lot of the work himself and his dad and his brothers came in and helped do a lot of the work with him. I think he said that he ended up paying, I think it was like around 65 to build a house that was appraised for about 225 when he was done.
Oh shit. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, out here, if you're building the house yourself and you have no subcontractors, literally, you can build a 3,000 square foot home on 5 acres for $135,000 to $170,000.
Well, honestly, I think the only thing that he really had to pay someone to do was the electric, because he had to have somebody come in that was certified to do it. That way, it could, when the inspector came in, it would pass inspection.
Yeah.
Because look, dude, it doesn't matter if you know how to do it. If you're not a certified electrician, when you're building a house from scratch, an inspector will not pass that shit because
they will. Absolutely, they will, dude. I get it. Listen,
dude,
the house I just bought, I got into the studs, bro. All new electric, all new plumbing, all new everything. And I'm telling you right now, like for me, I'm only putting 30,000.
I'll meet you halfway. I'll meet you halfway, Rage. It depends on what kind of inspector you get.
Well, there's homeowner inspections regardless of where you are, even in New York and Jersey.
I'm saying it depends on the type of inspector you get. There's inspectors out there that stick right to the book. Because look, dude, honestly, there's certain things that are supposed to be done by professionals that you can't just have some hillbilly named Billy Bob come in and start, wiring your house up.
I had to get
Well,
all
Billy
new
Bob knows
windows.
what he's
It
doing,
cost
though.
$400 a window.
Bill,
Dude, if Billy Bob knows what he's doing, listen, when I was in Jersey, I would just get homeowner permits, even under a general contractor. I would just get homeowner permits and I would do the electric. And I've only failed one inspection in my entire life, knock on wood. Only one in my entire life. And it was over something that I couldn't even control because they changed the law 2 weeks before and wanted a condenser on pump jacks.
Look, dude, I'm here to tell you that not every hillbilly that's got a redneck ingenuity master's degree knows how to do shit properly.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If they don't know how to do it, that's one thing. But if they do know how to do it and get a homeowner's permit, there should be no problem.
But the one thing I have always found is that every hillbilly that has a redneck engineering degree knows how to fake it real good.
Mm.
I'm just saying.
You got to understand, too, I come from a world like in New Jersey and New York especially. I mean, we got things. Everything that is done over there is by the book. So it's not like any other state. Like where I live now, there's nothing. Like they don't even give a shit about inspections. They tell you don't piss off your neighbors. But like in Jersey, I mean, we have insulation inspections. I mean, there's an inspection for everything.
Yeah, that's great.
So,
see, I grew up totally different, man. I grew up in a town where I literally knew everybody in the town.
Oh, snap. Hey, guys. So... Wow. Okay. So I'm sorry. I'm like looking through YouTube while you guys are breaking this shit down. But like, apparently Tate's having an emergency meeting live stream right now.
Who?
Andrew Tate.
Oh,
yeah, because I think it has to do with that BBC interview.
Oh yeah, dude. He destroyed that lady. That poor girl.
Dude,
boy.
They came in and they tried. They tried. They needed to be lambasturbated, dude. Straight up,
dude. I was waiting to see her climax. He was like masturbating her so bad.
For real.
Natasha is talking about the mini homes from Home Depot. I saw those.
Yeah. I mean,
like
so my thought process on this is, and I totally understand there's both sides of that argument. And I always tell people it's a math equation. So like if you can do something to figure it out between renting and buying, then that's understandable. My take on this specifically is when it comes to home ownership right now and what's going on with the rental rates, they're setting the play that's being set up and being actively implemented on the U.S. citizenry is they are making a renter class. I am not saying this from hypothetical. I am not saying this from my opinion. I am saying this from somebody who manages a hedge fund that I was in relationship with when BlackRock and all these companies started paying $50,000 over asking in cities like mine that are desirable places to live to buy homes and have them sit. And that fund manager said straight up, oh, people aren't going to be able to buy homes anymore. They have the backstock to sit on those homes with no one in them. So like if you don't want to pay those rental rates, fine. Oh, nobody's going to live there. It doesn't matter. They can sit on those houses for 20 years empty,
bro,
with no one in them. You will pay this rate or it will sit here, and we can afford to do that.
And you know what's messed up about that?
These rates are going to...
Most of those people buying the houses, they're from out of state. They don't even live anywhere near them. And now what used to be if you had a property managing company renting the house, that meant you didn't have a slumlord. Well, now property managers are becoming slumlords because you have people going out buying houses in mass and in bulk that live on the whole other side of the country.
Well, that's what's happening with the current rental property. What I'm talking about is like first time buyer homes. Those are the homes that are being targeted. If you're basically under 250, you're competing with BlackRock. You're competing with large buying entities that have the ability to go buy a house, go, I want $1,700 for this house. And the market does not respond to that because you're supposed to have a free market, right? So people don't want to live in those houses. The issue is they can go, cool, we'll wait. We can wait up to 20 years. Eventually it will catch up to this rate. And when it gets to this rate,
dude, because
go ahead.
What did you mean by under 250? Because without me understanding that,
under 250,000, under $250,000.
What, as in profit a year that you make? What your income is?
No, for the price of the house
value.
Okay.
Yeah, like if you're like in Kansas City, when the whole pandemic thing was going on, the housing prices, people were listing houses, they were selling them within a week, and people were coming in, and you would show up to the showing, and some agent from BlackRock or some big entity would come in and be like, we'll give you're selling your house for 100. They're going, we'll give you 150. Get out, pack your stuff, let's go. And they did that, and then they'll relist those properties, and they'll ask for an exorbitant amount of rent. And people are like, no one's going to pay that. These people are going to have to give up because they're not making any money. And they're going, no, we can do this for 20 years. That's the math that they're running at these types of organizations that are buying up houses like that. They're going, we're going to buy up all the beginner homes. So now if you are a first-time home buyer, you got to buy like a $300,000 house basically, because like then you're not competing with us because we don't worry about them. They get to be in housing. And it's going to create a schism to where, oh, Jesus Lord, this cat.
You know what else they're doing? They're taking like
what it's going to do is it's going to create a schism for those of people who have homes already. They're going to be fine, but that's going to create a new class of person because they'll be able to navigate different than people who are renters. Because if you get locked into this $1,700 a month rent, and they just keep scaling it up to continue to keep you at a point to where you can't make the transition to buy a house. Also, the houses that you would normally start off with to get out from under that payment, they're buying all of them.
Well, I'll tell you a similar story. 777's on here, so he actually might know about this. So let's just say I wasn't involved. I worked for one of the biggest real estate scams that hit the East Coast. Probably about 10 years ago, I guess about 10, 12 years ago. And they were doing this before the pandemic. And what they were doing is going into places like Newark, East Orange, Patterson, all those areas.
Saying the houses are worth more than they really are?
No, they were buying all, well, it was a pyramid scheme. That's why they got caught. But they were buying all these houses. And I'm telling you, they were buying 3-family houses for $35,000 that were just sitting in the hood.
Damn.
Throwing $5,000 into them. Renovating them.
Oh, okay.
But then they were
turning it into an apartment.
Well, what it was they would do 3 apartments, sometimes 4 if there was a basement. But long story short, the reason they got caught is because they were selling them at full market value to young kids, and it was a whole scheme involved. But that's what they were doing. If those houses sat, it didn't matter. They paid $40,000 when they purchased it and renovated it. They didn't give a shit. It could sit, but in the hood, it can't sit long. Otherwise, it's getting robbed.
Right.
You know, but long story short, they were doing this before, like BlackRock was with the pandemic, and they were buying all this up because people had no choice. Once they were all bought up and there was nothing for sale for a dirt cheap price, they were selling them at full market value afterwards for $350,000, $400,000.
Yep.
Bro, what you just talked about, that's something that I noticed as a young man, coming out of high school and coming into the world, and now, you know, getting older, that when I was younger, you could find the, 3-4 bedroom houses sitting in town on like maybe, an eighth of an acre, which is what a normal city lot is. You know what I'm saying? And get that for like $300-400,
Yep.
As I'm getting older, like when we moved to Muncie, and even when we lived over in Ohio, man, Muncie's where Ball State is, and Ball State's a pretty big college over there, man. All these houses that used to be like for like a 4 or 5 person family home, you know what I'm saying? A mom, a dad, 3 or 4 kids. If it has a bathroom upstairs, a bathroom downstairs, a couple bedrooms downstairs, a couple bedrooms upstairs, they will sit and turn the downstairs into a separate apartment, the upstairs into a separate apartment, and take it and turn it into an upstairs downstairs duplex. You know what I'm saying? And completely just ruin these old houses that were meant for families to live in.
Yep.
Just so they can make double the money off of it and do like you were saying. And then to top it off, what you would pay for the whole house when I was a kid growing up, like I said, $500-600. Now you're paying $700-800-900 just for half the house now.
Dude, where I live in Oklahoma, you can still, this is no lie, you can still buy a house in certain areas for $17,000-20,000. Swear to God, you put $50,000-60,000, even $30,000 just to renovate it and make it livable, and sell it for a profit. But like I just did a house probably about a quarter mile away. The guy bought it for $16,000. I put $30,000 into it. The place looked brand new, a small little 2-bedroom house, and I mean, he sold it for like $140,000.
Nice.
There's people
So,
that
I
are
mean-
buying up like south end of Lima, Ohio. Down there, that's where the old hood used to be, because the hood's slowly been moving from the south end up to like around the downtown and then the north end side.
Mhm.
All right. So now you for probably about last 20, 30 years, you've had a section that's like from 21st Street on the south end all the way up to like 4th Street on the south end. And this is also where the refinery is and where the old, foundries are and stuff, where a lot of people used to work that don't know more. All these houses were they were dilapidated, let go. Dude, I'm telling you what, there's a bunch of like redneck white boys that went in and bought up whole blocks down there, bought the whole blocks up, dude, and then tore down all the houses on the entire block, put up fences around the damn thing, and put one house on it on the whole block.
Oh wow! So here they had a neighborhood that they kind of did something similar with, except for they bought up the neighborhood, redid all the houses in that neighborhood, and then built a wall, dead ending multiple blocks around that specific neighborhood. Like that other people that were like already living there, they were just like, yeah, you can't drive down this street anymore, and literally built a big ass wall that was like, I think it was like 15 feet high. And like it was like a very nice ornate wall, but they built their own little Great Wall of China around their neighborhood that they bought up and redid.
I would have put a pay gate there. You can come through, but you got to pay.
Hey, you might
Like,
see
it was
a
a
bunch
wild-
of walls in the future in America.
Oh, 100%. I mean, I could see it. Like, and it's like one of those neighborhoods where there's like one way in. It's not gated, but like there's only one way into the neighborhood and one way out. So like if you go in there and like mess around, better yet, if you go in there and fuck around, you're probably gonna find out.
Me and the wife are actively working our butt off to try and buy this property that we're renting now within the next 3 years. And that's what I want. I want to put an 18-foot tall privacy fence all the way around the entire 1.9 acres.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that idea.
That's awesome.
I like that.
Seriously, I mean, well, we already got privacy fence on.
I mean, that's a little extreme. I mean,
what do you mean? Why is it
18
extreme, dude? Well, the reason why I want to do that is because where we live now, it used to be the actual country. It used to be farmland, and the farmers were having a hard time, growing anything because of the mold infestation out here that they have.
So it would keep it from blowing in, basically.
And what happened is, basically the suburbs moved out here, and now my little 2 acres is surrounded by nothing but these suburban gated homeowner association communities. So yes, I already have like I think it's a 8-foot privacy fence on the east side of the property. I have a chain link fence on the north side of the property. There's nothing on the east or the west side of the property and nothing on the north side of the property. But there is a tree perimeter too. Like, there's a big tree line that like a privacy wall of trees all the way around the outside. So that's why I want the privacy fence. I want everybody out of my fucking business.
I hear you.
What's the privacy fence laws over in your area, though? That's the thing.
Oof. I didn't even think about that one.
I didn't know they had laws about privacy fences, dude. I thought I've never been a property owner, so I've always just assumed that if you own it, you can put as long as you pay the permit fee or whatever, you can put a wall as high as you want up around your property.
No, you want to hear something really
rare. It's very rare that there's a state there actually was a case I was actually just reading about a guy who did it, and there was no privacy fence laws, but that's rare in certain towns. Like you got to look at your codes in your town, and I guarantee there's a height limit. And most of the time it's 8 feet. Sometimes it's 10.
Really?
Dang, I didn't know that.
Yep.
That sucks.
That's wild.
I mean, don't get me wrong. 8 is high, it's 10. High, but someone can 10 is high, but dude, I want at least at minimum 15-foot high privacy fence.
10 would be good though.
And then we're going to have, my goal is out front in the driveway. I want to have a keypad gate that you have to punch a keypad to get in. Yeah,
seriously. The SWAT team will be kicking that gate in. Don't you worry.
Well,
Snowman, as a
that might
homeowner,
happen.
you're gonna learn there's a code for fucking everything.
Well, look, I should have assumed, but like I said, I've never been a homeowner. I don't know nothing about it. I'm literally absolutely, retarded when it comes to home ownership. My parents never owned property. I was never taught the basic tenets of, balancing a budget. Look, dude, Rage, I didn't find out until I was, 40 years old. I was 40 years old when I found out that if you pay your bills on time, just paying your bills on time alone and not having late fees literally saves you $300 to $400 a month. I didn't know that. I really didn't.
Reese, what are you smoking, Reese?
That's important shit to know. Sorry, what you smoking
strand,
up there?
What strand you smoking?
This is what is this shit called? Grease monkey.
Grease monkey. Okay,
that's racist. You smoking racist weed, bro? Reese, you got to get off Black YouTube now, man. You fired.
Now, Reese, are you in Philly?
I just chopped down one of my girls the other day, man. I got probably.
Oh, because I see the Yankees hat. Is that a Yankees hat?
I've been wearing Yankees hats since I was a kid.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Hey,
You
Reese,
need to wear the Yankees hat, not the Philly hat.
I got a Phillies hat.
Oh, throw that away. You could burn that.
Why? They got a championship.
Oh, fuck all that.
Oh, what do we got? What do we got?
Right there.
Snowman's got sugar.
What's that?
Snowman's got that
That's
fucking
sugar.
whack. Fuck that
That's
shit.
sugar.
Nice.
I just chopped down a girl the other day, man. She took a long time too to friggin' mature, but she's hanging now.
Nice.
Dude, I didn't know what sugar was. I accidentally bought it. That's the first little gram of sugar I've ever done, dude. And that is the greatest stuff that man has ever pulled out of the marijuana plant, in my opinion.
First time I smoked a dab, I passed out.
I'm ranked number 2 in the East Coast.
Yeah, that's why. Didn't Ray give you my phone number because I was wanting to try and do some business and get some shit shipped over here to the Midwest.
Yeah? Hold up.
Yeah.
You gotta give me that again.
Bro,
wait, what are you number 2 for?
Why does
what?
no one listen to me when I send them things? Like, I hate you.
I listen, Ray.
2?
It just might take me 3 or 4 days to get back to you sometimes.
I'm trying to conduct business here, Snowman. Number 2 for what?
Hey Ray, so I'll know next month on the 14th if I got my license or not.
Oh, you apply? You sent in the paperwork?
Yeah, everything's done. They sent me an email last month, said something was incomplete. I just finished it out, got a certain paper notarized that I had to get notarized, sent it back, and they put the application in for the next month. So I'll know on the 14th. Go.
Nice.
Are you growing just flower?
Yeah, when I get my license, all I'm doing is growing flower. That's it.
Listen, the seed industry, bro. I'm sorry, the seed industry, because flower is so accessible and the price has gone down so much. The seed industry, bro, I'm telling you, look into it. That's what I do. And with the seed industry, you're talking $2 to $9 a seed. And remember, only half the United States is legal, a little over half. So the seed industry is going to be booming. That's where the money is.
Do those seeds have GMOs, sir?
Yeah, you know what? You're right. The prices are dropping, but to get started, I can do pretty well because I met some people through my job and my boss. I mean, legends. I'm talking about old white guys with white beards down there.
He said old. He said he met Grandolph.
I met a guy. I met a guy's name. He's the grandfather of hybrid cannabis.
Hey, I'll be right back. Me and Mikey got to go shoot off a Roman candle before he goes to bed.
He gave me genetics that literally no one else has.
Is that your kid?
This is what I do, bro.
Mikey, come here. Yeah,
this is what I do.
Son.
That's the
His
fruit of
name's
your
Mikey.
loins? That's
Yeah,
awesome.
Hey, Mikey. Hey,
like
Rage, put that down for a minute, Rage.
Wow,
Huh?
look at that.
He looks just like his mom.
What's up, young man?
What's up, kid?
He's got the basketball shirt on.
Yeah, he's a pretty
That
good
is cool.
kid, pretty smart. You know, he does a lot around the house, helps out.
Good job, Snowman.
you know?
You did well. You did well, sir.
Actually, what program did you get accepted into next year when you start school? The mom got in from it's an accelerated learning program. that he got accepted
Okay,
into
congratulations.
for actually.
How old is he? What are you about? 10?
He's 8.
About
He'll be in 3rd grade next year.
3rd grade.
So we
okay,
we
yeah,
can
my son.
successfully say that he got his mother's brains. That's good.
No, he got his dad's brains.
He got
Seriously,
his mother's
He got
brains.
both. He
No,
got
I'm
both.
joking.
He got both.
Yeah,
I was just
I'll give
messing
you
with
that. He got a fair dose of both. But
You guys about to
actually,
shoot some fireworks
dude,
off?
actually, with his end report card, he only ended up getting 4. He don't get A, B's, and C's. They get 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Right.
Until they hit middle school, and he
They don't
had
give
all
grades
4s,
anymore?
which would be
Well,
they gave him all
4
4s, which would be the equivalent of an A.
Like an A, yeah.
You know, and he only had, what was it, 3 3s? Yeah. But the 3 3s that he had, it wasn't for, his inability to learn. It was for sloppiness.
Oh, okay. With writing? With writing?
Yeah, his writing and being disorganized. Everything else, he got all nothing but 4s, dude. Like he would have been on it. If they had honor roll, he would have been on it.
Yeah. Hey, 3s are pretty good too, though, kid.
I'll tell you
3s
what,
aren't
my
acceptable
kid-
when it's in sloppiness, dude.
Oh man, okay.
Dude, my kid used to be so smart, and he hit 13 and 12, whatever, and that testosterone kicked in. He's dumb as a bucket of rocks now.
Oh no.
Well, see, that's what. Look, how many times have I told you that I'm trying to teach you things before you hit puberty and you turn into a retard? I'm trying to set the kid up. I know what's coming. He's 8. He's got about 3 good years left if we're lucky to possibly teach him some shit to save him.
You can tell he's a good kid, though.
I had a straight A perfect student, and he could tell you everything in the Constitution, the Bill of Rights. He could tell you everything. He turned 13. I swear he is dumb as a bucket of rocks. He don't listen. I don't know what happened.
I think it's probably in there. He just has it. He can't get to it anymore. It'll come back.
That child is in there. He is way lost.
Me and Mikey are about to be overrun in this house, dude. We're about to be the only 2 men in a house with women.
Oh man!
Me and him got, like I told him, look, me and you got to band together, dude. Otherwise, shit'll fall apart and go bad real fast.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh my goodness!
I'm telling you what, they hit 13. They're dumb. Their hygiene goes out the window. You got to yell at them to shower and brush their teeth. I'm telling you,
you could tell he's a good kid. You could tell he's a really quiet, smart. He's taking everything in. Man.
That's awesome. I like that.
Yeah, my kid's only 4. He'll be 5 in a couple months. Yes, he's going into kindergarten, man. It's a wild time for me right now.
How is your kid doing? I was going to ask you about that when you.
He's doing great, man. He's good. Really, surprisingly, they say sins of the father. You know what I mean? So
right.
I'm hoping he dodges that bullet because I was a really bad kid.
You know what's going to happen? He's going to lambasterbate you.
I don't know what's
trolling
I'm ready
so
for
hard.
It, I'm ready.
He's going to get you, bro. He's just going to start saying whatever.
I'm ready for it. Somebody asked him a crazy question. What did they say to him? They said, "What the hell did somebody ask him? Something." Oh, they said, "Is your dad?" Oh, so this girl that it's like a substitute teacher at a school, right? I was out there, and she was like, "Is your daddy a nice guy?" And he looks right at her, looks at me, and says, "No, he's mean. I hate him." I was like, "Yeah, get the fuck out of my sight, you little cocksucker." But right in front of the lady, she's a fucking. I just look at her like, "That's fucking nice, you little fuck."
So that little bitch is gonna be watching you.
Oh yeah, I'm surprised. They'll write an essay about that shit behind closed doors.
Facts. Bro, let me tell you something. I think Ray heard this story. I had a liberal teacher who found out who me and my wife were. Yeah. Oh my god, man, bro. When I tell you,
a lot in school. I'm learning that.
Bro, I had cops showing up at my house, child services. I almost went to prison. I shut them all down.
They really are and they're so fake in school. Well, it's been a long time since I was, in school, but now that I see, with my son going to school, how these people act, they're so phony and just it's a lot of oh yeah, but really, there's just be yourself. So occasionally I'll have my son's teacher swearing. I'm like, "You fucking doing this every day? These fucking kids driving you crazy?" And she starts to become herself. You know what I mean? Because she hears me like throwing the swear words in there once in a while. You know what I mean? Like, hey, you're a real person. Go ahead, let it out. Kids are fucking driving you nuts.
Psych ward, dog. It's a psych ward. High school.
It's a psych ward. Yeah.
It's a preview of the craziness in the world.
Yeah, it's like a mini jail.
It's the
like
real
a mini
truth,
jail
man.
for children.
It's
It's
real
fucking
truth.
nuts.
It's nuts. I'm telling you,
They don't even teach your kids anymore. It's like they go into school and like open up your laptop and go to the curriculum.
They get laptops. That's crazy. Like
You
that.
remember
was
when
like,
your book bag weighed 55 pounds?
Yes, they take one thing. Book bags are out of business.
I just got a bill because I smashed my son's laptop, and I told the teachers I don't want that shit home. And sure enough, kids 12 o'clock at night up on the fucking computer in his bed on YouTube and shit. So I smashed the fucking computer and they tried billing me. I'm like, yeah, have fun with that shit.
Damn.
I'm like, I warned you. Listen, I'm the dad that ran over his kid's friggin' PlayStation 4 on YouTube, okay? I'm that dad. I'm the one, I jumped in my Camaro and drove over it and backed over it because he came home late.
They'd rather take an ass whooping than you do that.
Facts,
bro.
Like, just give me the legs.
I don't have to beat my kids. I'll make them stand in the corner with a book over their head for hours. I'll make them cry, sweat. I don't.
Oh wait, what do we got here? What do we got?
And I'll make them stand like on a dog bed or something that they don't have balance.
Oh man, nice. Here we go.
This is what we're lighting off for Juneteenth.
There we go. Oh,
that's the only thing I'm celebrating.
Hey,
this
listen,
month.
man, just don't start no forest fires because I've been breathing in smoke for the past 4 days.
Yeah, I hear you. Me too.
Don't aim them towards Canada, please.
Yeah,
like they ain't got no firefighters apparently.
That's the problem with white people, man. Y'all play with fire too much. Y'all ain't scared of nothing.
Hey, you know what? That's why we're able to take shit over because we're not afraid to play with fire.
It's a shame, man.
I think you guys just predicted the next false flag. Watch for 4th of July. Watch that.
This is a 27-shot, 500-gram cake.
Yo,
you about to do that now?
I was watching the video.
We're lighting it off on Juneteenth.
This guy rappelled down into the mouth of a volcano.
I got this, and then we got like what 3 more what are they 100-gram cakes out there that are 16 shots.
What are they?
Gotta be careful with those things,
dude. I know what I'm doing.
Not you. I'm talking about him.
He knows what to do now too. Look,
okay.
I started him out right, dude. You know, first year he was playing with sparklers, and I let him burn himself with them. All right. Last year he actually he watched and basically supervised while I shot off fireworks.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I had him because I actually live streamed our fireworks display last summer, didn't I? Yeah. And it was actually
How old is he?
Huh?
How old is he?
Like 8.
He's 8.
You got to get him in some firearms training, bro. Take him to the range.
He's already been to the range, dude.
That's my boy.
Haven't you? Remember when we was living in Muncie? I took you
to a bow and arrow.
Bro, he done forgot about the guns, man.
Yeah, well, look, dude. The thing is we ain't been able to get to a range because me and mom have been so busy with. First, we had to move from there. Then we was over here where we are now, and now we got another fucking kid coming in 2 weeks. By the way, the wife's 4 centimeters dilated as we speak right now, dude. You think she's going to make it them 2 weeks?
No, she's ready to have a baby now. She's
dude,
actively
I told her if her water breaks and she on that fucking memory foam mattress that she's sleeping on, I'm going to be pissed.
I'm predicting tomorrow.
You don't have a protector on it?
No, she wouldn't let me go. She told me that she would kick my ass because I was going to go get some Visqueen from up at Lowe's, dude, and put underneath the sheet. Let her sleep on that.
That's not a mattress protector. Mattress protectors are different.
I'm gonna say July 1st.
Oil pill and deuce that crap and get it over with.
I'm gonna go July 1st,
dude. No, look, the last time me and her have been like I done the things that make babies was like 3 weeks ago. All right, honestly,
wow,
I can't do it no more right now. Nope, I don't want to be nowhere near it. Nope, no.
Right.
And
right.
For real, dude. What is going?
The story.
Bro, that look of somberness on Snowman's face right now. For real.
Hey,
Look,
Ray,
and see, the thing is he's too young, so I can't really go in like I want to right now, because then he'd be asking me some questions about some shit that I really don't want to talk to him about.
Oh my god! He said, "Snowman." To put it short, Snowman's feeling some type of way.
Natasha, his name on YouTube is Little Blizzard.
Oh, that's awesome!
That is hilarious.
Oh my goodness,
Little Blizzard.
Yep,
Snowball
actually,
funny name, like the guy from Full Metal Jacket.
Well, how he got the name is we was out doing. Me and him did a live stream where we were shooting off a model rocket that we built.
Mm.
Right? And while we were out there, everybody kept asking him what his name was, and he's like, "Man, we need to give him a little handle." So I said, "Well, let's see what." We all started sitting there trying to come up with names, and believe it or not, Cybertoxin was the one that came up with Little Blizzard.
Mm.
Oh, that's awesome!
And that's what it's been ever since.
Well, look for the mix CD.
I like it.
It's coming.
Blizzard.
But yeah, you got to go to bed, right?
Yeah.
All right. Love you. Good night.
Okay.
I can't wait for Lil Blizzard's mix CD and protest and everything.
Good night, kid. Good night, Mikey.
He said his mixed CD. Oh my goodness.
Protest.
No, like
year-olds that know how to shoot, and people talking about a race war. That race war would be an hour.
I'm actually.
All
What
headshots.
I just
Reese, say it again for me. Didn't hear you.
Listen, man. If they got 8-year-olds that can shoot, and people are talking about a race war would be an hour, literally.
Yeah, he can shoot, dude.
I'll tell you what, my kid will shoot 300 yards. He'll shoot a dime. Man, he shoots better than I do.
My oldest daughter, when she's 26 now, I think. I'm 44, and I was 19 when I had her, so that would make her. She's in her mid 20s right now. You know. Anyhow, when she was 13, I took her out to the range when we lived over in Ohio, dude, and she was taking an AR and shooting a Tide bottle and making that motherfucker dance right there down the range, dude. Like pop it go up in the air, and as soon as it hit the ground, she'd pop it again. 13 years old.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I'll never forget the first time I shot a gun. I think it's exhilarating as a child, you know. Well, not a child, but as a younger person, you know what I mean? It's exhilarating.
I'll tell you what, I took my 13-year out. I think we were out last week, and I let him use my shotgun. Bro, that shit was funny.
Oh, shotgun's no joke, yeah.
He shot that once. He's like, nah, a little too much power. I'll go back to the AR.
and I know that you were mean and didn't tell him that he had to actually. You let him hold it like he holds the AR, didn't you?
No, dude. No, he did really well. It's just that thing puts off a lot of friggin'
a
lot of all these black guys
recoil
with guns. Why y'all ain't stop this goddamn invasion, man? They just dropped.
Look, dude, we're limited to what we have the ability to acquire.
I offered to lead that war once. I'm just saying, and the invasion. I've been on that border, fully armed. I did my part.
The alien invasion, Rage.
Oh, the alien! Fuck that. The aliens don't want nothing to fucking do with us. Kidding me?
No, we're stupid. We're nothing more than entertainment.
Would you guys fuck an alien?
It depends.
Is the alien hot?
It depends on if you have a big ass and big tits.
Okay, so wait a second. If the aliens are like you remember the episode of
a female
Futurama?
alien, Ray?
You remember the episode of Futurama where they went to the land of the giants and they all were supposed to die by snoo snoo? Now, if those are the aliens, bro, I'm in.
Well, look, if they were right, and if they were like the green aliens that Captain Kirk, messed around with on Star Trek when I was a kid, yeah, I'm down with that. Look, if the organ they use operates this kind of the same, dude, green's my favorite color. That's
You're racist.
I know.
Just because they're green don't mean you're a racist.
If he wants to be a racist, he's entitled to do such. But you would think somebody that's all about stocks and bonds and money and this, that, and the other green would be his favorite color.
Oh my god! I'd call her the money and then be like, "What happened? I gotta go fuck the money."
Aliens have STDs.
Well, listen, I gotta get back on this subject though. You got to put this into perspective. I mean, you got to at least try it once.
Right.
At least
100%.
at least try.
100%.
Oh, man.
What are you going to do if you end up with a case of space black herpes or some shit like that?
I got a question. Is there anything that white people are afraid of?
Hanging around like luggage.
Yes.
Hold up, Reese got a question for y'all.
Runs
Is
around
there
his body.
anything that white people are afraid of? Anything?
Yes, Reese, there is.
What's that? Not niggas don't count.
I would say, for me personally, is food poisoning is one of my biggest fears for some reason.
Shit sucks.
It's just like a weird. It's just a weird, like, silent illness. Like, that's probably the only thing I'm not comfortable.
It hurts, dude. It hurts. I've had it.
All right, let me
Just shitting out of nowhere. You know what I mean?
I'm talking about living creatures and natural phenomena.
Nah, not really.
Anything that they're afraid of.
Not really.
Because you got movies like, what's the movie where the guy went to go die on the biggest wave ever? Every 100 years.
Point Break.
A surfer?
Yeah, because the guy in there, he went and hit that wave off the coast of Australia, and the wave was supposed to be like 60 foot high. Some shit like that.
Kilauea wave, dog. I mean, not Kilauea. That was
There's a Kamehameha wave, bro. Goku shot it.
Waimea Bay. Waimea Bay is the biggest waves on planet Earth.
Yeah, that sounds crazy.
Dude, if you only live once, you might as well get as much excitement out of life as you can.
I knew how to surf when I was in Hawaii, man. I was a nerd.
You know, and I'm gonna tell you what, the best drug is
I've
adrenaline.
never surfed.
That shit's incredible, dog. It's like riding a skateboard on water. It's incredible.
Yeah, I would try it.
It's the same physics as riding a skateboard, but a little bit different.
You know what? Sharks.
It's a lot
Reese.
different, dude.
That's what I'm scared of, Reese.
There
Sharks.
you go. Right there, sharks.
Yeah,
Sharks.
Yeah,
White people is not afraid of get the fuck out of it.
Well,
man,
look, dude, I'll tell you, there's one thing that I don't like.
Sharks and everything.
Nah,
I won't go in the
scared.
ocean. I've been in the ocean once, and I'm never going back.
Fuck that. Yeah, I hear you.
What happened to you?
I lived in Jersey where you couldn't see what the hell was around you because the water was fucking black.
Right.
Sharks are feared.
Yeah,
all I know
lakes,
is this. Look,
lakes in New
I
York
went in
are
the
like
ocean the first time, and
green.
I've grown up around lakes. All right, so I went in with the mentality, okay, this is just a big lake. No, it's fucking not. That is a great big fucking dark underbelly of shit trying to make sure that it can turn you into dinner.
I hear you. Yeah, who knows what's in a fucking lake?
Everything's trying to eat you in the ocean. Fuck that. I'm not going back.
We sharing some racial secrets.
Dude,
listen,
and
as long as
the
there's
water
no little
splashed
pink
in your eyes,
swimming
now it's
up my-
burning
my
because
shit,
it's
I'm good.
shit in it.
You want to know what black people are afraid of?
Go ahead.
Snakes.
Other black people?
Snakes.
Actually, I don't like snakes.
I don't like snakes either.
And I'm not even making this up. Any black person will agree. You really do feel butterflies in your stomach when the police are behind you and their lights are on.
Dude, so do white people. I'm telling
I
you,
didn't know
dude.
that. I didn't know
No,
that.
not me. No, Chuck, that's a lie, Chuck.
No, it's not a lie, dude.
man.
I spent from the time I was 19 years old until I was 33 years old without a license, driving without a license, constantly getting pulled over for driving without a license.
Yeah, I'll fuck the cops up. I'll tell them, hey, all my paperwork's
dude,
ready to go.
Dude, I was
I'll
a
tell 'em my
reckless
paperwork's
knucklehead when I was
ready.
younger.
They don't like pulling me over.
Yeah,
Dude,
I don't get pulled over often.
Ray, I
after
put
that.
the link to the body parts video in the chat.
Check
Oh,
this out. I
Lord.
caught a DUI when I was 19. All right. All I had to do was pay at that point in time. All they told me to do was I had to do 3 days in county jail, do a weekend DUI program that cost like $200 at the time, and then pay a $300 fine. But because I was a fucking reckless knucklehead, I turned what would have only been like maybe $700 into like like almost 11, 12-year long fucking retarded, traffic crime spree.
Damn.
And ended up costing myself, like, by the time it was done, I paid them $15,000
Damn, man.
when I was 33 years old to get my license back.
That's how they get you.
$15,000.
Oh,
they get you in
I
the
had,
trap.
dude, on my record, I had 3 DUIs. When I had no license, I had 3 DUIs on my record, and like I think it was 19 driving under suspensions.
Oh, New York State, you would have been doing about 10 years.
When they busted my grow house, they suspended my license to 2025.
Damn. Long.
Yeah, I didn't
I
grow
got
up.
an electric motorcycle.
I didn't grow up real
even need
fast, man. I was dumb.
oh no,
I think that's the best way to grow up, though, is making mistakes. You know what I mean? I think I would rather make a lot of mistakes getting in trouble. Maybe not so much for my kid, but he's going to learn one way or the other. But
Well, look, there's skills that I have learned through life that I've learned from my young knucklehead days that actually have benefited me as an adult that not a lot of people have. You know what I'm saying? I think most of us understand what I'm talking about when I say skills.
I would not change anything.
Well, you can't change anything, dude. You change one aspect of your life in your past, and it changes everything about who you are today. Just one simple thing change, and you would be a totally different person.
I would change going to jail.
Nah, man, because it made you who you are. Reese, if you wouldn't have went to jail, you wouldn't be the man you are today. You wouldn't be able to have the discussions and talks that you have with people like me.
If I didn't spend 9 years away from my kids, they wouldn't be fucked up the way.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
You never know, Reese. You never know, man.
Hey.
Nah, 9 years is a long stem, man.
Yeah,
that's
a long
what I'm saying is you could have ended up with a woman that ran off on to the other side of the fucking country and you didn't know where your kids were for 9 years. That happens, man.
I would have had my freedom to research it though.
Hey.
But you know what?
The one thing you can't make up is time, man. You can't get that back.
Yo, in terms of trauma, right? You think of the worst things that could happen to a human, right? Breaking a leg, being in a wheelchair, going blind, right? I put prison at number 2 behind being molested. And then all of that other stuff comes after that. There's nothing like losing your freedom, dog. It's like dying temporarily.
Facts.
But you learn a whole new way of life while you're there.
And you really learn how fucked up in the head everybody is when you go to jail.
No, well,
you're right, because when you're out on the street, you can pinpoint that shit right off the bat now.
I'm gonna be honest with you. About 85% of the people I met in prison, I was glad that they were there.
Damn.
They shouldn't be out here. I'm dead serious. Like, just some people zenith when it comes to intelligence, right? And it happens early in life to people that eat a lot of candy and don't drink breast milk and shit like that. They'll max out and won't get any smarter than that and just carry that low level of intelligence for decades. You know what I mean? So then you got people in their 40s and 50s, millions of them that have the mentality of an 11-year-old.
Dude, you just described my fucking sperm donor.
Bro, like, I feel triggered, bro. Like, leave me alone. I love candy. All right, bro. Like, quit coming at me like this, man.
Yeah, but prison's a whole different aspect, man. You learn a whole different world and way of living there, you know?
I've never
been there. You learn some serious discipline in there, too. Valuable lessons that you can't get anywhere else.
I've never been. Look, dude, I've never been incarcerated other than for a weekend. One time, and when that happened, like I said, I was almost 20 when they finally incarcerated me for that weekend for that DUI. I'm gonna
tell you something, man. Machismo is not what people think it is, man. A lot of that shit is fake. In prison, you really learn how pussy everybody is, man. I tell you, you gotta understand what a gang is. Gangs are protective custody.
Yeah.
Look, Reese, I'll be honest with you. Reese, I'm gonna tell you something that I don't tell a whole lot of people because this is gonna make me look like a scared little, white bitch.
You got fucked.
Jail, all right? And so I'm gonna share this with you. When I finally went to jail for that DUI, they put me in Allen County in Ohio, all right, which is where Lima, Ohio is. If you know anything about Lima, Ohio, that's also where LCI is. That's where there was another prison that was there too, and it's actually the prison that John Dillinger was held at, and where Al Capone was held at before they were sent to Mansfield. Right. But anyhow,
did you get fucked?
When they put me in county jail, I remember I was already nervous because at this time I was only like maybe 2-3 years out of high school. So imagine Mikey, only 5'11".
Okay.
All right. I weighed 145 pounds soaking wet when I got out of high school. So by the time I was 19, I was probably maybe 150, 160 at best. Still wearing.
Let me interrupt real quick, Chuck. When you say you were scared, I'm not trolling you. What were you scared of? Just being alone in a
No, I was scared of the fact that I was walking into a place and I was the only white guy other than one other scary white guy in the place, in a dorm that was holding about 45 black folks that were all sitting there mean mugging me like fucking what's his nuts off of fucking Friday.
But that's
how I felt when I walked into the Green Monster in Rahway, New Jersey.
But most likely they didn't fuck with you though. It was all mostly
with me.
Right. It was in your head.
No,
No,
you know what?
no,
Honestly,
they did
like-
fuck with me. It
Oh,
wasn't
Yo,
in my. It
When a
wasn't in
white
my
guy
head.
comes to jail, yo, he becomes a star damn near immediately.
No, actually, I didn't become a star. I'll be honest with you. If it wasn't for some if there was a black dude in there that was probably about your age now, Reese. What happened was they brought me in on a Friday night, and look, there were so many people in there. It was overcrowded. There weren't even any bunks. They gave me a mat and a pillow and a wool blanket, and I had to put it on the fucking floor and sleep on the floor.
They told you to lay it down.
Right.
Hey, yo, I got a quick chronicle for y'all,
well,
right?
breakfast. No, it was
Hold
lunch.
up, Reese.
My bad.
Lunch come around, and they on the tray we had a big ass helping of goulash, and there was this young black dude that was probably a couple years older than me. And this, look, you got to think this was Lima is, dude. It's always been riddled with gang violence and shit. Always had been. I'd known it my whole life. You know, this dude come up and he looked at me right dead in my face and he said, "You're giving me your rack right now." And I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about, rack?"
Damn.
He's like, "That tray right there with that fucking goulash on it. You're giving it to
tray,
dude." And look, man, without fucking even thinking, I was scared as fuck. Without even thinking, I said, "Oh, really? You want this?" And I did pick the tray up and I threw it across the fucking dormitory and bounced it off the wall. I said, "Go eat it off the floor, then." The dude drew back and he did hit me in the fucking face, and then he went to hit me a second time, and there was an old black guy just about like Reese in there, and he hooked that dude's arm up and he said, "You ain't touching that white boy." He said that white boy came in here completely outnumbered and still stood up for himself, and I know he's scared to death. He said, "Whitey, you come over here and play dominoes with me while the weekend you're in here." And that was where I learned how to play dominoes from an old guy.
Damn.
In county jail. I was fucking scared to death. I ain't gonna lie. I was scared to fucking death.
Damn.
The whole time.
All right, Reese. Story time. What you got?
That's fucked up.
So look, I was in federal prison also, right? And the kind of people I met in there is next level criminals. I'm talking terrorists, mobsters, and bankers, stockbrokers, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah,
you were in the mountains, Reese.
Yes, I was. Allenwood, Central Pennsylvania.
Okay.
40 inches of snow we got up there one day.
Mm-hmm.
But there was a kid in there, 17 years old, and this white kid stole. He hacked into the U.S. Armed Forces finance computers.
Damn.
And took 1 penny from everyone's check in the entire armed forces, all 5 branches, everywhere stationed around the world.
How close to $1 million did he get?
He had checks coming to his house in his name for thousands of dollars. His parents didn't even know he was doing it. He did this shit for like a year and a half. I don't even know how much money he stole. But they caught him. He was a superstar. All we wanted to do was sit around the table and talk to this guy. Right? Little kid, 120 pounds he could have been. Right? In the middle of the night, they just came and got him. And the reason why I know that is because he didn't come out to breakfast.
Oh, shit.
Look, there's a certain way that you move inmates around when in prison, in federal prison. A truck comes and gets you in the morning and takes you wherever you're going. I've never, ever seen anybody, after the 9 years I did after that, after meeting him.
You're saying he disappeared?
I've never seen anybody get taken anywhere in the middle of the night.
Shit.
He did not come to breakfast. We didn't hear anything. Everybody was like, "Yo, where's he at?"
So they Epsteined his ass.
He's in Leavenworth.
So look, everybody had his state number. Now there was a way to find out where someone was in the federal system as long as you had their state number, because you can get pen pals and stuff like that.
Yeah.
When we got to our destination, I got with a couple guys. We looked for this guy. Nobody could find him. To this day, nobody knows what happened to him. I even found 2 guys on social media. There's only like 2 guys that I was in prison from that are still alive that I could find because I know their names. Nobody knows what happened to this kid.
Damn.
Nobody. The officers wouldn't tell
he got off for information.
Nobody knew shit.
He got off for information. So what happens is he was useful to the corrupt ass ABC organizations, and they took him out of there for work.
They wouldn't let him use the phone. They wouldn't let him go to the library and use the phone. They took his rights away. They said he was too smart.
God damn.
Listen, they used him. They wanted to use him, and I guarantee you that's where he is. He ain't serving prison. He served FBI prison.
This was back in the 90s, like 94. I think he's on television today. So
dude, he probably ended up down in South America with the Jim Jones cult.
Bruh. I'm telling you, if you're going to be a criminal, you might as well be that level of criminal so you can just get a job.
Well, dude, if you think about it, what he did was actually really kind of genius because who's going to notice a penny missing?
Nobody ever said anything about it around the world.
Well, that's just like the worm virus.
Yep.
Listen, when that worm virus was created and it was taking a penny out of everybody's account, think how much that guy made.
Yeah.
Reese, what's the worst thing you saw incarcerated, Reese?
I saw a cop die in front of me, man. He winded down. I watched him turn, like, his skin go pale, and I watched him tick away.
Oh, damn. Okay, so what did he get? $150 in the throat?
I saw a guy get a blanket party and get stabbed to death.
Oh,
okay. He couldn't move. He couldn't block anything that was coming. They threw a blanket over him. His arms were pinned down. About 10 Spanish dudes came up with knives and was stabbing him through the blanket. They had his face covered so nobody would hear the screams.
That's the Latin Kings.
They didn't find out he was dead until like the next morning after breakfast. Saw
the
blood
Latin
dripping
Kings
down
did
the
it.
side of the bed. I saw some real vicious stuff in prison, man.
You said the Latin Kings?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Oh, okay.
Saw them stab the shit out of us. I saw them stab 4 or 5 dreads out of somebody's head.
Yeah, they love stabbing you.
Oh, hell yeah.
Latin Kings love the stabbing, though. They love it.
Prison is a savage environment, man. You really see how savage human beings can be. We were cooking on a toilet that 5 people were sharing.
Or a stairwell.
Food that we were going to eat.
Or the stairs.
Yeah, that too.
Or the stairs. Reese, did you join? You don't got no affiliations in there, do you? Or
no, I would have never made it in a gang. I got too much pride, too much. Yo, I'm an athlete, man.
So you stayed neutral in there the whole time?
Yeah, I couldn't join shit. I started studying Islam. Here's another funny story too, right? So I come into prison, and you know how you quarantine from everyone else for a little while, right?
If you go to Islam, that you're like you're deemed like they can't really fuck with you, yeah.
I was really young.
Wearing one of the multicolored fucking doilies on your head.
Watch this though. So I got to jail.
You said doilies.
I'm supposed to be in quarantine for 7 days, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they let the quarantine guys use the gym one time, so they let us go in the gym for an hour, and I dunked on a couple people. I'm killing them in rough house. So some dude that works in the gym where we are, he comes over to me. He's a regular inmate. He's not quarantined. He says, "Yo, man, who do you play for?" I'm like, "I don't play for anybody. I just got here." He was like, "Look, man, come holler at me when you get out of here. You can come play for the Muslim team." I'm like, "All right, no big deal." I wanted to play for anybody at that point. Next thing I know, I'm not even making this up. The CO come up to me that night. "Ward, pack it up. You're moving." Remember, I only been in quarantine 1 day now. I'm supposed to be there 7 for medical reasons, so that I don't come in with some virus and cause a pandemic on the compound, which happens from time to time.
Oh,
right?
Jesus.
That's what quarantine is for. Medical clearance. They have to do tests on your blood and everything else they do to make sure it's safe for everyone else. These motherfuckers got me moved out of quarantine in the general population in 1 fucking day. That's how much power these Muslim niggas had. I get to my cell. It's all this free shit there. Book, soap. I'm loving
trying to buy you.
Nah, they wanted an ally. It was playoffs.
Oh shit!
Ray,
Came in the middle of the playoffs.
Ray, watch that link I just put in the private chat before you show it.
All right. I helped these motherfuckers win a championship, man. Long story short, they started teaching me about Islam, right? So I started going to their meetings and learning. I bought some books, spent some money. So I'm reading something.
Mute yourself while you watch it.
The Hadith is supposed to be the story of Prophet Muhammad's life. So I'm reading this. I get to the part about his wife. Now, I was a smart kid in school. It turns out that Prophet Muhammad married his wife Aisha when she was 6 years old. Not only that, it was his best friend Abu Bakr's daughter.
Some sick shit. Old, yeah.
Right? And then he consummated the marriage when she was 9.
So you were done with...
I was a straight A student in school. I know what consummate means. You know what I'm saying? I was like, wait a fucking minute. I'm in prison and these niggas in here for... No. This ain't... So I went back to the imam. I was like, yo, man, I ordered a book. I paid $60 for this book. This book is fucked up. There's misprints in it. I think the 2 is broken or something. This ain't cool. And this motherfucker said, "No, Aki, nothing was wrong with the typewriter. Just close the door behind you. Let me explain." I was like, "Explain?"
Fuck that.
I'm going back to the tier.
That's a rough,
Everybody
rough
explained nothing to
situation.
me.
Yeah.
I slowly I didn't just go burn my Quran on a tear. I would slit my fucking throat.
That's what they don't talk about too.
Eased on out of Islam slowly,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
I played for the basketball team the next year, all that good shit. But I couldn't fuck with it. It was like a gang, and I noticed as time was going on,
yeah, they're heavy.
they were using it as a crutch to walk around with your chest out and be tougher and be aggressive towards other men because you knew you had this army behind you.
They're
And I wasn't
heavy in
feeling
there.
it. I always thought that was a coward move.
Yeah.
My father told me to face the world alone.
Right.
Like a man with your head held high.
Man alone. Fuck that. You got something that's too heavy, take it the fuck apart.
Right.
Carry it piece by piece.
Dang.
And put it back
Dang, you
together.
said take your dumbbells apart, bro. Like, don't take
man, I couldn't do it, man. As much glory it was in those ranks, and I just saw too much corny shit that just didn't sit too well with me. Corny shit, man. Grown men that can bench press 400 pounds. Huge beards and shit. Oh, man.
Dude, they're probably going to die by the time they're 55 from their heart being put on under so much stress.
A lot of them have, man. A lot of them have. I'm telling you. I've watched so many people die in my age group that I went to high school with. And there's only 2 people alive from the tier I was on. 2 people. I'm number 3.
Damn.
And a lot of those dudes were younger than me. A lot of them.
Look, I don't know about you, but reality hit me when kids that I went to school with, I started hearing about them dying.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like a kid I went to school with died from a heart attack. There's one girl, it was at our 20th high school reunion. A year before we had the reunion for our 20 year, she died giving birth to her last child.
Damn.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. But she was one of them women that rather than abort the child, she knew that it could. They had told her, and she knew that she was potentially risking her life. And she said, "Well, that's what I was here to create life. And if my life ends, so a new life can be created, I did what I was here to do." You know. And,
dang.
Hey Ray, I got a question for you, right? Because you're still kind of young. So
okay,
this is something you may have run into, or maybe not. Have you seen a woman that you went to school with that was a perfect dime? Everybody wanted her, and now she's 300 pounds.
Okay, so not necessarily 300, but I definitely had a run-in probably about a month ago when I was out with the chick that, club scene, she was like the chick, right? And then we go out and it's like everybody's like way older now, and like she showed up and she looked like a keg. She was built like a keg. Okay. And she was running around, and it was weird because this is how weird men are. I didn't realize how annoying she was until she was built like a keg. Because she was doing the exact same shit that I know for a fact. I'm like, logically in my brain, I'm like, oh, she's just being her. And I'm like, but stop talking to me and stop touching me. Like it's like none of this stuff is acceptable. And she was like one of those girls who would get drunk and become obnoxious and belligerent, but like since she was cute, everybody was trying to smash, so it was just like, oh, like whatever, she's just acting like she's acting. But like as soon as she turned into a keg, it was like, this is no longer acceptable.
I got a question though. Have you ever seen the reverse and see a keg turn into a dime?
Dude, yes.
I have. My buddy, a buddy of mine growing up.
Amazing thing. Just as amazing.
I never have.
A buddy of mine growing up that I used to hang out with when we were going to the teen club, because we used to have teen clubs here. His older sister got knocked up, and literally, I'm not even joking, she got like 8 times hotter through the pregnancy, had the baby, and then just stayed that hot. Like it was ridiculous. I was like, and she was cute, but like she leveled up like 2 pegs, and I was like, how does that even work, dude?
That was
like,
an alien.
Facts. Facts.
That's the first time you got into MILFs.
Right? Right. I was like, oh, this can work.
Any of y'all got gym memberships? Any of y'all got gym memberships?
No.
Yes.
Yo, I have seen some transformations in the gym that will blow your fucking mind.
Yep.
I have kids. I don't need a gym membership.
A lot of people that are like, when they get near the 300 mark, there's nothing you can do there. Like if you lose too much, you're gonna have hanging skin. But I've seen 250 come down to 130 and look tight.
Yeah, but then they got all that loose skin. I had a guy, Bobby,
Not
who was
all
about
the time. Not if you do it
350.
slowly. If they do it slowly and it takes years,
yeah,
it looks right. But if they cram, like you see somebody walking 20 miles on the treadmill every day, they're gonna have hanging skin in a few months. I've seen that too.
Listen, I trained. I mean, I used to be a big motherfucker. I trained to be a professional wrestler. So when I was in the gym, man, I was benching at that time like 495, and there was a kid, Bobby, who was working the counter, and Bobby was probably about 380 pounds, pushing 400. I swear to God, within 6 months, he was down to 125 pounds. He looked sick. I'm like, yo, Bobby, you got to put on a little bit of fucking fat. But he had all that loose skin, and when they did that surgery, man, it was just that shit looked like hell.
That's
315 is
there's another surgery that goes with that to take care of the skin. That's where they get you.
Shit.
Yeah, but that skin surgery, bro, I'm sorry to say, that scarring from that skin surgery, it's never going to fucking look good. It might make them look good with clothes on, but they're still going to be self-conscious, probably more self-conscious after that surgery than when they were fat.
I would say fat's better than loose skin at that
Damn
point.
right.
Fuck it.
Dude, you know how jealous I am of fucking fat people? I'm going to tell you right now, and I hope there's fucking fat motherfuckers watching.
Yo, let's go. Let's do it.
I am so fucking jealous of fat people because I have a high metabolism. Yeah, I'm built and everything like that, but it takes me so much time to fucking gain that weight. You motherfuckers have something to work with. Like, I'm jealous.
Right.
Yo, do you know how hard it is to gain muscle, dog, and gain pounds? When you
I've been fighting to get to 200 for like since I graduated high school, bro. Like, I've been just trying to get 200 pounds. I can't do it.
Got to increase your macros.
14 years old, bro. It took me from 14 years old till I was 27 to hit that 248 fucking mark where I was huge. And mind you, after 210, I had to take fucking steroids because there was no way I was packing on any more weight, no matter how much I lifted.
Watch this, Mike Rage. I'm going to tell you about something. See, I'm the type of person who I can notice something in the room with 1,000 people and 999 of them won't notice it. That's the kind of, I don't know. It just happens to me like that, right? Tell me if you guys notice this. When you're walking down the street, you have to move out of the fat person's way.
Always,
100% of the time. It's natural. You're not afraid of them. They're not bullying you. It's physics. So you literally end up working for them your whole life. You can't walk a fucking straight line in society.
Actually, if you think about it, it really breaks Einstein's law of relativity, because bigger mass should be attracting smaller mass to it, but in this case, bigger mass is repelling smaller mass away from it.
But listen, that's respect. That's respect for fellow man, though. Like no matter how big I was and how jacked I was at the time, I couldn't fucking move. I was retardedly big, and I was like 3.5% body fat. But naturally, I would move out of fucking people's way.
I'm at 8% right now, at 53.
Dude, I haven't been to the gym in 3 fucking years. I'm still built from construction.
That's me a year ago.
How old are you?
53.
God fucking bless you, because I'll tell you what, I have no fucking ambition and drive to go to the gym. And you know what's funny? Listen, I'll tell you a fucked up story.
That's calisthenics, right, Reese? That's calisthenics.
Listen, I train like I got a prize fight every morning, dog.
Listen, I worked out with a black dude, Freddie, man. I'm going to tell you what. Freddie was 70 years old. This motherfucker looked like he was 40. He was fucking jacked. And I'll tell you what.
I'm going to be that.
Dude, we didn't lift any fucking iron weights. Everything was sit-ups, push-ups, pull-ups, fucking nonstop, repetitious. And we would fucking try to outdo each other. Now, this motherfucker's 70. At that time, I was 30. And we would try to outdo each other. And this motherfucker, I'll tell you what, that was my best training partner I ever fucking had. And then we had this other dude, Machine, that worked out with us. He was good too. But that was my best training partner fucking ever, hands down. And poor Freddie, his heart gave way and he passed away, which really sucked. And I was sad to hear. But I'll tell you what, I'll never fucking forget that man. Never.
No, you know what my secret is, dog? It's water.
What's that?
Water. I drink a gallon of water every day. I won't drink anything but water. Nothing.
Dude, I drink nothing but coffee.
I'm surprised you ain't dead yet.
I drink nothing but coffee and gin.
What'd you say, Angry Snowman?
I said, I'm surprised you ain't dead yet. You're a vegan.
Vegans live longer than meat eaters. Meat eaters are the ones that got pills in the
What are you talking about, dude?
Wait, you're a fucking vegan?
Yeah, he's a vegan.
Bro, I thought I had another brother from another mother, and then I find out you're a fucking vegan.
In his defense, he grew up in a liberal city, bro.
Yo, I thought I had a brother from another mother, and now I find out he's a fucking vegan. That's it.
Yeah, dude, look, he's an ex-felon vegan pot smoker. It don't make sense. It defies the laws of thermodynamics.
There's nothing like a big fat fucking steak with grizzle, bro. I will eat that. I eat steaks fucking 7 times a week. I swear to God. And I eat fucking good steak, filet mignons, and I eat fucking ribeyes. I love fat marble. I eat fucking ribeyes, T-bone.
Listen, here's the benefits of being vegan. You ready? All right. Here's why I'm vegan. I like it when women, beautiful women, the top women on this planet, half my age, throw their pussy at me.
Literally nobody. Do you tell them you're vegan? Like you walk up, you're like, I'm vegan. They're like, here, get some pussy. Like,
yeah, but have you checked your insides? Have you literally checked your insides? You know what shit happens to motherfuckers you don't eat who are not carnivores?
Listen, man.
Pea green?
Huh?
Is your pea green?
He does it for the organic type, the vegan bitches. That's what he's saying.
Bro,
that's what
every
does
chick
it for
he
them.
puts down smells
Being
like patchouli.
vegan, I get to walk around on the planet.
For the vegan bitches. Look, dude, I'm gonna tell you what. Reese does not discriminate when it comes to pussy.
8% body fat, right? I got 800 pounds of PSI, pounds per square inch, on my straight right hand and my straight left hand, right?
But how's your insides?
Perfect. I've never been
sick.
Bro,
I'm gonna tell you what. You ever hear the story?
Oh, Jesus. Murda's asking these questions.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you. Vegans, bro. Did you ever hear the Steve-O story when he went vegan and he went to the doctor and the doctor was like, yo, what the fuck have you been eating? His insides were like hard as a fucking rock and fucking tainted with garbage from all that fucking vegan shit. I'm just telling you, bro. You may be a strong motherfucker. You look jacked. I'm sure you can hit hard, but check your fucking insides, bro.
I'm gonna do it for a month.
So Reese doesn't eat processed stuff. He just eats like buckets of blueberries and lettuce.
Yeah,
he doesn't get like
he goes outside and gnaws on like dandelions and pine cones.
Reese, what's your diet, Reese? Give us a breakdown.
I'm a farmer. I grow greenery for a fucking living. And I'll tell you what. There ain't nothing like a big fat marbled fucking steak with that dripping ass grizzle on the fucking end. I'm gonna tell you what, I'm a meat eater. I'm a fucking carnivore. No. I got goat meat in my fucking fridge. I'll eat fucking any kind of meat there is.
Listen, I used to eat hammerhead, shark, deer, all kinds of shit, bear, whatever the fuck was on a plate.
That's good for you.
Remember, my family. I got white family from upstate.
Have you ever ate an octopus tentacle, Reese?
Huh?
Have you ever ate an octopus tentacle?
Yes, sir.
So have I. It's disgusting.
Yes, no, aliens get here. Both of y'all are going into a cave.
Listen, Galamon is the best shit you're ever gonna fucking have. A little lemon on that motherfucker with some Parmesan cheese.
When I turned vegan, listen. When I got turned vegan, I got stronger, faster, immediately, smarter, quicker. My memory got better. My temperament changed. When I was a meat eater, I would shoot your mother's house up.
And you're from? Are you from PA or no?
Yeah, I'm from North Philly. I'm from hell, dog. I'm from the worst place in the world.
You're from meat from ninjas being ninjas from fucking Pennsylvania.
Oh, I'm from the worst place in the world. That's why I changed my life.
Hey, dude.
So like, what is your diet?
He's really lived.
What's your diet?
I'm going to eat tomorrow morning. I'm going to eat.
I'm from Jersey. Philly wasn't a hop, skip, and a jump.
What is it, Reese? Let's break it down for people.
Tomorrow morning, I'm going to eat about 6 bananas. And about 3 juicer cups that's going to have
6 bananas. You want to know what I'm going to do? I'm going to wake up. I'm going to cook some fucking natural.
I'm going to drink like a quart of water. Make some juicer cups with kiwi, blueberries, strawberries, blackberries, apple.
Dude,
pear.
why do you want to eat the same shit they were feeding Harambe?
Now, what's your lunch or dinner though? What's your lunch and dinner?
Lunch, I'll get a bunch of potatoes with cooked vegetables, and I eat the same thing for dinner. Just switch up the vegetables.
Yeah, you want to know what?
Sometimes I make. Wait a minute. Sometimes I make lentil.
Tomorrow
soups.
I'm gonna go out to my chicken coop, bro, and I'm gonna grab fucking chicken eggs. I'm gonna eat some natural ass chicken eggs with some fucking greasy ass fucking hash on the fucking side, and maybe some fucking fat ass bacon. I'm gonna enjoy that shit.
There's a downside to this shit, though.
Breakfast sound heavy metal with all them F-bombs.
There is a downside to this shit, though. I have to eat literally all day long, and it
because you're hungry.
$60 a day to eat.
Because you're hungry, right?
Huh?
Because you're constantly hungry.
No, I do a lot of shit. My job is physical. I run.
That's
2
my
miles
cousin, Ray.
I run 2 miles and work out in the morning.
She lives down in Florida.
Well, listen, regardless, I respect you because of your age. Keep it fucking healthy. I gotta give you fucking props on that
People
shit.
don't even believe me, dog. I gotta show people ID. The kids at the basketball court asked me for ID. I took my hat off and showed them some gray hair. There's your fucking ID right there.
Oh my god.
Nah, bro, I give you respect for that, bro. Keeping it up at your age because I ain't got no fucking ambition. I work so much.
Listen, there's a thing called male menopause, and it's real. At a point in your life, you're gonna look at and you're gonna be like, wait a minute, I'm getting old now. I know death is ahead of me.
Right.
Now I'm not, not sharp.
There's something called TRT to battle that shit.
You're gonna start wondering, are the women gonna still? If you're used to catching women, like I am when I was a young kid, I caught them by accident, hundreds of them.
Dude, I'm trying to get rid of the women I have in my life now. Why do I want more?
I don't want that to change ever. I want to be 60 years old and still have women.
There's something called TRT, bro. There's something called TRT. Real fucking easy.
Well, he just wants to do it with bananas, bro. Let him eat his bananas.
Listen, I'll tell you what. You eat your bananas, and I'm gonna inject myself with some testosterone twice a fucking week, and I'm just gonna chill.
No, what it is Reese is sitting here eating vegan, trying to be healthy so he can get more of a headache, more stress, and end up dying from a stroke that was caused by the very thing that he was trying to chase after.
Are you talking about pussy?
Yes.
Yes.
Exactly.
Man,
I understood that loud and clear, so man.
Women are medicine. It's the best medicine on earth.
He said he's going with the Farrakhan method. Get you a woman.
I'll tell you what.
Now having a wife is like having grayscale. Now being single is different. Being single.
Let me tell you something. My wife is a fucking dime. I got the best wife in the fucking world. Does anything for me, and I do anything for her. And I'll tell you what. I'm perfectly fucking. I don't need to chase pussy. I don't even look at fucking pussy. It's not even worth my time.
Well,
actually,
when you don't have a wife,
look at it though, Mike.
When you don't have a wife and you're old as fuck, you still.
Bro, you want to know what's funny? I'm gonna tell you what.
In the game,
with the type of wife I have, I don't even look at pussy. I don't even need to look at pussy. Honest to God, you'll never ever catch me looking at another fucking chick.
Wow.
I'm gonna look at him for you.
I'll be straight up with you. All right. When the boy was in here and I was talking about, the whole sex thing. Look, why I ain't trying to have sex with the wife. I ain't tried to have sex with her since that damn thing in her belly keeps getting in my way and disrupting everything, dude. Right. But it hasn't stopped her from making sure that if I want something, she'll take care of me. Straight up. You know what I'm saying? My wife, before I met my wife, I was never faithful to any woman I was ever with. Ever. Wow. Ever.
Oh, dude, I'm the same way.
I hear you though.
My wife that I've been with now for the last 10 years is the only woman that wants, and I even cheated on her when we were dating. Within the first 6 months of us dating, and but when we got married, no, dude, I really don't have no desire to be around women. Women annoy me for the most part.
You want to hear something fucked up? You guys don't know about this. So, long story short, I started a website that I should have stayed with because I would have been a millionaire by now, which was live interaction fucking porn cams.
Oh, Jesus, fuck.
I made a motherfucking fortune, just to let you know.
Well, this was a family-friendly show.
Listen, I'm going to tell you something right now. during that time, I was married for 12 motherfucking miserable years, and every chance I could get to cheat on that bitch, I fucking did. And I ain't gonna fucking lie about it. Until I
hated
met
her.
my wife.
Hey, bro, my last baby mama, I cheated on her with her cousin. That
Listen,
looked almost like her.
Until my wife, anything that had a hole got the rage. I swear to God.
You motherfuckers just buried the manosphere for all times. I have
Got
never
the
cheated in my life. Never. I haven't never cheated on a girlfriend, not even once.
Really?
Fuck no.
Bro, let me tell you something.
Y'all
Because I was a big motherfucker. Because I was a big motherfucker, I bounced at a strip club for the mob for fucking many fucking years, and I'm gonna tell you what, the shit that happened. If I told stories, you wouldn't even fucking believe me.
I sold cocaine in the 90s. I know all your stories.
Well,
Look,
actually,
my wife is awake right now.
Reese was there. Reese was there, Mike.
Reese was in the strip club at the time.
Some way, shape, or form, we might have known each other.
Reese was the one dropping off the escorts at people's houses and picking them back up when they were done.
While he was selling coke, I was bringing in cakes through the Diamond District with the fucking Hasidic Jews, just to let you know.
Damn.
You wouldn't believe the people in the world that snort.
Listen, I used to bring in 3 cakes of
allegedly, folks. Allegedly.
Ain't no allegedly. That's bullshit.
Allegedly.
I got indicted and went to federal prison. I knew a pilot that snorted cocaine. How's that? Put that in your pipe and smoke.
That's funny.
I was lucky in the fact that I knew everybody around me. Let's just say that. So if there was ever wind that I was hot, I can go cold. So even though bringing in 3 cakes a fucking week, it was all big transactions. I didn't have to worry about fucking shit. But that's what
I'm talking about, like a birthday cake, a sheet cake, a wedding cake.
No, I'm talking about a fucking kilo. I'm talking about a raw ass kilo straight from fucking.
I've never even seen a kilo.
Straight up fish scale, raw fucking kilo that you got to cut and recompress.
Dude, that stuff that Ghostface Killah talks about on with the Wu-Tang fish scale
in the late '90s, early 2000s. That was some fucking crazy shit.
Hey, you know how much kilos were back in the day?
Crazy ass political white guy. Trust me, I've been in some shit in my day.
Hey, I know. I don't know if y'all know what the cocaine prices are like now, but do you know how much a kilo of cocaine was in the early 90s?
About 20,000.
Yeah, dude, I used to be able to get 2 balls for $100.
In Amsterdam in New York was probably like 19,000, or you can go to Miami and get one for 15. If you look, it was so sweet. I'm not even making this up. You can literally just go to the airport, wake up out and get out of bed, yawn, go to the airport, book a flight to Miami. Bam, you'll be in Miami before lunch.
Yeah, but dude, I didn't even have to
go
do that.
Find some cocaine. Watch this, yo. Go find some cocaine, buy a half a kilo of the shit, put it in your fucking pocket, in your underwear, get on a plane, do the same thing in Miami, be back in Philly for dinner. It was that sweet back in the day before 9/11.
Yeah.
But dude, listen, the truth is, listen, I used to get it. I swear to God, the Hasidic Jews used to smuggle that shit in the Diamond District. No lie. And I'm sure fucking someone's watching is going to fucking try to shoot me now. But we used to get 3 keys straight, uncut, fucking never had to fucking worry about a goddamn fucking thing. And I'll tell you what, these little motherfuckers that were scrapping a nickel and diamond on the street were selling 0.6 for the same fucking price as a fucking gram, making a fucking fortune as we were making a fortune. And you know what? When everybody went to jail and I got to a point in my life, I had to say, it's time to go legit and find other avenues. But I'll tell you what, my life now and business now is so consistent. I can never replace what I have now. You get what I'm saying? That money back in the day was quick money. You can have $100,000 in your fucking safe, but guess what? When you go to prison for some odd fucking reason and that safe is hooked up to a chain and ripped out of your fucking house, you'll learn a lesson real quick. And that's true story.
Rage, keep it real. You know what they did with Jimmy Hoffa, don't you?
Listen, it's not about. All right, so let me explain something about Jimmy Hoffa that people don't understand about. So
I knew it.
No, I want to explain something to you guys. So no one knows me and they don't know my name. I come from one of the biggest mafia crime families known to man. I mean, you could Wikipedia my fucking family and they're fucking everywhere.
Okay, I want to stay on this fucking stream.
No, let's just get that straight. Jimmy Hoffa wasn't even a fucking mobster. Okay, he ran.
I'm not saying he was a mobster. I'm just saying you know what they did with him, don't you?
No one knows what they did with him. No one knows what they did with him. I don't know.
You do.
I don't.
Allegedly,
I know where he's at.
He was
I have
eight.
no fucking
He was
listen.
ate by
I have
pigs.
no idea where anybody is at, but I can pretty much tell you about anybody. Put it that way.
He ended up in over one of them hog slaughterhouses over by where Reese lives, right?
He was ate by pigs.
Okay,
But-
hold up. We're shifting topic because we got two things we got to talk about, and we always do this. But you know what? It's a
Go ahead.
New
Say-
sheriff
say
in
the
fucking
topic.
town. Second half of the topic because we broached and talked about some real estate.
Man, we went all over the place, man.
Yeah, we did. So
what we do.
hold up a second. So
What a
the
great
thing that I
show,
was
too.
getting at, the thing that I was getting at with the group economics as far as the real estate's concerned is if you're gonna have to live with roommates anyways, one of you should at least aspire to get yourself in a position to where you can actually purchase the house and then you can control the rental situation. And I think
True.
moving forward, that's going to be one of the things that should be looked at as house hacking. It's very effective. The video I'm going to drop in the morning goes into detail on that, has some resources in there. So definitely tap in for the Future Finance episode tomorrow morning. Now,
Nice.
the next topic, second half of this, is the U.S. running crypto out of the United States. So I had a bunch of people. I had a bunch of people asking me about this one, so I'm gonna go in. We're gonna talk about it. So first off, the first thing that I want to say is this, for those of us who are already in the crypto market, is great for us. I'm gonna expound on that here in momentarily. But what's going on basically is the SEC, which is an archaic system. Yeah. That like literally they haven't updated their rules since the 1900s. Like it's like ridiculous. But they want to be in control of the crypto market. So what they've been doing is they've offered no actual regulations, and then every year they just sue people for money, and they get them to pay them off to go away. It's very high level extortion,
like the mob.
basically. And what they've done is they've gone after Binance, which is a very large global platform, and Coinbase, which is like America's pride and joy as far as like first entry into crypto. Not necessarily the greatest place if you don't like unless you like getting nickel and dime for fees, but it's easy to use and it's a good platform to learn on. And it was like basically the first legitimate professional looking platform in America. And they've been asking for regulations since 2014. Been asking for it. What do we need to do? How can we be compliant? Going out of their way to be compliant. And the SEC went after them also. Like nobody's safe. The only reason that you would do this is if you're trying to clear the way for the financial powers that be in the United States, like our top five,
JP
to actually run that market now that they want it. They're like, we want that. Get everybody else out so we can do it. Because they don't want to compete. They're not trying to do that. But so like they have these lawsuits going. So what's actually going to happen is we are going to get regulation eventually, but it's going to be after they figure out a way to bar middle class and poor people from getting into the market, period. And I've told people this multiple times. I'm like, when they shut this down, because like I don't know, like in all honesty, America is experiencing a vast amount of brain drain in regards to the cryptocurrency space because everyone else is welcoming these people in, and we're pushing them out. And if that's the play for the future, we're blocking ourselves out of the future. And it's not us; it's these entities that are not representative of the people that they're supposed to be serving. They're not serving American citizens. This is another attack. Like they're closing doors on ways for you to get ahead. Your rent's $1,700. You're trying to figure out how to get ahead. You're not able to save money. Your 401k is doing terrible because they're manipulating that market also. They don't want you to have any attempt to even have an opportunity to have any kind of sound money. So they're going to block you out of the cryptocurrency market. Like, what options are you having? They're shutting doors. They don't want you to own homes.
You know what that reminds me of, Ray, real quick?
What you got? Go ahead.
It reminds me of when they did this with Square, when they realized how Cash App was being used, right? They said, well, wait a minute. And then PayPal, they were like, well, wait a minute. All these people are using Square, Cash App and PayPal like this. Then they created... was it Zelle, right?
Yep.
They created Zelle. And when you ask yourself, hey, who owns Zelle? This is the 4 or 5 biggest banks. They all came together. If you actually look it up, all the banks came together and created Zelle. I think Bank of America is one of the biggest owners of the company Zelle. But when people go, what is it, peer-to-peer, right? P2P, PTP or whatever the fuck. So when people use that, that's the banks that own that. And eventually, I think, who I think is going to purchase PayPal pretty soon? I think Apple's going to buy PayPal. I wouldn't be surprised to see that.
Yeah.
But anyways, go ahead.
Or
Coinbase. That would be a good acquisition for them.
100%. But like Coinbase is so big that they're buying companies. So like you can't you know
Apple
what I'm saying? Like they're
Coinbase though.
Yeah, but would they sell? Like
Would
Coinbase is in
for the right price.
very
Wouldn't you sell? Shit, I'd sell myself for the right price.
True. Also true. That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Coinbase,
I'll give you that.
sure.
I'll give you that. That's a fair assessment. But as they're closing these doors, what'll happen is they'll do basically what China has done, because China, coincidentally, just sent Coinbase a public invitation. They were like, "Hey, come set up shop over here. We want to do business."
Right.
But what China did before that, though, is they drove everyone out of the market in China, and they were like, "Cool, until we get a handle on this, we're banning it."
Right.
Now China's bringing everyone back in. Oh, what's going on?
Calculated.
What's up,
It was
Angel?
a calculated maneuver.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey, Angel.
So
hey, bring me up to speed. I'm sorry, I had to jump off and give my wife a shot real quick.
Crypto.
No,
but hey, before you say what you have to say, I just want to thank everyone for what they did last weekend there.
All right.
Did you? The question. Hold on. From a follow up from last week, did you get a stripper?
If $15 is enough, then okay. It was only one donation.
Get you a lap dance, bro. You'll get in the door and get at least one lap dance. I'm just saying.
I just have to find where to go to get it.
Just get a hooker, Angel. Just get a regular.
I know. I love you, Reckless.
Oh my goodness, brother! Like, no, it's good to have you up. What's going on, Mandro? How are you doing tonight, too?
What it do, man?
Good.
Angel?
So catching
right.
you up. So
listen, you tell people what came out last week or earlier this week.
Yeah.
When I saw that, because I saw it earlier this week. When I saw that, I just laughed at it. I just laughed. We are our own worst enemy, dude. We really are.
Yeah.
It's like I'll tell you when you're done. I'll tell you like where I first accepted that as a realization of life, that America is its own worst. I'll tell you that when you're done, man. It was when I was in the military, and like I'm gonna tell you some shit. Like it ain't classified or nothing like that, but it's stuff that people don't know.
Well, you ain't wrong, Mandrell. We do have the government that really does represent the population correctly. We do.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Most of the population of America are idiots, and so is the government. So I mean, they're representing.
Right.
They are representing the population. They're dumb.
Oh God, it's so I don't.
No, I mean, it is truly a representative government. I mean, I'm just saying we got what we wanted.
Yep. If you're dumb, it represents you.
Oh my God. Oh my God. You're not wrong.
Listen, I'm telling you, that and the press. Oh Lord.
Hey, are you celebrating? Are you guys celebrating Juneteenth this weekend?
That's the only holiday I'm celebrating this month. What are you talking about?
Hey,
That's all I'm celebrating this month.
Like I said, Ray. We should do a simulcast that night too, man. And we'll live stream shooting off fireworks and all that stuff, man. If we're barbecuing, we'll barbecue while we're live streaming, all that shit, man. For real. Let's make it lit. Let's take Juneteenth and turn it into an actual real American holiday.
That would be that. Okay, you know what? Something that
that
belongs to everybody in America.
Let's create July 10th. Let's go straight to the next month.
Yeah, be like, and America was freed too.
Let's do another month. Let's do July 10th.
Yeah, listen, everybody. I'm gonna jump off. I gotta go take care of my wife. She's not feeling well right now.
Oh no. Tell her we hope she feels better, dude. Like I understand. I'll text you later. I'll text you.
I mean, listen, people don't know. My wife's been sick for 15 years, so it's hit or miss when I got to jump off. But everybody be good.
Absolutely,
take care, Mike.
You as well. I'll check on you. I'll check on you tomorrow.
All right, bro. Talk to you later.
Okay.
Have a good night, Mike.
Hey, Reckless,
Later, man.
I'll come back up just as soon as I'm done smoking this crack.
Okay, cool.
Jesus
Kids don't smoke crack. Oh
His
my
wife, his wife is tough. After 15 years of being sick, I would have called it. I would have said, "All right, fuck it, throw the white flag."
I mean, it's the thing that's interesting is like when you have people who like you see battle illness, like it's one of those things where like I would agree with you, except for that's just not how our brains are generally wired. Like we're like there's something in us that just is just like survive. Like what are you talking about? Because like I always say that if I lost an appendage, I'd be like, yeah, I'm calling it. Like I can't do what I want to do.
Out of here.
And people lose all kinds of appendages, and they're just like, yeah, I'll be a stump, dude. Like sign me up. Like, let's keep pushing, bro.
Listen, I'm telling you, even when I was in the Army, I told everybody that. I told my parents that. Listen, if I get an arm or leg blown off, I'm eating the barrel. I'm eating the barrel.
I wish you are.
I'm not coming home.
Mandrell said, wherever I am, I'm eating it there.
I'm letting you know now. So whatever cockamamie story they come up with, I got hit by a fucking bus, a bolt of lightning. No. An arm or leg got blown off, and I did it myself. You know what I mean? I'm not coming home fucked up.
Oh, man.
Oh my goodness!
I see so many of them commercials with them.
Mandrell is officially the definition, the living embodiment of come home with your shielder on. You're like, what happened? I dropped. Fuck it.
I could lose an arm, not a leg, though. I could lose an arm.
No, fuck that.
I mean, I don't want to be that guy.
You could take my left arm.
The guy with the prosthetic, you know what I'm saying?
Nope.
Yeah.
Oh, they look at something. I don't want to be that guy.
Wait, Mandrell, but what if as technology moves forward, they can get us prosthetics like the cable arm from like the X-Men, bro? Like now, if I could get a cable arm or leg, I'd be signed up for that.
That would be all right, but we ain't got that.
Right, that's true.
Especially when I signed up. When I signed up, like, I mean,
Ray wanted to be a new Mortal Kombat.
You know, medical technology wasn't where it is, anywhere near where it is today. Like,
it still ain't that advanced right now.
But here's the thing: if you look at the past 20 years of war, if you knew how much we've learned, like it is incredible. We made a quantum leap of like repairing nerves, reattaching limbs. Yeah. We made a quantum leap in that knowledge that we had. Like, if you look at the Mayo Clinic and the stuff they got going on, and it's because of veterans who went over there and got fucked up. And they come back, and then you get the chance to study and practice,
like the skin grafts and shit.
Yeah.
Guinea pigs for that shit, man.
Yeah, of course we are. Yeah, of course we're guinea pigs. Like you go to Walter Reed, no, nothing. But
man, I don't go to the doctor. I'm serious. I don't go to the doctor. Fuck that, man. You only go to the doctor to find out that you're about to die. That's it.
I ain't seen a doctor since the mid '90s.
Mayo Clinic is awesome, but that was me, Ray. I told my parents, "Listen,
he said I'm not doing it."
I'll be quite honest.
I'm not coming back home. I did it myself.
I'll be quite honest.
I'm just letting you know because I've thought about this and I made a decision. I'm coming back either coming back whole or not at all. You know what I mean?
Hey, I respect a man that has a plan, though, dude. For real, you had a plan, and you were going to live through it.
Right, and my thing is, it was before I went on my second deployment because the first one, like it was like World War II. That first deployment, it was a good introduction because nothing else after that shocked me. The first one was like, okay, this is what war is. Like it was like World War II, dude. And that's where you see the bombs and the planes and all that shit. And then that's when you learn when you're getting shot at without looking. Like if you hear a pop, okay. No big deal. It's close, but it ain't there. You hear a crack. Oh shit! They're shooting at me. That's like you learn whether you're getting shot at or not, like just by hearing it. Like that was first deployment. My first deployment. It was a big eye opener, huge eye opener. I learned a whole lot. It was like okay. So the second one, I was kind of ready. I saw a few guys get banged up and get limbs blown off, and I was like, yeah, that ain't gonna be me.
Damn.
I could probably live through it, but no thank you. I'd rather just go ahead and check out. You know.
No. Oof.
And so
Yeah, that doesn't
that's
sound
what did
fun.
it. That's what did it for me. I was like, I'd rather just go ahead and check out, man.
Yo, you know what's shameful, man? The amount of people that have offed themselves from that little situation.
Yeah.
I think it outnumbers the people that were actually died in the towers.
So what now?
I think the number of people that have offed themselves, soldiers, right, has exceeded the number of people that died in the towers.
Oh, but they did. We passed that a long time ago.
That's sad, yo.
We see
What
that
was
a
the
long
towers?
time ago, man.
The towers was about what, 3,000 people?
I think
2,000?
3,500
Yeah.
give or
We
take.
took a bigger loss defending that shit.
Yeah,
Well,
we were at war for 20 years, man. I mean,
But I mean, I like when I think about that, dude. I think my reference point is the Lusitania, man. Like there ain't nothing that you're gonna tell me that's gonna tell me that everything and every system that we have to defend this country failed on one single day, and then we went and destroyed a country that didn't have the shit that we said did it and didn't send the people that did it.
It's insane.
and the crazy part is,
I'm just like,
look, Reckless. Here's one of the things I was going to tell you. The whole war in Afghanistan, the war on terror, would have been done in 6 weeks.
right,
6 weeks. Here's the thing: we got hit with those towers, right?
right.
Month and a half later, because I know some guys who live in CAG. That's another name for Delta Force, right?
Mhm.
They saw Bin Laden, like they could see him. They know there he is. Like me, I saw him on satellite. I knew where he was. I came home.
Wait a minute.
I came home. Look, my sister started asking me questions. We're by ourselves. I pointed him out. He's right here. Here's where they got this stupid military school of theirs. It's like their version of West Point.
Yeah.
Half a mile this way, he's living in a house with a stone gate around it. Well, if we know that, why don't we go get him? Well, I said, now 6 weeks after the Twin Towers fell, we could have got him then. But people started thinking, wait a minute. If we stretch this thing out, that checkbook is going to come with a lot of zeros on it.
It's good for TV too. Yeah, it's good for a TV.
Literally, that's what it was. Now look how much money Halliburton made because Dick
Bullet
Cheney was on board for it.
Yep.
Look at all the other Boeing, Lockheed Martin.
Yeah.
Look how much money they made. And then, like, Halliburton was charging the government $30 per meal. So one plate of food in the chow hall was $30, and the government paid Halliburton that money.
That bullshit y'all was eating.
Isn't Cheney part owner of Halliburton?
Yes, he is.
That's jail food.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So look at how much money they made, and they looked at that, and they're just like, "Nope, do not engage, don't do it." Like
So they're
that's how good our military
is on
is.
another nation's oil, and then making you guys pay for horrible food just so they can get just a little bit more money.
It ain't just a little bit more; they made a fortune. So I'm just saying, it's like Tom Cruise said in Tropic Thunder, lots of money. They made a fortune, dude, and like that's how good our military is. We got the Twin Towers got hit. Everybody's still running around confused and dazed. The military, 6 weeks after that, oh, there he is, right there. We can kill him right now if we want to. Now what? Because they know that once you get rid of Bin Laden, what happens to the war on terror?
There's no boogeyman.
Right, it's over. Yeah, it's over.
Do you think today's military?
That's how good we are. 6 weeks later, we found you in a place where Russia went in there and spent years there and just got ran out. You know, we found you in 6 weeks in a fucking cave in the middle of nowhere. No roads out there. You know what I'm saying? No cell phone towers. There's nothing out there. We still found you in the middle of nowhere. You know, in 6 weeks, we got you in our crosshairs. So it's like that's how awesome the American military is. People don't know that because of the decisions made not by us, but by politicians and those fuckos over there in Langley.
That's what I was about to ask you, Bandrell. Do you think today's military is as effective as the military that you were serving in after 9/11? You know, before they put rainbows on all the different branches, flags.
I think that they are, as long as they don't lower the standards. It will
I
always.
thought they've already lowered the standards, though.
But they haven't for special forces.
No, not for special forces. Like he had
But isn't
3 or 4 women?
special forces is just such a small part of the military, isn't it?
But they do most of the work.
But here's the thing, dude. Here's the thing, dude. You just have no idea, like how much of that it was us. You know, so now Fallujah, that was a combination. Like Marines went into Fallujah, and they kicked ass there. Shout out to the Marines.
Didn't they have Army reserves there too?
They didn't do anything. But you
Yeah,
had
they were basically there holding the umbrellas for the Marines to shade them.
Basically. So you had
here's a fun fact for y'all. I passed Ranger School in '89.
But see, the thing is, Ranger School is kind of like the gold standard.
Ranger School's like Boy Scouts.
No, it ain't.
Hell, dog.
Yeah, no, it ain't.
Much worse.
No, it ain't. Ranger School is fucking hell. Look, you've never been hungry until you go into Ranger School. You've never
hey,
been
dude, I'm
sleepy.
just talking shit. I've never been in the military, so I have no clue.
Tired until you go into Ranger School.
Yo, they drop you somewhere with a map and a weapon and say, meet us here in a week.
In Florida.
No food.
Yeah, right.
My best friend told me that in order to actually graduate from basic when he was in the Marines, he said the last test was they gave him 1.5 MREs, his canteen of water, a freaking compass and a map, and dropped him off in the middle of the fucking woods and gave him 3 days to get back.
Yeah, there's some training that does that. Like Ranger School is tough for people, like sleep deprivation and hunger. I'm not sure if there's anything worse than that.
I used to do that shit myself just for fun.
Maybe Delta selection does it. I'm not sure. That's the only. I think if I had anything that I regretted, that would be the biggest regret. I didn't even get the chance to go to Delta selection because I wanted to, and I had planned to go, but I wanted to cut my teeth in Green Berets for a few years before I jumped up to another selection course.
Oh, okay. Hold up, Mandrell. I want to get Murda's question for you because that was specific for you. He said, other than the paycheck, what was your ultimate goal for joining the armed forces?
Well, I didn't join for the paycheck. I mean, I already knew that the military didn't get paid money, But I
don't get a lot,
yeah. I knew they didn't get paid money, so it wasn't for the paycheck at all. My reason for going.
The fuck is Reese doing?
I don't know.
I'm not having a baby. The wife is.
I don't think we want to see it.
Reese's camera is both upside down and looked like it was in between his legs.
Right.
He's eating orange peels and shit.
Well, the thing is, I think it's something I
vegan
always
life.
I was going to say that's some vegan shit, man.
My reason for joining the military, I was like, okay, several reasons actually. As a kid, I always grew up liking military stuff. My dad was in the military. Both my
travel the world, right? You want to travel the world?
No, not that. No. Both my grandfathers served in World War II. I had a great uncle who served in Korean War, an uncle who served in Vietnam. My father served in Desert Storm, Desert Shield, and he was serving in that current conflict, Iraqi freedom and enduring freedom, right? So here I come out of college. I graduate college, and I come back home, and I'm like, okay, I don't want to live here anymore. So I got to figure out something, but I got to move. Oh shit, I ain't got no money. I guess. And then so I went to the Air Force recruiter. He was a prick. So I said, nah, fuck that. So I went to the Army. He said, you went to college? I said, yeah. You got student loans? I said, yeah. We'll pay them off for you. I said, wait, all the student loans? All the student loans. I said, well, where do I sign? You know what I'm saying? So I signed, and they held up the end of the bargain. So when I got in there, I saw that's when I learned like what was available, what was not.
Mm-hmm.
I went to airborne school, after basic training. I went to airborne school, and that's when I got from Ranger Battalion. Ranger Regiment came up there, and a Green Beret shows up. One guy says, "Who wants to go to RIP? Ranger Introduction Course." I asked, "What's RIP? Ranger Introduction Course. It's a course you go to before you go to Rangers, before you go to 75th Rangers." I said, "Oh, okay. I don't know. Who wants to go to Special Forces Selection?" I knew what Special Forces was. I was like, "What happens to us if we don't make it? Whether you come back here and go on you come back and you go on your regular track of what you originally signed up to do." I said, "Well, there's nothing to lose then, right?" He said, "No, not really." I said, "Okay, yeah, let's go."
Half people don't even make it through the march.
Right, and see, exactly. And
oh no!
But the thing
march
is,
the first thing. Half the people are gone.
Talking about the Rook March?
Yeah, half the people. That's the first thing you do.
First thing they do is give you a PT test, and then you do a 12-mile Rook March, and 15. It's time. That's what the first. I mean, day one for us was like 12. But that's after 0 days. Day zero was day zero. They smoked the shit out of you for 5 hours. You know, so you start off with with a class of nearly 400. You end up with less than half of that in the first 5 hours.
Damn.
People just falling out, quitting. It was just we had less than half in the first 5 hours of SS selection because people were just quitting. You know what I'm saying? It's like they can't handle it. So you know, I went through that, and then next thing you know, I thought I was gonna come back with a story like, yeah, I tried out, but I didn't make it. You know what I mean? Like, and describing what the process was and how difficult it was. I thought I was gonna have that story. No, I went there, did the best I could, and I was like, oh shit, there's nothing here that I can't actually do. So I just did what I could, and at the end of the day, I think there's like 17 of us left, and they chose 8. So I got selected. And then I went on to the Q course.
The other thing wasn't your original MOS like it had like way more PT than everybody else?
The physical fitness. Yeah, my original MOS had. I was like, why do we have to be in such good shape to do this job?
Was it 11B?
No, it wasn't 11 Bravo. It was 92 Romeo.
Oh,
parachute rigger.
11B is fucking critical.
Yeah, 11 Bravo. That's infantry.
It's bullshit.
That's infantry. Yeah, I'm like, why would you sign up to be a regular infantryman? Go to the range.
Well, the judge. Never mind.
Oh, I got you. Yeah. Anyway, you got in trouble and told the judge, I changed my life. I'm gonna join the military.
When that motherfucker said you can go to Hawaii, I was like, I don't give a fuck what 11B means. I'm going to Hawaii. What I didn't know was that they were the first people chosen for any conflict, and you had to be the baddest motherfucker.
Because y'all halfway over there already.
And listen, man, it's right. And when it's 98 degrees and 98% humidity, and you got to do a 20-mile march.
Damn.
20 miles, dude.
Yeah, see, our first rock march in day 1, because it starts off with day 0.
Dude, you tropical people, you should be able to handle that.
Dude, no.
What do you think?
No.
What do you think?
No,
Wait a minute. What the
that.
fuck do you think with them 50% that dropped off in the first 5 hours?
I'm telling you, the brothers.
Dude, it couldn't be the actors that ain't got no melanin.
Look, I swear to God, I was the only black guy in that class to get selected.
Damn. I was like one of 6.
Right, you know what I'm saying? So it's like the rope march after that 12 rope march, a few days later, we had to do another one. That felt like 20. Because we're going forever on that rope march. I mean, I know I did ask, and they said one of those marches was 20 miles. I said, which one? Can't tell you that. Okay. The fact that he said, but the fact that you don't know the difference tells me that I've done my job. So, okay, cool. Because I really couldn't tell the difference. It was just a long fucking way, carrying 45 pounds on your back.
Yo, there's a lot of psychological bullshit. It's
a lot, yeah. It's a lot of psychological, and that's the thing. Once you get selected, the first thing they do after that is give you an IQ test. You know, you get a couple of days to rest and whatnot, but the first thing they do is give you an IQ test. So if you're dumb, nope. You know, nope. And the thing is, what keeps you off is that you don't know what the standard is of anything. You're like, how fast do I have to run these 5 miles? Just do your best.
Oh, yeah. By the way, your fellow soldier comes before God, your mother, your kids, and everyone else. It's your brother and then God and your mother.
You don't leave anybody behind. Yeah, that's what throws you off. You don't know what to do or anything. Do your best.
It's even in the songs in the morning while you're running. Fuck your mother and your kids and God. Pick up your weapon and your knife and your rod. Am I lying, Mandrell?
No, he's not lying. That's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy like that.
Crazy, dog.
Those cadences, man. Like that was my favorite thing about basic training was the crazy shit drill sergeants would say to people.
Oh my God.
The craziest. I thought I was gonna get in trouble for laughing. Ray, I thought I was gonna get in trouble for laughing.
I did a lot of push-ups for laughing, dog.
Right, I did too.
I was a bad mother. That PT test wasn't shit to me. I got in so much trouble.
Right.
Listen, back in the 90s, we used to peel potatoes when we got in trouble.
That's all right. Yeah, I had to do KP. I never had to do that. Like, not one time.
Man, listen.
Yeah.
Oh, Mandrell. Huh? Murder asks, have you ever thought about continuing your enforcement career as a SWAT or special intelligence?
They wouldn't let me be a cop.
What?
I actually tried.
You like the universal freaking soldier. What do you mean it wouldn't let you be a cop? Literally, when I call the cops, I want Mandrell to show up.
Right. Special forces destroy the target at any cost.
Because what they did was they asked you to turn in my DD-214. That's the document you get with what they can put on it as far as your military experience, right?
Yeah.
So everything you did, every school and all that stuff. Oh, well, there's a problem that we think you might have PTSD. I was like, well, how do you figure that? Well, with your combat experience, I mean, I don't see the others anyway where you don't have it. Like, what would that matter? You know what I'm saying? Well, we don't. You're at a high risk of having an incident out on the street, and we can't have that.
You could have just told them to be like, you ain't gonna have me arresting Africans, are you? I drove through town. I ain't seen none out here.
They probably looked at his combat performances and said, "No, this guy's a bit extreme."
Right. That's
give him a badge.
That's basically what they did
in this conversation.
Well, no, you know what? Honestly, Mandrell, I could tell you exactly why no police force will want you on there is because, like, if they get into some fuck shit, you ain't the one to have around. Like, if they're actually not following the rule set that they're supposed to, because there's nothing that they can do to you, and you could do a whole bunch of stuff to all of them. Right. Like, you're the problem.
Because like you get down several times. I'm like, look, okay, you go to jail. Well, I don't want it. I don't care what you want. I don't care what you want. Just get on the ground, man. I mean, just follow the order.
Well, I mean, I don't think you'd have an issue with that. Like, I mean, most of the people that I've talked to that have had military training, when they look at police work and the people that are actually running into these issues, it's not necessarily your SWAT team. Like, when SWAT gets in trouble, it's because they chucked a grenade through a window and they didn't know that there was a kid in there. That's when SWAT screws up, generally speaking. Like, but when you have like these police systems that are actually corrupt, a person like you is a problem, because like you could put down a bunch of police officers. To be honest, like, they ain't built for that action. Like, you're well above their pay grade. So if like
do that,
because the thing is with us, Ray, marksmanship is a thing.
Oh yeah.
You are going to go to the range. Yep. You're going to put rounds to target in your spare time.
Yep.
We want you. They wanted us to think about marksmanship in our sleep, and they trained us that way, literally.
I could take off your mustache at 300 yards, yo.
Right. You know what I'm saying? And it should be accurate. Like, they really do train you like that. Marksmanship is no joke. But for me, I like shooting guns.
Yeah.
So for me, I was in heaven. I'm like, fuck this. I can do this all day. I don't give a shit. Are we gonna be here at night? Because I love night shooting. With NVPs, night vision goggles. We had that. Yeah, I loved it.
You ever do a 30 for 30?
Shooting, man. Huh?
You ever do a 30 for 30?
What's that?
You hit all 30 shots, 30 targets?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, but
not many people can do that. Out of my whole company, only like 8 people did it.
That's your company. They didn't train the way we did, man. You can be out there.
He's like, all we did was shoot.
That's why I was chosen for Ranger School, though. That alone is why I was chosen for Ranger School, and my PT scores. I maxed out with the 92 push-ups, 82 push-ups, 92 sit-ups, 6-minute mile, 5.5 minute mile, some shit. I can't remember. It was way back.
I never maxed out a PT test ever. No. I can max out the push-ups. I can max out the sit-ups. The run, fuck, dude.
Dude, running is terrible. It's awful.
Yeah. And the thing is, for me, I was always a sprinter, right? I can sprint. Yeah. I'm fast, but I can't maintain a 4-minute mile for 2 miles. I can't do that, man.
You know what? Playing ball helped me out a lot, I think. I never stopped playing ball in my whole life. I've always been able to run like a deer.
Right. Like, I can't maintain a 5-minute mile for 2 miles. I was like, fuck, dude.
But the real question is this, though, Mandrell, honest question. In your entire career as the elite of the elite, how many people did you have to run and catch? Did you run and catch anyone, like, ever?
Actually, a couple of them.
What? You ran and caught people?
Yeah.
With your hand.
Dude, war was no fucking joke. If we wanted to bring people, look, it depends what you said is. We want this guy, bring him in alive. And then the rest of the mission briefing is, okay, here's where he is. Okay, here's what's going on. Here's where he is. Here's the topographical view. Here's what's going on at this point. This is going on over here, blah, blah, blah. You're going through that whole thing.
Yeah.
And there's some times, man, where I mean, your mission is to bring that person in alive. So,
I mean,
I can
crippled
shoot you in
is
the leg.
alive, Mandrell. Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I was like, crippled's alive, bro. Like,
the
that's
thing
subjective.
is, here's the thing: I might hit an artery.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, you have that choice, and you're definitely a marksman enough to do so. But if I can take you down with my hands, and I know I can, why run the risk? Just come here. Plus, this is more fun. I like using my hands. Like no shit, it got like that. It got like that. Fuck you. And the more you're out there, the more lives you take, the more your friends you see go down and not come home or go home fucked up. The more fuck 'em gets in your system.
Yeah.
The longer you're out there, and the more that's going on, the more fuck 'em gets in your system. And by that time, it was set in pretty good for me. I mean, to the point where you know how I am about Africans.
There is some anger involved in war, you know what I mean?
Right, yeah. Ray, you already know how I am about Africans.
Yep.
You know, Mandrell, you're up here sounding like a white supremacist of color.
No, Mandrell had a whole ass experience, bro. Like it was so bad that I'm like, bro, I'll be looking at Africans here sideways now. I'll be like,
bro,
man.
no, I'm just saying. Listening to you talk, I think that you would be safer at a Klan meeting than I would.
I'm just saying, like it gets to the point. But what I'm saying is, it's like war makes you like that, you know. And sometimes, Chuck, you know, sometimes you have to adopt a part of that ideology, kind of, to be effective, because it takes effort to get it out of you. Because it gets to a point where you think that all Muslims are bad, which is not true.
Yeah.
You know, it's just not true, and you know it's not. So, but then you know you go to Africa. And they either your first encounter, everyone's midday. First of all, if you eat Africans, you hire an African, anything past like midday, like past lunch, they're worthless. They're absolutely fucking worthless. They all get up there, they get hopped up on cot. Yeah, they get fucked up on cot, and then they're done for the day.
What's cot?
No, it's like it's a leafy thing. They either chew it, make it into a tea, or they smoke it.
Oh, okay.
And they get them high. You know what I'm saying? Everybody over there does it. All the men over there do it, and they all do it at the same time of day. It's weird. it's weird.
I've never heard this in my life.
I'm telling you, the Africans, they do. It's called cot. Now, either that. Now, then, when I got into a bunch of gunfights with them, okay, we're somewhere, right? And we had a gate between us and the public, but they're out there running a protest for whatever reason. I'm still unclear about what the fuck that was. All right, we're guarding this place, and we're in civil, you know, for the most part, civilian clothes, right? So, but I'm still combat ready, right? The pants I had on, they weren't gonna rip. You know what I'm saying? I still had on boots underneath my pants and all that stuff. I threw on some body armor. I went out there, and I'm trying to get this crowd to stop before they break down this gate. And then a couple of them made it over the fence, right? And so that's when it got down to hand. I mean, because these people didn't have weapons. I did, but you know what I'm saying? And I ain't gonna lie, that shit was fun. I got to beat people up. And
this is why you can't be the police. Like,
right. It was fun. I got to beat people
Yep, he's
up.
a T-9000 running around seeing everything as a threat and a target.
Right. But here's the thing. Later that night, they left, right? A lot of them left. Which is okay, they get mad, just regular protesters. It's nobody, there's no actual threat here. Okay, then they're going somewhere. And what we found out is they went and started doing brown. That's another drug.
What the fuck is that?
It's a combination of cocaine and gunpowder. And they snort it, and it turns them into fucking zombies. Because
that's like smoking weed with embalming fluid.
Right. So we would shoot them, and they didn't feel anything. They kept coming. If you didn't turn off the computer, if they were able to move, they were coming for you. So it was that was the weirdest, scariest, most fucked up night of my life. Holy shit.
For those watching, imagine World War Z, but Africans.
Yep. Yeah, it turns them into zombies. They didn't feel anything, dude. Like you had to kill them.
And the zombies.
World War Z was Sally Struthers asking for donations to help fund it.
It was crazy. It was crazy. Man, bro. I mean,
look, he's upset right now. Like,
so from that day,
It's
yeah,
a
from
whole-
that day on, it's a thing. It's a thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like nobody should ever be able to fight that hard ever.
So-
God damn, dude.
It didn't make sense that they wouldn't stop coming, did it?
No, it didn't make sense. It's like you see,
It like defied all the laws of physics and reality, and
Well, I mean,
I
at
think
that
they're just
point,
made
like,
different over there, anyhow. Man, to be honest with you,
it was that stuff that was snorting the brown.
Well, hey, sorry if I've been quiet for so long. I was listening to you guys talk there, but I wanted to say, Mandrell, that I love your humor there, man. Every time you speak, it feels like a breath of fresh air.
I'm waiting to hear some of Mandrell's really dark humor because I know it's in there. I know it's in there.
Oh, it is, man. I mean, like
Hey, Ray, show them the video, man.
if you
no,
like,
which video? Which video?
The body parts.
We're okay.
Yeah,
Hold on,
I mean-
I gotta proof this out first. Hold up a second. Oh, okay. I got you. Hold on. Let me share it.
This is nuts.
Wait, I'm bringing it up. Hold on. We're gonna react to this together.
All
I'll share
right.
the trauma. Okay, here we go. Hold up. Let's go.
Details here at 5:30. 2 Pennsylvania men are tied to a disturbing case, trafficking stolen human remains. Prosecutors say they bought and sold body parts from the Harvard Medical School. Action News reporter Becca Hendrickson looking into this bizarre story. Live for us in Spring Township, Berks County, where police helped take one suspect into custody.
I'm just gonna point out that lady looks like she just got done throwing up. Like she's disgusted already. Like she, like she just swallowed like what was left of lunch. Like this lady's like, I can't believe y'all sent me out here. She's about to go file a case for reverse racism because they got the white lady out in the field and the black woman's in the office. Like this is so bad already that I don't want. Reese, I hate you for this. I'm just gonna throw that out there. This is bad.
I love it.
This is white people shit.
Yep.
Oh my god. Okay,
Wait
so let's
till you see
keep
this.
it going. I'm just saying this lady looks disheveled. Like she saw some of the parts.
Wait till you see the ringleader.
You tell me how many
Okay.
funeral homes or morgues you've ever been to that were run by black people.
Zero. Every bit of zero.
Okay.
I have
'Cause-
never met a
Press
black
play.
mortician ever in my
No.
life.
Press
Ever.
play.
Okay.
But I've
Okay,
met some
here we
really
go.
weird white dudes, and they always seem to be like as big as Lurch from the Addams Family.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. We about to learn something today. Let's go.
Shari police and the FBI arrested Joshua Taylor at his home just a couple miles from here yesterday. They say that he was either having body parts delivered or bringing them from Harvard himself to his home. His neighbors completely unaware. In this house.
Hold up a minute. They getting
were
body
unaware?
parts from they're getting body parts from Harvard. Like,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah.
Right? Like what are you thinking?
White people
I
don't
thought they
fuck
were
around,
going to be
man. If
getting
they're
them
gonna sell
out of
body
a
parts, they want the best.
bro. Like I
Wait,
thought
yeah.
they were getting body parts out the sewer,
I told
out
you
the
she was
out
nuts.
the. Oh my
Yeah, like
God,
my
this
thing is, hold
crazy.
up. How did they figure they was going to get away with that? Like, what they were not going to miss him?
No, these are.
Oh,
I
man.
guarantee you, these are body parts from people that they sold their bodies to science
Don't
after
you
they
got
died.
signed for that shit though, and like give it back? What the fuck?
No,
Oh,
you don't, dude. My wife's dad, when he passed away, he actually gave his body to science, and they don't. You don't have to sign for anything. The wife, you know what she got when they were done with him? She got a letter in the mail
Toes.
telling her where they buried his ashes.
I demand
Oh,
to be cremated.
Jesus. Okay, let's keep it rolling. I got okay. So they come from Harvard. Bodies come from Harvard. This lady is disgusted and sad, and let's keep
Yep.
it going.
She's just mad because she
In
knows
this
it's white
house
people
on the end
shit.
of Girard Avenue in West Lawn.
It's creepy. It's really creepy.
And this is the dude who lives next door to them.
Right, dude.
Like this,
The fucking
every part
crypt-
of this.
They
story-
interview the crypt keeper.
Oh my God! Like
I love it.
this is exactly what I thought it was going to be. Actually, like the house looks haunted. Like there's a bunch of ghosts trapped there now.
You know,
The
something
neighbor's
fucked up going on
creepy.
there.
He ain't even got all his teeth, bro. Like what? Hold on. Let's
It
see who
gets
popped
better.
in.
It gets better.
Oh my God. Okay, here we go.
Lives
I'm
46-year-old
not
Joshua
accepting
Taylor,
this
who
buy.
federal prosecutors say paid more than $37,000 to buy body parts stolen from a Harvard University morgue.
I says, now I know why all the FedEx trucks and the like were running up and down the street. I thought somebody.
Wait a minute. They are shipping the body
FedEx?
parts.
FedEx? Really? People are dumb.
Well, he said there was a lot of trucks, so it must have been a lot of body parts.
A lot of FedEx trucks driving up and down the street. Good Lord.
Oh,
It's
my
moments like this
God.
that make me so proud to
It
be.
gets better. I promise you.
Oh, how does it get better? This is so sad. Well, this dude was in the Air Force, so we got to thank him for his service, most likely, and that explains his
Don't think
level
that guy.
of.
He was in the Air Force.
He probably flew over Africa. Leave him alone.
He didn't fly over shit.
He didn't
That's
drop
the
any
funny thing.
bombs.
The
So
Navy
fuck him
flew over
too.
everything. The Air Force don't do shit.
He didn't drop any bombs, so fuck him too.
He got you to
He might be an
Africa.
albino Tuskegee Airman or something.
Yeah, he did get me there. Fuck him for that.
He said, "Fuck him for that."
Oh my
And he
God.
got me. Some blackout pilots got me out of there. So thank you, fellas, for that. You know what I'm saying? I literally think that he's like, man, nobody's ever think of giving him a ride before. I'm like, fuck it. Yes. Like, true story. I actually thank the pilots. Yeah, I actually thank the pilots for getting us out of there. Man.
Makes sense. Shit.
Once we landed elsewhere, I was like, fuck, thanks, fellas. Appreciate that shit. I said, was it that bad? I said, you have no idea. You have no idea.
You just like looked him dead in the eye and be like, man, we all saw some shit.
Yeah, man.
The FedEx and
Okay. All right. Okay. So apparently this gets better. We're thanking Reese for this.
Does it?
Somebody was getting their daily contact lenses.
The Berks County man is one of 6 people charged in the trafficking case.
Oh no, Snowman! Why does that look like your cousin, bro?
Look at his
Dude, I
hairline,
hate you.
yo.
Fuck off.
Look at his hairline.
Hold on. Wait a second. Okay. So hold on. So there's this idiot. That's a lady. I'm gonna go with that's a lady. Okay. This is unreal.
County man is one of 6 people charged in the trafficking case. Prosecutors allege the nationwide network centered around.
Oh no!
There you go.
Weird.
No,
Bro.
man.
Hey, bro. Why does he
Now
look like
you like
a
it.
mixture of both?
Hold up. Rewind a little bit.
He
This
looks
time,
like
this is what
Boyce
she said.
Watkins and Umar Johnson had a baby. And it's
Why is he black in the first place, man? Damn. What was he thinking?
I just don't understand.
Rewind a little bit and listen to what she says.
You guys are the only reason why you guys are doing this is because all the shit I play off of TikTok. And that's why you're doing this. You're paying me back for all the shit I show off of TikTok.
Let's do it. Listen, y'all.
This doesn't look real. Like this
Listen to
is
what
they
she
gonna get a
said.
Lifetime movie. They gonna get a movie.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
You know it.
All right. Okay, hold on. Okay, so we gotta listen to what she says. Listen close.
Case. Prosecutors allege the nationwide network centered around Cedric Lodge, who managed a morgue at Harvard Medical School. Investigators.
What?
He
What?
Nationwide. What'd she say?
The one black person who manages a morgue is also a criminal. Like this
And
is
what was Snowman
ridiculous.
said earlier? There was no niggas in morgues. Well, there
Bro.
you go, buddy boy.
He wasn't in a morgue, dude. He was the one that was telling everyone else what to do.
He was
at
the
the
manager of the whole shit.
Bruh.
I guarantee you that man was not in there cutting nothing up. He doesn't look like he got that kind of. Nope.
He worked
Maybe,
his
who
way
knows?
as a manager. He had to cut up a lot of cadavers to get the manager.
Yeah,
Look,
you
dude,
don't just start
I'm
off
just
as
saying-
manager of a morgue. I'm about to go
I-
apply to be manager of a morgue like tomorrow.
Well, look, you gotta understand. You gotta have like a serial killer mindset in order to do the shit that white dude was doing, to cut that shit up, to sell it. You know, like it's nothing. You really gotta have that kind of mindset. You don't see throughout history. I have never seen or in my research found too many or very many black serial killers with that type of mindset. That's a white person shit.
Yes,
Okay.
true.
Okay.
That's true. Okay, hold on. Let's keep this rolling.
And I don't like this that you're exposing this shit like this. Reese, you're an ass.
Heads, brains, skin, bones, and
I know you're doing this on purpose. Every time
wait.
Reese comes over, I'm playing some fucked up ninja shit from TikTok, so he's doing this to pay me back.
Listen.
Hold on, just wait a second. Wait, we talking about what he stole, and it wasn't greens, beans, potatoes, tomatoes,
not fingers.
Hold up. Okay, let's go. Here we go.
Into 2022, Lodge stole, quote, heads, brains, skin, bones, and other human remains from
This dude stole whole heads, bro.
Skin. She said skin, dog.
How do you?
Hey, how else is Joe supposed to get his skin suit?
Hey, you know what? The fact that they're doing this is not even the disturbing part to me at all. The disturbing part to me is that, number one, there's a market for this somehow. Two, who the fuck's he selling it to?
Exactly.
Africans.
Yeah.
Nationally.
Ain't nobody else needing the heads,
And what are they doing with the skin? What are they doing with the fucking skin?
Who the fuck's buying this? Like, that's the
You never know,
disturbing
some
part
of
to
the
me.
stuff they might be selling on the black market is
What can you do with the brain when it gets to its final destination?
You can eat
use
it.
People can use that to practice different surgical techniques, to sit and study if they have certain types of brain deformation or cancers or whatever. They can use it to study
I want to
that.
I want to know everyone involved. I want more arrests. I want to know the chain of hands that these brains passed through and where the final destination was. I want to know.
I just want to know if I went to work and tried to steal a whole ass head, bro. That would be awkward, bro. Like you'd be like,
now here's the thing: the brains. Okay, now here's the thing, fellas. Sheep's brains, especially when it's smoked, is actually absolutely delicious. It's absolutely fucking delicious. Sheep's brains, when you smoke it, it's absolutely delicious.
I would try it.
I don't know what the human brains smell like, tastes like, but sheep's brains with some that fucking weird bread that they make over there in the Middle East.
I'm clipping this up.
Oh no. Yeah, you see,
what's the texture of brain?
I've been all over the world
Honestly.
and I never heard nobody. I've seen.
Is it like is it like a borderline gelatinous or whatever?
No. I know the texture of it is soft and creamy, kind of
like chitlins.
You know what I'm saying? No, I don't know what chitlins taste like. I ain't never had chitlins.
Soft.
But
so would it be like a cantaloupe texture? The meat inside of that?
What the fuck?
It's not as tough as that.
Not as tough.
Yeah, it's a little softer.
Like a bread pudding type.
There you go. It's like that.
The thing
you can actually spread it. You can actually cut it up and spread it onto a cracker if you wanted to.
Yo, what kind of?
Oh wow!
If you wanted to.
So wait a second. You say you go cut up some brains and then you go rub it on Snowman.
Hannibal Lecter is my.
No, what I'm saying, I don't know what human brains taste like. I don't know, but sheep's brains.
I think you have an idea.
Like my man Reese said, he's never heard of this. Like I'm thinking about in my head.
You've ate heart before too, right? Like deer heart and shit.
Yeah, of course. Clearly, Reese has never been to Morocco.
No, I ain't going.
Why not?
He said he's done.
I lost faith in the restaurant system there.
I didn't say go to a restaurant.
I'm going to South Africa.
Hey, you know what? When it comes to food, Reese has got a little bit of sugar in his drawers, man. He's afraid of meat.
I'm going to the motherland one day, but it's going to be South Africa.
Good luck. You can have it. Hopefully, I see you when you get back.
Why would you go to Reese, you're a vegan and you're going to go to the one place plants won't grow.
There you go. There you go. The one place plants don't grow. Everything dies in Africa. Nothing lives.
Oh no. Oh shit!
Africa's where culture even goes to die.
Exactly. They're so confused. There's 50 countries on that continent, and they got like 12 different languages in every country. It's and 10,000 different cultures. Like why? Like why?
Dude, like Africa's literally the only place on the planet you don't go and sleep with any female from.
No, you're gonna catch AIDS.
Yeah,
you're gonna catch AIDS. You are. There's no question about it. You're going to
get it. No, you're gonna get it.
Yeah, you're gonna get it.
The number of people that have AIDS in Africa is
a time where that's a true statement. Is that things that bad, really?
Dude, it's rampant. It's rampant there.
Yeah, essentially, it's like every other person.
South Africa, dude,
like that. It's crazy.
Like they have so many people have AIDS there that they're finding people who are immune to AIDS there, bro. Like we're gonna get the cure out of Africa.
Look, bro, I'm telling you what the government did to the Tuskegee Airmen ain't got shit to what Africa did to its people by giving it AIDS.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah.
There's a reason why when you go to Africa, you got to take what is it, 12 shots?
Yeah, but you have to take get a bunch
go over there.
Yeah, a couple weeks before you go to Africa, you have to take a bunch of immunizations. For us, that wasn't a problem because we get immunized all the time. Like in the military, they're just like, "Hey, go to the clinic, all of you, right now." So the whole
government don't own me, sir. I'm not.
Oh hell! When I was in the army, I got like 25 needles in like a year. I'm 3 deployments.
Yeah, I'm telling you, dude. Like they'll take like 5 of them, literally 5 of them, stick them in your arm and just like that.
Yep.
Oh,
all of them.
Yeah,
5 different medications in one multi needle.
What's up, Black Watch?
Or that.
Hey, we're the link for Bray's channels in the chat.
And the one that got me was one for anthrax, right? Like it would burn, and you could feel it burning you, like traveling through your veins. You can feel it traveling through your whole circulatory system.
So kind of like when you donate plasma, and when the stuff that comes back in, when it first comes in, that cold feeling, that's what you feel. I bet coming through.
It's a burning sensation.
We live on a planet where an entire continent,
what is this?
An entire continent is flooded with AIDS. Men are out here eating sheep brains, and niggas is selling body parts nationally on the black market.
Man, wait.
Welcome to Earth.
Bro, you are participating in clown world, man.
Well, here's the thing, though. No, what I'm saying is, Ray.
Man.
This is why those aliens who crashed in the Mexicans' backyard. That's
You're
why they got up and ran.
Mandrell. Don't let them tell you otherwise. You're burning.
This is why the aliens who crashed in the people's backyard got up and ran. So when the cops got there, we saw the thing in the sky, man. But where are they now? I don't know, man. They left. Holy shit! Yeah. Next time this happened, don't call us,
dude. What is the desert like?
On that one. Huh?
How dark does it get in the desert? Like how dark does it really get?
Pitch black.
What's like under the bed black?
There's starlight.
No, it's just
clear
starlight. There's starlight, and he's right. It's clear because there's no noise pollution.
However,
starlight. If it weren't if you pitch a tent or something like that, you go in your tent, it's absolute dark. Like you can't see shit.
Now let me ask you this: when you're out in the desert and stuff, do like things that are trying to kill you from nature just come up out of the sand and try and kill you from nature?
Depends on where you are. For example, you don't want to set up anything on a dune, right? So if you're in like a place where there's a dune, don't do that. Go in some mountain. Wait until you get into like a mountainous area or a rocky area. Set up your camp there. Right. So that way shit ain't coming. You don't have to worry about that so much. You might have to worry about like snakes or scorpions or big ass spiders.
Boy.
Big ass spiders. Yeah, you might. But if you secure your tent the way you're supposed to, you don't have to worry about that either.
They had cobras in Thailand.
Well, I think in the way they make you guys even put your uniform on over there, with what they call it, with the way you blouse your pants and stuff and everything. That's supposed to prevent anything from being able to get inside and cut you, right?
Yeah. So they don't have anything to hold on to and crawl up your leg because your boots are bloused.
How big do them camel spiders really get?
Fucking huge. Absolutely huge, man. I mean, it's unreal. Like you would think that gravity would crush them because they're that big.
I mean,
it makes no sense.
So I can so I can have a metric to gauge by. Are we talking like snow crab type size?
All right. So if you measure from one leg from the top to bottom, I think the largest one I've seen was about 18 inches.
That's
just
Game
the
of
leg
Thrones shit right there.
Huh?
Just
That's
the leg.
Game of Thrones shit.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing.
No, we're talking that just the leg was 18 inches.
Yeah.
God.
And how thick do you think the leg was? 1 2 inches around?
Probably. If you're talking about like those king snow crab legs,
yeah,
they can get like that.
Well,
bro, I'm done.
Man, look at the camel spider.
Look at this shit,
dude. You know what that looks? That looks like the fucking thing that sucked on people's heads from Alien.
Body. They get bigger than that. Camel spiders. They get big. They get bigger than that.
That's not a spider, dude. That's an alien fucking life form.
Yeah, the one that's on that woman's head, that's a small one.
When you travel,
I'm sorry. If I saw that in my house, it's time to just fucking burn the motherfucker down.
Hey, when you travel around the world, you see animals that you can't believe, though. I've seen some animals that I
you can't believe. Yeah, like there's times where you're in the woods and you're doing a field problem.
Yeah.
There are snakes that are unreal.
Yeah, beautiful too.
Yeah, beautiful animals, but fuck that.
Usually,
I saw a lot of cobras when I was in Thailand, dog. I'm telling you,
I bet you
cobras
did.
Are like 12 feet long. Man, they're huge.
Hold on, wait a second. Snaggy Harpoona said she saw a camel spider take a 9mm directly to the body and not die.
Get the fuck.
I don't
Bro,
know.
that's better than people. Like, what?
Right, exactly.
Hey, listen,
I don't know about that now.
What the fuck did it have? Like level 5 AR-15 plate armor?
In Hawaii, yo, they got poisonous centipedes that are like a foot long.
And then, like the level 5 armor, you're overdoing it, ain't you? Of all they got is a 9mm, and you got level 5. I mean, that's overkill. Just run with some level 2 and level 3.
They may be fucking green tip hollow points, man. You don't know.
Bruh, she said they also will chase you to get in the shadow of into the shade of your shadow.
They'll do that. Yeah, now that's true. I don't know about the 9mm part, but that's true. They will chase you to get into your shadow.
Hey Ray, let's see how much brains are going for on the black market.
All right, let's do it. Good God, this is the world we live in is terrible.
If the FBI knocking your door,
so
you look at how much this human brains cost.
Mandrell, when you go deer hunting and eat your heart, man, did you like it?
Yeah, it was pretty good.
I thought it was pretty good. That was one of the first things Reese ever asked me about. Was if I ever ate a heart went from hunting and shit. He thinks that's just white people shit.
No, it's not.
Rite of passage.
No, what it is it's country people shit.
There you go.
Oh my God. Okay, let's go. Let's keep this going.
Mandrell, let me ask you something while this is playing. Well, my uncle, he was one of those guys that would go out and trap everything. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like rabbits, possums, coons, squirrels. He made this shit called roadkill chili.
What
every
chili?
summer. Roadkill chili.
I know what you're talking about.
And basically, if you know what I'm talking about, everything I just labeled off.
He just threw it in the stew.
Yeah. And it was basically it was one of them chilies that, and during the weekend, he'd do it during like Memorial Day weekend, and he'd do it every 4th of July weekend too. That he'd make it. And look, the whole weekend it'd be in this great big huge cooker, one of them plug-in cookers, like 18-gallon type deals. And that cooker would stay on, and he would just be adding to it as people are eating from it, constantly. He'd be pulling more meat. Like if he barbecued chicken and shit, for people to eat that night for dinner, the chicken and shit that didn't get ate was getting taken off the bone and thrown in there. If he went to the house and could get some deer sausage or, some squirrel meat or whatever he had in his deep freezer, he was grabbing that, bringing it back, throwing it in there. Dude, I'm going to tell you what, some of the best shit you ever had. But after drinking beer and eating that shit right there, because look, man, it was so good. I would eat it for breakfast in the morning when I got up. I'm not even playing, dude. I'd eat it for breakfast in the morning.
It's delicious.
And I'd eat it for lunch. And then I would eat whatever he was barbecuing all day long for dinner. All right. By the time the weekend was over, drinking all that beer and eating all that fucking real meat that man hasn't touched. Oh my God. You want to talk about fucked up bowels? Ooh, boy.
Yeah, bro, I was about to say. Yeah. Yes, that's what that sounds like.
But yeah, sounds like dude, roadkill chili is the shit.
All right, I'm gonna have to try that. Like that sounds interesting.
A lot of the stolen product, a lot of stolen body parts were being shipped in the U.S. mail.
Prosecutors say Taylor would go to the morgue, pick out what he wanted, and have those remains either.
He would let them pick out what they wanted.
This dude had a menu.
So, dude, they had a showroom and everything there where they could just come in and pick what.
It'd be like this week's
like
special
the produce section at the grocery store.
You probably want to buy Harold's head.
I'm trying to tell you, this shit is crazy.
Oh God. Man, I don't even know anymore. I don't.
Dude,
know.
We're doomed. We're doomed.
For profit. In a 15-page indictment, investigators say Taylor sent payments over PayPal. One was titled Head Number 7.
Hold on, go back.
No,
I bet PayPal thought he was a prostitute or some shit.
Yo, it gets better.
Oh no.
PayPal. One was titled Head Number 7. Another, Brains. 41-year-old Jeremy Bloom.
What? Oh,
there you go. Bang.
Dude, what is
happening? You ain't shit, Reese. You ain't shit, Reese. Why the fuck did you put me on top?
God damn it.
This literally touches on every facet of American society.
When I put something in the back chat, play that shit. Trust me.
No. This man is not real, dude.
Are these
Actually, he is real, and what that is right there is that's a he was at one point in time a popular kid in the school, and then what happened was when he graduated from high school and got out into the real world, he realized he ain't shit. So he had a mental collapse and breakdown, and this is what you have. This is the next Dylan Roof,
dude. These are Reavers from Farscape. They're going to get on spaceships, run into other spaceships, and eat people. Like, that's what this dude is. He's the first
has
Reaver.
the whites of his eyes tattooed.
Hey, Mandrell. What if...
Well, let's keep it real.
Bro,
At least white people,
I
when
hate
they
to
do
tell
some
you
shit,
that you're
they
going to
know how
hate
to take it
America
to a
at some
level.
point, but like at some point there's going to be like 300 of this asshole and we're going to have to fight through them. And then we're going to have like a horror story about America. Right. We're going to be like, man,
The thing is, though, I mean, this guy, I had something for this, but look at him. He looks like he looks like a character that should be in Skyrim or something.
Yes.
He looks like he should be in Skyrim. Like half Argonian.
He's actively transitioning into
one
a
of my
White
fucking
Walker.
cousins,
right?
For real.
Or he's like half Argonian from Skyrim.
Reese, how did you not call this dude for being half White Walker? You watch Game of Thrones. How did you not pick this up,
dude? You see the fucking big.
He literally, he's got the spikes on his head, and he's got the spike crown and everything, bro.
No, that's not a crown. That's a mohawk, sir.
Reese, you're muted. Hold on, I'm gonna unmute you, Reese, because are you? No. You're not muted. There you go.
The Living Night King. I was literally going to start doing videos again on my channel with this story, but I said no. I'm gonna bless Ray with this shit.
Hey, look, but one thing I will say is you got to give it to us white dudes. When we decide we want to do something, we take it to the next motherfucking level to where you question every bit of our sanity.
Yep. But there's a nigga running this show.
Snaggy. No, this wasn't Florida. This was at Harvard. Like they're selling body parts out of Harvard. This is the world we live in right now, folks.
Hey, dude, that black guy wasn't running this. That dude was making that black dude sell him shit.
Bro, head number 7, bro. That's all I gotta say.
Manager at the goddamn
another head. I mean, he titled the cash app.
Another head.
Another head.
Like, brains with like 8
another
eyes.
brain. Yeah, that's right. Another brain. He titled it another brains with an S.
Bro.
Plural.
These dudes was having a good old time with this shit.
Look how dumb people are. Why would you title it that? Like this, when it comes to stupid people, Ray, this is the part that gets me.
Yep.
Look at how dumb you are. You could have just entitled that AB. Nobody would have known what the fuck you're talking about.
Look, I want you to understand
that prosecutor is never going to have to leave his chair.
Ever.
Look, I want you to understand something, though. You guys realize that every white dude, and this is every white dude that grows up in the poor or lower middle class, all right? Every one of them has the potential to end up like this. I almost ended up like this.
Damn.
You almost ended up half Night King?
Selling brains?
You know, it's fun. No, I'm talking as far as just image. Just look at the image that he's portraying.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yo,
you know,
once you got weed, right? Look, when you got weed or cocaine,
you got to understand. Once you've committed to this level, when you're modifying how you project yourself out to everyone, then you got to really step it up and take it to the next level. You can't just talk about it. Now you got to actually walk that shit.
Well, I mean, Liz, Snowman, we are in the Matrix, so I mean, I can't discredit him for upgrading his avatar.
That looks like like the twin brother of a guy I used to work with at the St. Mary's Foundry.
Dude, I'm just saying, like,
hold on, Joe Generette, if you're listening to this, that dude looks like he could be your brother.
Oh my
God! I got
God.
a question, right? So
he named names.
You got some weed, you got some coke or something. You go post up on a corner somewhere and you pitch and you tell, yo, I got such and such, and you're looking for people to buy the shit. Now, if you got brains and heads, where do you go find your clientele? Where do you look?
Well, I mean, technically speaking, a bunch of people are gonna buy it if you like walk up, you got a trench coat on, and you like, hey man, you want to buy some head? And they're gonna be like, yeah, bro. And like when you open the coat and there's an actual head there, then
you
there's
mean
gonna
like
be
Lenny from Good Times.
Where didn't you say this was
My
out of
name
DC?
is Lenne, and I got heads and brains and plenty.
Yeah.
You can
Yeah,
think.
I mean,
Here's some blood you can
my
drink.
thing is, well,
I bet you that like Nancy Pelosi and fucking what's her name, that black, crypt keeper looking old lady that's 120 years old, Maxine Waters. I guarantee you that they have a better dealer selling them their brains and their adrenochrome.
Yeah,
so my thing is this: when I look at this dude, I think if this man has not been getting arrested for everything, and I mean everything. If I was a cop and I saw him, I would just arrest him off basis and be like, "We'll figure out what you did when we get to the station, bro."
I'm profiling him. I'm taking a chance.
100%. Like what? Like
this kid's trying to get arrested, Ray. That's why he looks like
he
that.
did a
He's
really
literally
good
trying
job.
to get
Like,
arrested.
he went to the top of the arrest. Like, this is solid. This is
No,
solid
see, that's
arrest.
the
He's
thing,
like,
though. I guarantee you that he didn't. He still, I guarantee you, got ignored, and that's why dude. I'm telling you, I can see the psychology because that.
Like, you telling me nobody was checking for this dude?
A goth kid or a skater kid or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I swear to God.
How the fuck did he get the whites of his eyes tattooed?
That's actually a fucking injection that they do with a needle. What they do is they take like when you're getting a shot, they take a needle and they just pierce, I think, the epidermis layer of your eye or whatever it is, the very top lens layer, and go underneath that, and they inject it into, like, it takes a little bit of time because what it'll do is it'll go in and then it'll spread a little bit. And then, they'll inject it again and then it'll spread a little bit, So it's a thing that they got to do over a course of time.
Well, I mean, he got all his injections, bro. He got the assignment halfway done before.
No,
he
he ain't all the way
selling
there,
heads and
man. He's trying to make himself look like a reptilian. I bet you his tongue's forked. I bet his tongue is forked too.
Top story of the week or no?
Dude, this is the top story of the week. Hold on.
That white girl video I sent you is the top story, dude.
No, we're
Canada
not playing
Fires, maybe.
I'm not getting mine. I'm not.
You need to send that video to Ray since you got his email.
Oh no, the spaceship crash. That's
Or
the top story.
not Ray, but Reese. Sorry, you are Ray. Sorry, my bad. I'm high.
Spaceship
I'm high
crash
as
is the top
fuck.
story.
Hey, you know what, Craig? It's Friday. You ain't got a job. You ain't got shit to do.
Snowman, you telling me he's not trying to look like that? You see it now? Do you see it now?
That's the Night King.
Interesting.
Hold on, I'm gonna bring him back.
Okay.
You see it now? Do you see it now?
I do.
Like he has a whole theme of where he's trying to go with
now
this.
I understand why people say white people came from the bottom of the Caucasus Mountains, dude.
Okay, hold on.
Bruh.
So Ray, let me educate
Fucking
Snowman
demon
real
people,
quick,
man, for real.
So let me
You're going
educate
crazy.
Snowman real quick because he didn't watch Game of Thrones.
I did.
I'm going to tell
okay.
you who the Night King is.
What is he? He looks like something that came out
Listen,
deep within the
Night
earth.
King. The Night King is the commander of a dead army that's been sleeping underneath the northern ice for thousands of years. Then the ice cracked and the army stood up and came to life. And the Night King wants to take his army of dead zombies and go kill everyone in the world.
Well, wouldn't you after you
here's
woke
the
up
thing.
from that shit?
Actually, they weren't asleep. When you read the books, you find out that they just went that far north where it stays cold like that. You didn't see them before is because they were waiting for winter to come, a really cold winter that's going to bring upon what's called the long night. Now, once that comes, it's going to be winter for years.
But
And
they were
years,
they were in a dormant state, though. They weren't.
They were the thing is they were alive. They were alive. They were up there alive. And the thing is too. You know how cold it is up there at the wall, and north of the wall is really cold. Well, they were is the equivalent.
I agree with you. I know what you're saying.
It's the equivalent of our North Pole, but on that world, it's so cold that nobody can survive that. So that's why nobody went up there.
You're right about that.
But if you notice that the colder it got,
cold.
the colder it got, the further south they came.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying.
But you know that the original dead soldiers, like the ones that you were talking about, are the ones that he was collecting over the years. From the wars.
Yeah,
there was another army. There was another army underneath the ice. Remember their hands?
So you're talking about the actual White Walkers. Like when Crackster would have a baby, he give his baby to the White Walkers so that they wouldn't mess with him. It was a deal he made with him, but he turned that baby into an actual White Walker and not a zombie. Yeah, because I have all of the books so far, and I'm still waiting on Winds of Winter to come.
So that's the evil that this guy is trying to emulate right here.
Look, dude.
Selling brains.
Look, man, I can't. Quit trying to talk me into watching that shit, man. I held off on, the freaking that zombie series. What was that called again? The Walking Dead. I waited until season 3 to start watching. Dude, I'm not doing that shit again. No.
But Game of Thrones is different. Game of Thrones is much, much, much better.
I don't
than
care.
anything else that's ever been.
I don't want to get sucked into another fucking bullshit.
You can't miss it, dog. You can't.
Nope, I won't do it.
Wait. So you telling me Chuck has not watched Game of Thrones?
Not a single episode of it.
Oh, brother, that's heresy.
No, I don't want you to do this to me.
That's heresy. I'm saying the thing is that's heresy and borderline.
No, dude, I'm trying to have goals that don't involve me sitting on my ass eating, potato chips and
it's cinematic treason, dog. If you watch Star Wars and The Godfather and Gone with the Wind and Coming to America,
I watched those years ago, man, and it only took like 2 hours of my life. Not
you have to
years.
You have to watch Game of Thrones if you watch all of those classics.
No.
Rocky 1. And
I'm not going. No, dude, you will never talk me into getting sucked into another series again. No,
it's the best show ever.
I don't care,
dude. Except until the last season. The last season was dog
everything
shit,
that's going on in the world. You can find something in Game of Thrones and associate.
Also
it to
true.
That is best
everything that's going on in the world. I can find anywhere and anything. Don't quit trying to convince me to watch that shit.
Look, Arya Stark is the best child character ever. Even bigger than Arnold even bigger than Shirley Temple. The world loves this little girl, dog.
Telling anyone to watch, they have to watch a TV program is heresy.
Well, I'm saying, Chuck, that's, you might be in trouble because I'm going to try to convince you to watch that show too. If you want something that's extremely well written, extremely well written story, and not only that, but the dialogue between the characters actually makes fucking sense.
The comedy,
the comedy is there, but
dude, I don't.
It actually makes fucking sense. It is very well written,
and it's more gory than anything else too. There's more blood and guts, and
that comes later. But in the beginning, what wrapped me into it is the shit that the characters are saying to each other, how the story unfolds, the whole nine. It is. Now, once the showrunners started going away from the source material, that's when you saw shit just kind of like, man, what?
They kept you. They kept your
attention until that last season.
They did.
No, dude, I had people the whole time that series was on, man. I had like my cousin, he was real into it. My best friend was into it, dude. Read the books.
I read the book.
I won't do it. I will not do it. It's like when they tried to get me to fucking go and buy fucking WoW and start doing that shit. No, I'm not doing it. No.
You will at some point, maybe years later, but
no,
it ain't going nowhere. It's gonna be the best show ever for a long time.
Look, man, I can't do it, man, because I'm not allowing fucking anything like that.
All right, what about House of the Dragon? Will you give that a shot?
No.
What's House of the Dragon?
What did you just say?
What's House of the Dragon?
Leave the stream.
And what's House of the Dragon?
Just leave the stream, shut down your channel, your emails, everything. Kill yourself.
What's it about?
It is the prequel to Game of the Thrones, dog. It's even better.
Oh, yeah. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, gotcha.
You have to go watch that. Season 1.
I got the book to that too. Yeah. Like I said, people like, you don't have the books. I've literally on camera, Ray, went back and picked up all of the books and just showed them to everybody, on camera. I'm like, bullshit, fuck you. I've read every single one of them.
I read Fire and Blood years ago.
You know what I'm saying? Right. I read it years ago. I was like, here they all are right here.
Hey, listen, House of the Dragon.
The last two.
The graphics are better.
Yeah, they
different species of dragons. They look different. There's some scenes in that shit. Whoo! You got to go watch that.
I want to take the boy to go here. I'll probably take him
and
next.
It was the number one show, just like Game of Thrones again. So they've swept the fucking awards for 11 years.
I'm thinking about taking the boy this
Did they
weekend
finish the season appropriately?
The first season, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And the thing is with that, even if you're a book reader, you'll appreciate that. Yeah. You really will. I still like with Game of Thrones, my favorite scene in the books, out of all the books, my favorite scene is still in the first book of Game of Thrones. It's the battle at the Tower of Joy. That's my favorite scene. Like it hits differently from everything else that the books have ever had. It's when Ned Stark gets 6 of his Northmen to come down with him to Dorne, to this place called the Tower of Joy. It's where his sister was, right? And then at that place, there were 3 kings. When they got there, they didn't know what to expect, but when they got there were 3 Kingsguard. Sir Gerald Hightower, who was the Lord Commander at the time, Oswald Went, and Sir Arthur Dayne. And Arthur Dayne had this sword called Dawn. It's his family's sword, right? His family's heirloom sword. It's made out of something called Dark Star. That's because like a meteorite landed near their castle. Right. What they did was they broke it open and found the core, and they melted it down and made a sword out of it, right? And the sword when they finished making it, it was pale white. It was like milk glass, and it glows. You know what I'm saying? Like I was waiting to see that sword in action the whole time the show was on. I said, "Well, I guess they're not gonna do it." Then once when they did it, I was like, "Okay, where's Gerald Hightower? How come he's not there?" And then I was like, "Oh, they're gonna fuck this up, aren't they?" Then they finally showed the sword Dawn. I was like, "That's supposed to be it." No, fuck you. No.
Oh my God.
They even cheaped out on the dialogue, and the dialogue is what made that scene, dude. It was like in the books, it was some grown man shit. It was grown man shit. Like everybody knew, okay, we are going to die, but we're doing this shit anyway. And it hits different because I've been in that situation. All right, shit, guess I'm dead. Fuck it, let's do it anyway. You know what I'm saying? Fuck it, let's do it anyway. You know what I mean? And
no man doesn't know
that kind of adrenaline rush. There's nothing like it. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing like it. But that scene there, the dialogue, again, that was grown man shit. And they even cheaped out on that. I was like, fuck. This is too much like masturbation without the payoff.
Oh,
it really
oh
is.
my God.
That's how it was in the show.
You know, season 1.
You sound like me when I talk about any Marvel movie. Like, literally, because I'm like, I've read all the comics. I'm just like, why would they name it that? And people are like, why are you upset? And I'm like, you don't understand.
What do you think about this Nick Fury joint that they're doing?
The what?
What do you think about this Nick Fury?
I think it'll be good because it's not named after a story arc. The issue that Marvel has is they take story arc names that are overreaching. So like the arcs that they've done. So like when they did Marvel Civil War, which was actually Captain America and Iron Man having a friends conflict.
Right.
They took something that affected the entire Marvel universe and then condensed it down, which is literally it's a thick graphic novel that was so well written, touched on so many things socially in a comic book form that it was a masterpiece.
Yeah, Civil War.
And then they made this.
Yeah,
they made that abomination of a movie out of it, and then
Civil War was more like a comedy, anyhow.
Yeah, but in the comic books, it was an extremely well written story, man. Like there was so much to it.
Right, because wasn't it originally written in the mid '80s?
No, it wasn't that far, but it was in the late '90s, I think.
Yeah.
It was very late '90s, like '98, '99, something like that.
Was it really?
Yeah. But it started out by some kids who were superheroes. They were trying to stop some bad guys, got overzealous, and they blew up a school bus with kids in it. And that's when there's like, okay, fuck this. Nope, let's make a registry, this and the other. And Captain America was like, no, you're invading people's freedoms and their right to privacy. You can't do that. Right. He believed in it so much. He's like, but then fuck it, I won't be a part of any of this anymore. Then they started forcing people. And then that's when the shit kicked off. Like it got bloody and it got nasty. Like Iron Man was such. I hate Iron Man to this day because of that story, Ray. Right. Yes, since the late '90s, I've hated Iron Man because of that story. Like, remember when Spider-Man was originally on this team from day one, but then he turned on Spider-Man. It was the way he did it. Like Spider-Man's like, look, man, this is going too far. I'm not gonna stand in your way, but I just can't be a part of this either. He's like, oh, Peter, I'm disappointed. And he just starts blasting away at Peter Parker, and Peter jumps out the window, and then Iron Man had nearly all of Spider-Man's Rose Gallery waiting for him in the sewers, and Iron Man chased him in the sewers, and he was set up. Boom! He was surrounded by like Green Goblin, Venom, Hobgoblin. I mean, there was a bunch of our Spider-Man Rose Gallery in the sewers waiting on, and they beat the shit out of him. Punisher comes in, blasts away, starts killing people, and he picks up Spider-Man and runs out of there. because they were coming at him too. You know what I mean? But Punisher capped a couple of them. You know what I'm saying? And Punisher got him out of there and took him to Captain America. That's when Spider-Man joined Captain America. It was fucked up. It got bloody. Like they made a robotic Thor and he killed a guy on the battlefield. And it was like, yo, this is not a game. You know what I'm saying? I have hated Iron Man because of that story.
There was that, the whole cabal. One of my favorite after arcs of that was when Hulk returned from Planet Hulk.
Oh,
that was my favorite when he came.
I have World War Hulk. I have every when that was coming out. I bought every issue, every monthly individually, because Hulk is my favorite character.
Mine too.
It has been since I was a little boy, and it's because of the Lou Ferrigno TV show.
Yup,
I've always it's because of that.
I met Lou Ferrigno in California at Universal Studios when I was a kid.
No, I wish I could.
One of the greatest days of my life.
In fact, I met him at Dragon Con in Atlanta once. You know, I paid $75 for an autograph. Ridiculous, but it's Lou Ferrigno.
That is
what are you gonna do? But I can always relate to Hulk, the guy who's misunderstood. I still relate to him to this day because I'm largely misunderstood by.
Hey, real quick, while we're on this
people.
Journey into the world of fantasy, even though Game of Thrones might have been the best show of all time, the best movie of all times is coming soon, and that will be when the Transformers meet the Beast Wars.
No, that's already out, and it's got mediocre reviews at best.
Yeah,
are you serious?
I've seen.
Are you serious?
Yeah, people don't like it. It wasn't good.
Dude, when I took the boy to go see the Super Mario Brothers movie,
I'm mad as hell, yo.
Listen, a buddy of mine who's really into Transformers said that it's good. It's not a Beast Wars movie. It's an introduction. It's not a Beast Wars movie though. So like you can't, if you go into it expecting Beast Wars, it's not a Beast Wars movie. Okay. It's an introduction for that line.
Really, if they wanted to keep it, canon accurate, they should have went from what was it? The last one they did where they introduced the Dinobots at the end of it and had the Dinobots bring in the Beast Wars.
Yep.
See, for me, I'm kind of a purist with it, but and that's because I grew up with Transformers in the 80s.
Same here.
Yeah.
I grew up with the real Optimus Prime before the movie that came out, and that movie came out and it was traumatizing to not only me but every other kid who watched it at the time because it was not. Hey Ray, I don't know if you've seen it, but Starscream, my man, it was 90 minutes of robots. Yeah, it's 90 minutes as Chuck. It was 90.
You're talking about the original animated movie?
Yeah. It was 90 minutes
dude.
of robots murdering each other the whole time.
Yes, dude. And it's literally a war movie with Transformers. Like, it's terrible.
They just murdered each other for 90 minutes straight.
And it was like the
dying. And you're waiting for when they brought up the new generation of Transformers with Rodimus Prime and all that. You're expecting the old Transformers to come back, like Wheeljack. They didn't come back. They were dead. Like they were dead for real. Like they never came back.
Or something,
right. Everyone who died stayed dead. I think Starscream came back as a ghost or something at one point, but that was it. Like, but he was dead. Like Starscream got obliterated by Galvatron.
Hey Ray, you gotta finish this story with the Night King because I gotta get out.
Okay, yeah. Finish that.
Let's go.
From Bloomsburg was previously charged in the case.
It's unusual, and I think
I hate you for this, Reese.
Other stolen goods, obviously, there's someone's been victimized here.
Harvard released a statement calling the trafficking an abhorrent betrayal. Meanwhile, the families of victims who donated their
I feel like this is
stereotyping. Oh no! Why does this keep getting worse? They're like
because he's stereotyping.
They found out who the shit belonged to in their families in the area.
Bro, these
the best story of the year.
Oh god,
they look sad as hell. The person's been dead that forever. Their relative, sad like they just died.
These are the women who were the relatives of head number 7, bro, and that head was meaty as fuck, bro.
Dude, you got Paula Dean and Fat Sweaty Betty right there.
That was a fat head, yo.
Oh god, We're
going to
so
hell anyway.
bad.
So what the fuck?
This is stereotyping, and this ain't
We're
right.
going,
This is
Reese.
unlawful.
We're there. We are there. Ask Mandrell. If you want to go to hell, you can book a flight. You can go land in Africa. You can give you exact coordinates, and you too can experience hell. Like this is wild.
What about the weather
Why
in
are
Africa? Mandrell is hotter than 400 hills over there.
Yep.
Hey, man,
Bro.
I told you that there was a white Wakanda, man. It does exist.
It ain't worse than Hawaii.
It's South Africa. That's the white Wakanda.
No.
It's every trailer park in America.
There you go. Trailer park.
Oh my God. These women.
See,
I feel
you got look. Now you understand. You have your issues. We have our issues.
Yeah.
Yep.
You see it right there on full display.
This is a gift. This is for you, Ray.
like the moral of the story here, folks, is everybody has problems.
Everybody has problems, man. Exactly. Everybody has problems.
So so Mandrell, what we need to do is we gotta like screen clip. We gotta clip this down so that every time somebody talks about how on the panels where everybody's making excuses about how white people are perfect, we can just pull this up. These motherfuckers stealing heads.
No, they're not. Look at them.
Like, no.
But
That's
that nigga
perfect.
is a ringleader. It's black.
No.
Well, I mean, times are changing, Reese.
Right.
No, they've always been fucked up. Just like us. But then
see what else happens, man.
Like I said, it's social engineering. And
look, we just try to hide the shit, man.
Yeah.
Because we're embarrassed by it.
Why? You're poor.
We don't.
Dude, even when you're poor as a white person, you're still embarrassed to be poor.
We record our fights.
You invented it. Here's the thing.
Just because someone that looked like me invented it didn't mean I invented it, you dick.
Well, listen, Mr. White Man. Mr. White Man.
Hey, listen here, darky.
God damn. Mandrell is a mocha cafe. He's on Team Light Skin.
Look,
What are
man,
you talking
I understand.
That's why they're
Fucked up,
I'm
right?
like Darky. I'm like Dark. No,
It is not safe to walk in trailer parks. There's feral kids and the potential for a meth lab to blow up at any given moment.
There's feral kids.
Feral, you call them feral, right?
Oh no!
You called them
Press
feral.
play, Ray.
Yeah, go ahead, Ray.
Okay. God damn, man.
Science want answers. Who could do something like that? You know, what kind of person? No respect at all for the family.
They're dead. They didn't feel anything.
Bro, she is so sad.
She is
hurt, bro.
She's
I don't understand what the
He's never
problem
been
is,
to work
man.
tomorrow.
It isn't like they killed the people. The people were already dead. They didn't hurt them.
Bro, she's looking through the list. She's like,
traumatizing,
oh no, Uncle Thomas is on this list.
He's gonna get a week.
Brains
man,
number
be
3.
Be glad that fucking Uncle Leroy and Joe Bob were able to help someone get their bag.
Yo, this chick is playing her part. Yo, she's gonna get a week of paid leave, counseling for free.
Bro.
She looks like one of those guys are related to her. That's what she's thinking about. Like,
that's what I'm saying. Like, she's looking at that
this
list
is
and
messed
she's
up.
like,
I
oh,
came
this
up here and this is my second cousin on my dad's side.
Facts. Like,
oh shit, I love it.
Oh no, okay. Let's see what she got to say.
We reached out to Taylor's lawyers for comments and they declined.
I have a question. Has anybody noticed this woman's mouth inflection? Like, she does weird stuff with her mouth while she's talking. Like, watch her. Hold on. Let's just go back and like watch this lady's mouth.
She's in trauma. She's traumatized.
She just talks like
trying
this.
to figure
like
out how
she would be like one of those.
Tell that dude's mom that she just did a news report.
I've dated a lot of white women. Their lips shake when they're traumatized. Dog. Their mouth does things.
Her mouth isn't shaking. It's the shapes that she's making with it. Like, she's like over enunciating words, which I get when you're like on the news because you got to enunciate words when you're talking.
Right.
But she is like going beyond necessary.
Her eyes are
to do
disappointing.
this shit.
Dude, her eyes are disappointing, but her mouth is trying to seduce you.
Oh my
let's
god.
see let's analyze.
Let's analyze it. Watch her mouth.
Lawyers for comments and they declined. The FBI has also set up a phone number and an email for any more potential victims.
Every
to
time
come
she says
forward.
E
You can
or
find both on 6abc.com.
All right, so
it was probably a speech impediment she had to fight as a kid.
Oh, look, the FBI set up an
that.
email for
I can
this.
see that.
This story ain't over. There's going to be a part 2 to this on
What?
Guns and Butter next
No.
week. We should do a stream on the weekend. Listen.
Action News, Rick.
All right, Becca, thank you. And
Let's find some shit to stream on Juneteenth.
When they get, he said, B-Rad said, stop talking about the fine vanilla ice cream cone.
She ain't fine, dude. She didn't even have a decent milk factory going on.
Oh my God, Jesus Christ, Snowman and his milk factory.
She was cute. She was just as cute as Just Pearly Things.
No,
I mean,
actually,
she's cute. She is cuter than Just Pearly Things. Like, let's not get it
if
twisted.
you look at Pearl here lately, she's been actually trying to put herself together, and she's losing weight.
Pearl?
Yeah.
I ain't mad at her. She's an athlete anyway.
And not only that, she's a redhead, and I got a thing for redheads, dude. So
I don't have a thing for all redheads. We all know the facts on
Shut
this.
up, you
Redheads
think
are
you're
either
a
ugly
Greek
as
god.
fuck or hot. Like, and she is not hot.
You still
She looks
think
like
you're a
she
Greek
smells
god.
like she looks like she smells like old goat milk.
She's not hot, but she's not butt ugly either.
She's wallpaper. I mean, it's she's like not that like I mean, okay, so like if you were out and it was 3 a.m. and you couldn't pull anything else,
I'm jerking off.
Pearly
You know what?
would be
I don't
Pearly
give- I
would
don't
be
give a-
considered a win for that night.
I
It
don't
would
give
be a
fuck
win
what-
because
you know what, Ray? I don't give a fuck what you're saying. You're about money, and you know that bitch is pulling in stacks and racks. And if she came and said, "Ray, I'm going to sit here and we're going to build an empire together. All you got to do is let me ride that." That
absolutely.
tree
I mean,
trunk
there's
in there.
definitely
You would
worse
do it without
worse
thinking
rich
twice.
chicks to get up under, bro. You could I mean, absolutely, you're 100% right. And she is leagues better than Oprah. Like, come on now. Like, I'm not saying, like I said, she's wallpaper. She's extremely average. She's an average
She's
woman.
like in
it's-
between.
there's
Ricky
nothing wrong
Lake.
with that.
She's in between Ricky Lake and 1990s Drew Barrymore.
Yeah, except for the issue being is that
I
she's
like Drew Barrymore, yo.
I like Drew Barrymore's cute.
1990, dude. Today's Drew Barrymore is basically white Oprah.
All right, let's do it. Favorite white girl of all time, Ray. Give me your
Topanga.
top 5. Topanga?
Topanga from Boy Meets World. That's
I got-
every black person's first white crush.
I got Denise Richards.
Hold on, let me pull this up. Oh, speaking of which, hold on. As I'm looking this up, just a sidebar. They're doing there's a Wolverine versus Predator. Predators are in the Marvel universe now, just so you guys know. Hold on.
Hey,
Denise
dude.
Richards, there she is. Hold on.
I just want to throw something out there too, real quick.
Oh yeah, Denise
Ray.
Richards is gorgeous. Yeah, she's cute.
Ray,
I don't
you
like
know-
her. Yeah, go ahead. I'm listening.
No, just real quick. The guys I was telling you about that were allegedly set up to kidnap Gretchen Whitmer and were railroaded. Brandon Caserta, I think it's tomorrow. He was flown out to New York, and he's going to go on Timcast.
Woo! Tim is the
What?
shit now.
Yeah.
Yo, Tim is making moves.
Oh, that's gonna
yo.
be good.
His show's getting better.
I had him on my channel first.
You did?
All right.
I did
I
an
got one
interview
for
with
you,
him
Ray.
like 2 weeks after he got out of prison, or got out of county
This
up
is
there.
my white girl crush from when I was a young boy. This is going to surprise you a little bit.
It better be the Pink Power Ranger.
It was Janet from Three's Company.
Who do you think my first black crush was?
Your first, Thelma from Good Times.
Who?
Thelma from Good Times.
Who was Thelma?
He didn't watch Good Times, man. Come on.
Dude,
Why
the only
people didn't
black
watch,
show that I
didn't watch
watched
Good
was,
Times, dude? Come on.
was Sanford and Son.
Oh, all right.
Because Cosby wasn't black. That was a white show. Different Strokes wasn't black. That was a white show.
Lisa Bonet is number one on my list of all
Oh,
time.
Lisa Bonet
Even to
was
this
my
day.
first black crush, though, honestly.
Even to this day, like all time, she's my number one.
Who?
Lisa Bonet. Best cheekbones ever, lips, the best combination of
Vin-
all times.
What was her name?
Lisa Bonet?
Yeah.
What was her name in the... She was the one with the dreadlocks, right? The oldest sister?
Yeah.
Yeah, she was sexy as hell. That was my first crush.
Unbelievable.
Bro,
I
you look like a zombie, bro.
I tried
Now-
to get a chick that
She
looks
didn't
like
age
her.
well.
Now, but pull up a picture of her
Hold on,
back
stop
in
that.
back in
You said she
1980.
didn't
And if
Well,
listen,
that
if
chick is
Lisa
in her
Bonet's
50s,
head
dog.
ends up at Harvard, is getting sold.
Yo, that chick looks damn good for being in her 50s. I would fuck with her.
No,
right
she
now.
doesn't. She looks like a
Earth's
man
cold,
that's
dude.
trying.
Look at that
Dude, that looks,
cranium, bro.
She looks like a trans woman now.
Nah, that's fucked up.
I'm telling you, dude.
Angel's back.
Look, Reese.
Angel,
the years have not been kind to her at all.
Yeah.
If you had the opportunity to buy Lisa Bonet's head, would you purchase it from the Harvard head selling syndicate?
Let me answer that question there. No, I wouldn't.
Hey, listen here, Whitey. Don't you just jump up on panels and push your white privilege as soon as you come up here on all of us. And you wait your turn like everyone else did.
He's not white. He's Native American, bro. Like, why y'all trying to claim him?
But actually, I want to ask you, Reckless, and you, Snowman, this, but more so to Reckless. You obviously saw the stream earlier this week of on the Chaotic Truth channel where he had the topic. Have you ever had experience racism, white supremacy, and V-Dub Boogie obviously came on, and let's just say me and him is having our stuff, but he's continuously trying to drag stuff that happened in the past there. And just more so recently, I just made a compliment there as I spoke on, I think before here or somewhere else there. But he essentially do you think Vita Boogie race baits and race hustles?
Oh, 100%. I think most people who are in these YouTube streets that want to play that angle and have those talking points are either race baiting or race hustling. And I don't know why. I'm pretty sure he probably has more subs than I do because he cries.
Actually, he only had, slightly, but the more you put this kind of stuff out there, the more obviously you'll grow, because he has 536 there. But it's like I said, he keeps dragging stuff in the past, and it's just becoming repetitive on his end. There, and the reason why I asked is because from a comment I left in some other stream weeks ago there, for simply saying there's plenty of black people that are going to spend their money on drugs and other wasteless stuff instead of investing in it, was someone talk about the alternative to reparations. And I was just giving an honest statement, and I also said to him, go ahead, you black communist socialist. And then I told him that his black supremacy is showing, and he knows it. And someone in Chaotic Truth channel had said black supremacy is more prevalent than white supremacy. And another black man said black supremacy is real. And yet he's want to take those statements, drag them, say, I am a white... I have white supremacy ideology and all this crazy nonsense from a comment I left in another person's streams weeks ago, and I've had to come to my defense every chance I freaking get, but he couldn't answer a goddamn question, and sorry my language there, he couldn't answer a question of chaotics.
Well, so this is the issue, and we had this conversation over here too. I don't get the whole premise of reparations has nothing to do with what the people are going to spend it on. That's between the people and the that's their decision. I don't look at somebody and go
I was never saying that they couldn't spend it on anything. I was just simply being aware of and letting them know what will be spent on. And if they want more crime, then don't say I warned you.
Right. But that'll be good for drug dealers and it'll stimulate the economy. That's fine. Drug dealers got to get their money too. So but the thing is, when I was listening to him, because he had his whole soliloquy about how he'd experienced racism, but didn't go through the process. I personally have experienced racism, at the hands of police officers, and my mom was a police officer. The cop that pulled that shit out, he ain't a cop no more. They took care of his ass.
Wow, sorry to hear that.
And when don't be sorry, because that motherfucker took a trip out of a second story window. The police. This is the deal. You either have good cops or bad cops. Yeah. And if you have a station that is not corrupt, then you can't be a bad cop there. The cop that did that clip. What?
Play this clip. I will. It's safe. I promise. You'll laugh. And play it because it falls right into what we're talking about.
Okay, let me finish first, and then I will. Actually, I'm going to pull it up so that way I can share it.
Is this
and
some
then
type
I
of
will.
payback or something?
No. So
we were talking about reparations.
Oh, all right.
No, so check this out though. So like when Chaotic was grilling him about like, did you go through the process? If you experienced racism, did you sue? Did you do this? Did you do that? Like, and he couldn't. He like there's no consequence. Now, me personally, the way that I navigate life, if you fuck with me, there will be a consequence. That's the way my family rolls. That's the way we do shit. Period. So when I tell you, I'm like, cool. When people are like, oh, have you experienced racism? 100%. But like the officer that was racist to me was not an officer within 6 months of him doing that shit. Was no longer capable of being an officer. And it wasn't because he got fired. It was because physically he's not fucking capable of doing it anymore. Because we get results.
He's like he wasn't fully trained. It sounds like.
No, no. The issue is like
no police officer.
The problem is this: you have people who do what they can to who they think they can. They do not target strong people. Like you will not at this point, at the size that I am. If I have an issue with the police officer, then you know that I'm going to get shot in the car immediately. Because if there's any type of fight, I'm like, my whole MO is like, if I know the situation's bad, I just don't want to die alone. Because until we get to a point to where it's not advantageous to kill us, they're going to keep doing it because they think they can. Now, if you start going, well, shit, every black person we kill, like 2 or 3 of us die, that's a different conversation. But the other issue is we have people that function from a victim standpoint and a people that function from a standpoint of I'm going to stand my ground. Now, there is a difference in those two mentalities. Generally speaking, predators spot victims. None of these dudes are looking for worthy prey. Whenever you see any of these racial acts that happen, whichever direction you want to cut it, they're not going out and finding, if you want to take a black person who wants to be an aggressor against a white person, they're not going and finding the biggest, best white person they can find. They're finding like an old man and they're beating his ass, or they're going to go push over an old lady. They're not going and looking for somebody on equal ground to have that out with. They're going and finding somebody that they feel they can do that to. That's the reason I'm an advocate for being in the best shape you possibly fucking can. And not just looking big. I'm saying like having a body that functions for hurting people.
Yeah.
Which you don't have to be big to do. But you should also have your finances in order. You should carry yourself well. You should wear the uniform of somebody who carries themselves well.
Can I say something real fast before Reese jumps off?
Go ahead.
Please.
All right, go ahead.
Reese, to your comment, no, this isn't payback, but now that I know how you're playing the game, I will be on the lookout for the most fucked up shit I can find.
Here, let me throw this in.
Hey, we can declare war right now.
You have already declared it, sir. You have already declared it.
This is
now that I know how we're playing this YouTube game, me and you.
No, you declared war with nugget porn, and everybody knows.
On.
Dude, you did make me look at that.
That was a declaration of war.
Dude, I told you not to look it up. I didn't declare war because I warned you. I gave you a grenade and said, hey, if you pull this pin, it's going to blow your fucking hand off. And you said, I don't fear no grenade.
You've been studying us. You know niggas. You know we were going to look it up. You knew exactly
you've been studying. Dang, Snowman, you're a dick. You did that on purpose. Okay, hold on. Let's play this. Hold on. Let's play this video that Snowman got for his payback. Let's hear what we got.
Me? Ready for my $50,000 reparation check, sir? I bet you are. Just go ahead and sign this for me real quick. All right. And what is this? Oh, nothing much. Just a list of companies and products that you have to swear to never use against if they have participated in either child or slave labor in your lifetime. Oh.
Yeah. Look.
Yeah, it is a good amount.
How come the Transformers movies can't be anything?
Apple, in fact, any cell phone or smartphone nowadays, right? Nike. This doesn't seem fair, man. Fair? I'm sorry, but you didn't actually believe that you would receive reparations for an evil that you never experienced, paid for by people who were never slave owners, while you were actively benefiting from slave labor, right?
That's good. I like that one. That's a good one.
No, I disagree. They owe us reparations. They do owe us reparations. You do owe.
Hey, dude, you ain't getting reparations. You're whiter than I am.
No. Listen, it's not my fault. I actually did something with my life. You know what I'm saying? But still.
But
I
hey,
mean, like I said, I could go
I really
either
got
way on that
nothing else.
argument.
Chuck kind of shut me down on that.
There's
one.
a small
I really
group of
can't.
people that's
I
going
really
to
got
get
nothing
fucked in this whole reparation shit. So what happens if you're mixed? Somebody answer that for me.
Well, I mean, I'm mixed between Native American and black, so I got
excuse me?
I hate white people.
No, I'm talking about cracker. I'm talking about Portuguese.
So wait a second. You're part on Angel's team then.
Yeah.
What your ancestors were Portuguese slave drivers, dog.
I mean, so who was supporting? Wait, no Portuguese live
Look,
here.
Mandrell, let's keep it real. You and I go out in the sun, and we're both going to turn the same color.
Not quite.
God, I love that.
Here's the weird part about it. I do tan.
So do
For
I.
some reason, I will get a little darker in the summertime, and then I'll lighten back.
Oh my God.
I don't know why.
You ain't fully gotten your summer tan yet.
Hey.
Neither have I.
It's just June, so we got time.
Right.
Hey, I gotta drop down, y'all.
All right, man.
Hey, keep on, Reese. I'm coming for you.
I'll be prepared.
But what I was saying was the dude that you were having the issue with that went up there. The problem is people who have that mindset want to get on and complain about everything. Like the way that I look at it, the racism that I've experienced, and like the people who've tried to hold me back. I have more money than them now. I am a better person. I get to affect the decisions that affect them. They have no power. Their power was limited to that window in time. And now they're where they're at. I'm running around with a freaking elite athlete body and a good life.
And if
being
I
able to sit in rooms with politicians and like help people make decisions that affect those idiots. Like, I mean,
exactly. Ben, like, let's say if I get 3-4 times the subscribers than he does, or make to where I buy a bigger house or go upward in life, I'm like doing probably more than he is. But sorry for even changing the topic from the Lisa Bonet there. I know I don't have to apologize, but it's just I figured I'd like just bring that up since you were obviously there earlier this week there, and just from what what he's been trying to do. I am like taken aback or anything there. It's just how what he's trying to like portray things.
Hey, Reckless, what do you think of Corwin?
What
do you think of Corwin over on CT's channel?
Corwin?
Yeah.
Who's that?
Yeah.
He's the black guy that sits in a music studio always crying about how he's been victim of this, that, and the third. And
it sounds like
the one with that complained about the hanger.
He's doing the same thing that eBlack TV does. I don't think anything about people like that. Like those are the types of people who cry at just pearly things.
I like
because
going up
she
there and
interviewed a
triggering him.
racist.
The last time he was on, I like triggering him. I do. I trigger him the same way I trigger Be Brave and Think.
I just think it's, I don't know. It just sounds like a very, I find that standpoint repulsive personally, just because I wasn't raised in a family where you were allowed to be weak. And that is abhorrent weakness. And it's like, to me, it looks like if shit were to go bad, I would literally off most of the people who have that mindset. Not gonna lie, because I would rather put you out of your misery, because existing is obviously too hard for you. And like, you're not going to do it yourself, and you're in my way.
Let me ask you guys a real question real fast. Since the pandemic, and them shutting everything down and then opening it back up, when you go out and you engage with people, have you noticed that people are noticeably more off now than what they used to be?
Yes and no. I think that the people that are dialed in that understood what was going on, like when I go across those people, there's a better conversation. Like there's some conversation there. It's like, hey, like this is kind of fucked up, right? Like shit's messed up. Like, yeah, shit's messed up. Like we're gonna have to be doing something about this pretty soon. Yep. Like, okay. Like But then, like, also you see the people who wear masks alone in their car by themselves still to this day.
Right.
Like, those people I just don't engage with. I'm just like, that is a good way for me to never speak to you.
My wife has employees that still wear masks.
I mean, I understand. So a couple of weeks ago, I was sick and I wore a mask because I'm sick. And I know the mask blocks germs. And it was to go to the store once.
I'm sorry,
and then after
sir,
I went,
but,
I was
you were having every bit of your man card taken with that one right there.
it's whatever, dude. Like, I mean, it works. It literally works in every first world population that doesn't go around just getting themselves sick.
Yeah, you know what it works on doing, making
so-
sure that you actually sit there and do nothing but swallow your own snot and
100%, but it's my snot, and it's like 15 minutes. I don't owe that snot to anyone else.
I would rather just blow it out my head rather than sit there and breathe it in.
Oh my God. You can't do that in Whole Foods, my guy.
The hell you can't, man. Farmer sneeze right on the floor and go.
That's terrible. That's also
They
rude
dude,
and gross.
Dude,
see, that's white people shit right there, bro.
That is
That's
keeping
nasty.
that's keeping job security for someone that's cleaning that floor.
Oh my God. I can't with you. Anyways, I digress. Like, the people who are like riding around in their car, like, I just don't have anything to say to them. But I don't go out of my way to engage with people because, like, I already know they're stupid. Like, if I know you're stupid from the get-go, you're not getting a chance to prove me right. Like, I'm not doing it. I was just like, I don't want to come over and be like, excuse me, sir, and then have you take your mask off in your car to have a conversation to find out that you believed everything. You've got 18 boosters and you're going to be up out of here soon. Like, I don't need to have those conversations. Like, because, like, outside of that, like, that's one thing where I'm like, I will stonewall that conversation in my, like, because it doesn't make sense. I'm like, everything that they made us do, what they did to this economy, what they did to the global economy, none of it made sense. Like, there's no way that you can rationalize anything that we went through, especially looking back. Looking back, it's like,
it all makes sense.
I mean, yeah, if you wanted to get a bunch of people set up to be up out of here and prove that you can make them do whatever it is that you want them to do, no matter how stupid it is, because they don't ask questions or think for themselves.
No,
sure.
when you're literally trying to basically restructure the way we see the ruling class and the government as a whole in this, not just our country now, but the world, and you're trying to take debts that are owed from a financial system that is collapsing and want to basically just allow it to collapse so you can, start a new one up fresh out of the with nothing in the red, you know what I'm saying, and say that's what this is, dude. That.
Yeah, 100%. No, I mean it, but what I'm saying is, like, when you talk to the people who try to rationalize, like, oh no, they were right, and it's like, well, no, like, the science literally says that, like, none of those things were true.
They're having Senate hearings right now where people from the CDC and the NIH and or whatever that is, and the World Health Organization are literally coming out and saying that yes, they knew that what they were doing wasn't going to do anything. They're admitting it. They have no choice. Yeah. But what they're doing is they're using vernacular and specific words, if you listen to these Senate hearings, to make it seem as though what they did wasn't that bad,
Right.
It's hard. It's hard because I don't speak on their level. It's hard for me to articulate back what it is that I heard, but it was got to the level of Clinton and the whole, it depends on what your definition of is type shit.
Right. It's just like, well, you did this. Be like, well, we did, but, like,
it's kind of
like,
your fault.
We tried.
You're stupid enough that you fell for the.
Yeah. And I mean, it's just like, I don't know. I feel like a lot of these things that are going on right now that are supposed to be destabilizing things, there's at least a good segment of, and maybe it's just because, like, when shit gets bad, it sifts out and, like, the real men end up on one side of this line and then everybody else ends up on the other. But, like, it's sifting out people to where it's like, now you're getting this group of people. I mean, like, look at what happened with the Armenians in that school board protest. Like, people are done playing. Like, we're not playing. Like, no one's playing with these people anymore. Like, if you want to push it to that level of, like, what you want to force, people are going to start finding lines. And I think basically the last vestitude that you have as a society is your willingness to protect children.
Yeah, and once that's gone, dude, if we
Yeah.
as a society can't come to agreement on what is harmful and dangerous for children, then I mean,
yeah,
we're lost as a nation. That
And-
should be an undeniable, unarguable, just tenet of life that children should be protected and should not be, in aiding any of this.
Yeah, and like I think
showed
that's
a clip yesterday on TikTok where this person was literally sitting there saying that kids and kinks at gay pride stuff absolutely should be and needs to be synonymous with one another. That she was really sitting there saying that sanitizing the gay pride parade doesn't mean making it kid friendly.
My question is, and this is what I've been saying since the beginning of this month because of the vitriol and the stuff that I'm seeing just on Facebook because like I have a bunch of people who from when I was super far left leaning that I'm still friends with on Facebook because I don't kick people off my Facebook. I'm like, you can remove yourself, but like I'm gonna say what I gotta say, and if you don't like it, then you just don't like it. But the beginning of this month, the very beginning of Pride Month, for June 1st. Like you're seeing messages from people that are posting up that is like, I hope all you homophobes are as uncomfortable as possible this month. I'm like, I don't think that's how this works. Like, I mean, when Christmas rolls around, we're not flipping the bird at the J people. You know what I'm saying? Like when Black History Month comes around, at least me personally, I don't see posts that says like we got to go out and like take out all the white guys. Like that's like. If your whole premise of like what you believe is like I'm attacking someone else, it's almost like one of the concepts that I've asked a bunch of people that I've never gotten a legitimate answer to, which is in regards to like Black people in 2023, what is Blackness without it being considered a stance against whiteness? What is it?
What
does it mean? 100%, exactly. But I'm just saying, like when you talk about people, especially when you talk to these activists, the Blackness is defined by the struggle.
Why is Blackness accepted and okay, and whiteness is considered toxic and oppressive?
It's considered toxic and oppressive now, but I mean, like that's polar shifts, dude. Why do we have Republican then Democrat? Like, I mean, shit swings regardless.
Think about this, Ray. Why did they take Pride Month and put it in the same month that Father's Day is, and then turn around on top of it to add insult to injury, put Juneteenth the same month as Pride Month and Father's Day?
Yeah. No, I mean,
why are they trying to emasculate everything about men?
Well, I don't even think it's that. I think that it's that whole lick back principle. It's just not very many groups are moving in alignment to get shit done. So like I don't think that these people it's almost exactly the same way that I feel about like these 3rd, 4th, and 5th, and I think we're at 6th wave now feminists. They're not trying to fix anything at this point. They just want to harm things. They're
Feminism
like, I'm
no
upset.
longer exists if they can't define what a woman is.
Fair enough. I mean, that'll be 7th wave. But like if you can't if all you're doing is going I'm just taking things, I'm going to push this envelope and see how far we can get, and then we're going to fight you, we're going to figure out ways to tear this thing down, then you're not trying to get a resolution. And I feel like most people aren't trying to get resolutions. They either want their lick back or they want to make another person feel bad. It's not going like, it's like if I hit you, Snowman, and you were like, damn, man, you hit me. That's kind of fucked up. And I'm like, yeah, it was. And you were like, okay, well, we can talk about this and like, you can not hit me anymore. Or does it go to, I'm going to hit you back 19 times and then I'm going to stomp on your neck because you hit me. And like, now I got to feel vindicated about this. Like the question is like, are we looking for resolution? Because like resolution would be like, okay, like you can hit me back once. I hit you, you hit me, like we're good.
See, that's why I just like getting on and exposing it and trying to laugh about it now, man, because it's becoming comical. Yeah. It's so over the top and outlandish.
The issue is. go ahead, Dane.
Same thing with me, with the people that tried to drag things or bring it further than what it should be, or like in the case of me versus V-Dub there. I just laugh at that kind of stuff because, for one, if you want to hold on to something that happened years ago, then okay, would you be okay if a white person held on to something to you of you saying like the C word to a white person there? Because obviously he will consider it racist if the white person came to his defense, if V-Dub was to call a white person the C word there. But at the end of it, it's just is all comical and funny to me of what he wants to try and do.
Well, the issue is, though, it's not funny. That's the thing. Is like when you have it's funny if it's just one person. It's crazy. Like we all laugh at the guy with the "End is nigh" billboard that's roaming through New York, and we think it's hilarious. But like, if it was most of the people with that billboard on, that's no longer funny. Like that's a problem. And like that's the thing that people are not understanding. It's like we can sit here and laugh. We can be like, these people are fucking idiots because most people are fucking idiots. But there's a lot of them now. And they're talking to each other. They're grouping up. They're voting together. They're getting shit done in a negative fashion that's at a detriment to all of us because we all live in this country. It's a disrespectful to someone like Mandrell who fought for this country. These people didn't go over there and risk life and limb. Hold on. Yeah, well, okay. But these people didn't go over there risking life, limb, and their bodies. First of all, they shouldn't have been sent over there in the first fucking place.
Bullshit. Mandrell went over there to get rid of his student loans. He said it himself.
But what I'm saying is this: they definitely didn't go over there for us to tear the shit that they went over and actually did something for apart. They didn't go over there to get treated the way that they do when they get back here and see the blatant disrespect for both this country. And I'm not saying that you have to be a staunch nationalist, but like these people went and did something that we benefited from at their expense whenever you get through. A grave expense for some of them. A very grave expense. Like some of these people don't come back and get to acclimate in the way that Mandrell has. It's hard. It's not easy. And that's not to say that that's not part of the job, but like you have to respect what these people did to make it so that we can sit here and have these conversations and be assholes and stupid online. Like the fact that this country has fallen the way that it has, and to have them come back after going and doing what they've done, all the work that they've done, to come back and see these people actively tearing it apart and literally being joyful about it, saying this is the intent. We want to break this shit down. And like, why can't they leave? Why does it have to be we have to tolerate it? Why does it have to be that we have to be accepting of everything everyone else wants to do, even if it's at the detriment of the greater population? We've terraformed this country for 1% of the population. Let that sink in. 1%. 99% has broken their backs for 1%. To what avail? We are
really you're
now
talking about we build America shit again, Ray?
No. I mean, I don't even like. You can call it whatever the hell you want.
I'm just fucking with you, dude. I was just trying to be lighthearted.
What's going on, Lawrence? But like when you have a group of people that comprises 1%, and they're doing things that are detrimental because like now we're all in a worse position. The 1% just feels better, not are better. They feel better. And the country's burning, and we are in a worse position. We are weaker. We have all these agendas. There's lowering standards to get into the military. Lowering standards. Do we really want the average fighting wars?
A perfect example is that whole thing where they make a big deal out of those handful of women who graduated from Ranger School.
Right.
They did, but here's the thing: what people don't know. No one they don't know how much of that shit those leaders were allowed to skip. Mm-hmm. Okay, those women were pushed through. Like, they didn't do everything the men did. They didn't go through all the starvation. They didn't go through all the sleep deprivation. Because again, even in the Q course, even in Special Forces selection, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't as bad as Ranger School is no joke. Okay, when you graduate Ranger School, you are as mentally tough as a human being can get, in my opinion. That's why a bunch of most airborne Rangers.
Is that what Ranger School does? Is mentally toughen you up more than physically?
No, it physically doesn't. It gets your mind. And what does it? The mental part, the best, in my opinion, are the Special Forces selection courses, like the one I went through for Green Berets, and there's another one for Delta Force. Delta Force, still to this day, don't know exactly what they do. I don't know what the selection courses entails. I know some guys from Delta Force. They won't tell me. Some guys who are really close are like, hey man, it's just you got that. There's nothing on any given day that you couldn't do. Well, that's good to know, but I'm not going to go to it. I can't now. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I'm just curious what you guys went through. Well, it's just regular stuff. So, but my thing is, like, Ranger School, it does both. Like, the mental part, Special Forces selection would give you puzzles and problems to solve while you're hungry, while you're sleepy. Figure this shit out. You know what I'm saying? Ranger School, you're losing 15 pounds in a week, and you have to hold this position right here. Stay awake. Don't let anyone pass you.
Focus while you literally feel your stomach trying to eat itself.
Exactly. You have to focus up while you're literally sleep deprived and food deprived. Drink all the water you want, but no food, no sleep. You know what I mean? So it's like you might get 4 hours every couple of days in Ranger School. You know what I mean? But those ladies, they didn't go through that.
But you loved that shit when you did it, didn't you? You enjoyed the fuck out of it, even though you hated it.
Well, I
mean,
mean,
was still something
it doesn't.
The thing is,
that's not the
joy
point,
comes.
though.
The joy comes after you're done with it. That's when you're like feeling yourself. You're like, holy shit, I made it. Hell yeah, fuck this. Fuck you. I did it and you didn't. Fuck. That's why you come out here and I listen to some people, and I don't say anything, but there is an element of that in me when I listen to some people talking like, fuck you. You can't do what I do. You know what I mean? Like there's that. Like, who the fuck are you? And that's why there's a lot of people I don't even respond to, Ray. It's like, why? Who are you?
Yeah.
Let me ask you something,
when you know that you've been through that, it's like, well, who are you? Why would I? You're not worth my time.
Let me ask you something, sir. How often do you sit and look at yourself and wish that you were still back over in the Middle East?
All the time.
I figured as much.
All the time, dude. It gets in you. I didn't join to go fight, and I knew that if it came down to it, I didn't mind fighting. Like, I don't mind at all. Like, I was like, hey, if I get called to go fight,
but Americans are a special type of stupidic moron, aren't they?
They are. I don't know a single combat veteran or member of SF who isn't disappointed in America in a collage of fashions. You know what I'm saying? Like the press, none of us like the press. None of us do. Not one of us like the press.
Is it like you're excited to come back because you've been overseas for the last 2 years, doing your tour or whatever, and you're excited, you want to come back, you want to see the family until you get back and you see what's going on, and you're like, Jesus Christ, just send me back.
Yeah. Sometimes it's like that, dude. It really is. Like, I mean, that's why
I'd rather be in war than here.
Right, like it's the political stuff. Like these ladies have pushed through political reasons. They didn't meet the standard. And it's politics. Right. And it reminds me of that whole thing where, like I said, I knew where bin Laden was while I was in, because I was in during the Bush administration. Like during the Bush administration, I knew where bin Laden was. But, fast forward a year into Obama's presidency, he goes there and sends SEAL Team 6 in to go get him.
Camp David in a bunker somewhere?
Who?
Bin Laden during the Bush administration. I thought he was at Camp David.
I don't think he was in Camp David. But he was definitely in Pakistan. We knew that, but again, like I explained earlier, why we didn't get him when we could have.
Really killed him.
Yeah, he's gone.
Do you really think so?
Yeah, I really think so. He's gone. They had to. That's something they had to.
Were you over there when they caught Saddam and hung him?
I wasn't over there.
I wasn't
over there when they happened, but I remember when I got word of it. Everybody was happy about that.
You heard about that? Because I know you were like I did and watched the cell phone footage that was on the internet for the whole 4 hours that it lasted.
Right, and they took that shit down quick, didn't it? We got to watch like someone there got a copy of it, and we're just sitting there watching. Like,
dude, that shit was
like
taken on a ancient old like flip phone style phone with a little LCD screen on it, dude.
No doubt,
dude.
I
It
mean,
was
I felt good. I felt
the
good.
greatest thing ever. Look, Saddam Hussein took that shit like a boss too, because he went out cussing every one of them fools out.
Yeah. Here's how I felt about it. Hold on 1 second. Here's how we feel about it now. Every member of SF, whether you Green Berets or Delta Force, we all felt one way about the war in our country when we were serving,
and another way.
As we served, we saw all this crazy shit going on because we were asking questions. Sometimes we were told to shut up. Other times we just flat out didn't like the answers we got because they were fucked up and it didn't make sense. And then it's like when she asked 1 + 1 = 2, it's like, oh, this is about money. Oh, this shit's about optics. This shit over here is about politics. This is some political bullshit you're doing. So when we go through that, and then we're like, okay, I'm over here doing my job. I love my job, love what I do, but you're pushing me to a point where I can't be a part of this anymore. Like it's a lot of us got out when we had the option to stay in because of that. It's like, okay, with all this crazy shit you guys are doing, you pencil necks are doing. You know what I mean? I don't understand. Yeah. You're playing with people's lives. We're serious. We want to. You tell us, okay, this is the enemy. Go get him. We got him. Let him go. What? Why? What are you talking?
We need you to go catch him again in 6 months.
Right. You know what I mean? I mean, that's what the American warfighter is probably the greatest and most well-trained warfighter of all time in human history.
So with that,
we'll go over there and get them. That's what some people don't know. We'll go catch people. High value targets, and then let them go. What? Why'd you do that? Why? And then, like Ray just said, 3 years later, hey, he bombed this place, that place. Yeah, no shit. When I brought him here to you 3 years ago, I mean,
so they basically got y'all functioning like the police.
Yeah, but you're in the middle of nowhere. You're 100 miles, sometimes 200 miles behind enemy lines. So if you get in trouble, help ain't coming.
Mandrell,
you know what I'm saying? Help ain't coming. You gotta deal. Yeah, go ahead. And there's only 12 of us, by the way.
I'm curious about something with all the stuff you're saying and all the stuff that that like you were trained to do. How did it make you feel when you realized that when you came back and was done doing the bidding for the U.S. military and the federal government specifically, that you were considered a domestic terrorist because of the training they gave you to do their bidding?
Oh, whatever, man.
I mean, how does that make you feel as a person? I'm just saying, did that make you feel any type of way as a person, knowing that now they see you as a threat to their agenda?
At that point, and at this point, it's kind of par for the course. That's why I take that attitude towards like, with the shit you made me do, like, you know what I'm saying, made yourself look dumb by telling me to do the opposite. Or if we'll catch high value targets, right? We'll catch them, bring them in. Okay, this guy has a bounty. We're not collecting that bounty, but you got bounty posters.
Hillary really dodged bullets?
Who did?
Did Hillary really have to dodge bullets when she went over there?
No, she didn't. She didn't. No, that was fabricated. No, they weren't gonna let that happen. Come on, you know what I mean? So, and then we see stuff like that, and we're just like, yeah, whatever. This is bullshit. And then you find out the press is corrupt. You know what I mean? You're like, the press is corrupt too.
When Middle Eastern news is more reliable than your own nation's news.
That's true, because they're trying to get views, and these days they're trying to get clicks. And that's what it's all about. Whatever story they need to spin, however they do it. Like they beat us to places that we were headed to. We were mobilizing to go, and I'm like, we got to dodge the press, like. Yeah, so we're going to go this way. Why are we going that way? We can just go and make a beeline straight for it. Well, this way we won't have to dodge the press. Well, aren't we by definition doing that very thing, dodging the press by going out of the way? And then, first of all, and then they hit me like, first of all, why is the press here? How did they know we were coming to this location? Who told them? This whole thing's supposed to be a secret, right?
Bro, I'll still never forget
that. No one's supposed to know we're here. Like it was situations like that, Chuck and Ray. Like situations where no one's supposed to know this is where we're heading. But when we get there, they're already there. How?
I'll never forget the very first time when they did that first airstrike on Baghdad, and it was the first time they actually televised an airstrike on another nation in real time. Dude, that blew my mind. That we were literally sitting here watching bombs drop on another country's capital on live TV in real time.
But the thing is, it makes it. That I don't mind because it makes it real. I think the American people need to see it.
Well,
because remember,
it was the mind blower because the American people had never seen it before. They always saw clips of it afterwards, but not happening in real time.
In real time, yeah. It would. I mean, it wasn't all bad. It was fucked up over there. But don't get me wrong, I wouldn't want to live over there and live in it. But you know, it's just there's not a single one of us who's isn't disappointed. That's why the vast majority of us never work for federal government ever again in life once we get out of this generation of this war. The vast majority of us have nothing to do with federal government ever after we get out. We don't work for them. We don't consult for them. You know what I'm saying? We'd rather do it with a contracting company than federal government. At least that's private. You know,
one of my best friends.
I want to show this one since we're talking war. I want to show this real quick. This is literally. So I found this. It's my favorite airplane, the 810 Warthog, fucking doing some magic against some ground, some CRAM dodging. So let's hold on. Check this out.
That looks like a dragon peeing blood. Dude, that don't even look real though.
That's the 810, baby.
That's, you know what I'm saying? It's almost too real. That's wild,
bruh. This is like the most gangster shit ever, bro. Like, I was like, I got like mad love for 810 Warthogs. It's been my favorite airplane since forever. And like, this dude's like, I'm finishing my job.
That is crazy,
dude. That dude's just like, I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing. All right.
Shout out to the pilot. Look at those skills, man.
Right,
bro. That's wild. It's like, what's he doing? Just making.
Shout out to the pilot skills, man. Look at that.
For real, dude. Because man, he was just right. He was right. That was crazy. You are right.
Yeah. That's when I was little, I had the whole 810 Warthog was my plane, bro. It's got a Gatling gun in the front of it. Like, it's the best plane. It's the best plane. I don't care what anybody says.
Here's the thing.
Carnage says that's a video game.
That gun is so integrated with that plane. This is how they build it. First, they have the gun. They have the gun, right? They build the plane around the gun. You know, most planes. Yeah, you know that most planes they build the plane, then attach the guns to it.
Yeah.
No, they build the gun first and build the plane around the gun. The gun is the most that Gatling gun is the most important part about the plane. The rounds, the warheads are made of spent uranium.
Made of what?
Spent uranium.
Interesting.
That is so awesome.
That's crazy. They're shooting little nukes at people.
Oh yeah, that's why they fuck up everything. That round doesn't have to hit you to fuck you up.
Right.
It just got to get within like 20 yards of you.
Even further than that, it can be. Those, I mean, because the shrapnel from the ground, when it hits the ground, dude, you'll get fucked up with an 810 around. That's what I said. People, well, China can be no contest. There's no country on this planet who's going to engage America in warfare today and win. You're not winning an actual fight.
I don't know, dude. They keep putting these fucking dildo, rainbow flag flying, rainbow Nazi warriors in uniform,
but they just,
dude, I'm telling you,
they'll tell them, let those go cook. You know what I'm saying? Or mop floors or type some documents or whatever. No, fuck that. I'm telling you, when it comes to warfare, don't be fooled. Don't kid yourself. You're not.
Really, all that shit should be over here defending our borders, though, right now.
Facts.
We have the resources, yeah.
Big facts.
But that's a whole other story. I could tell you about the drug trade and how it gets over here.
Yep.
Why nothing, bruh? Because the shit we did in South America, which is the actual AO of my SF group, SF ODA group. Yeah, our area of operation is South America. Yes, the entire continent.
Oh wow.
Yes, the entire continent.
Wow.
Fifth group, I think theirs is the Middle East. Yes, the entire Middle East.
So you saying South America is part of America?
No, but I mean they're trying, but it's not going to happen.
We
Yeah, but-
definitely mine it for resources, though.
yeah, we mine it for resources.
Right.
He said, it's like in quotes.
Mine it.
That's what I meant to.
Mine.
Yeah. Give me a shit. I mean, but here's the thing: when it came to that, I didn't care. I'm fine with that. I mean,
Hey, you were getting your student loans paid, man, and they kept their word, so that's all that mattered.
and
right?
yeah, well, as soon as I got out of basic training, and as soon as I got out of basic training, I made it through basic training. I went to airborne school, and I actually looked that up.
Were you in Fort Campbell for airborne school?
No, Benning.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say I was born in Fort Campbell, at where the 101st is.
Yeah, that's what 5th group is too. 5th Special Forces group is in Fort Campbell. I got a buddy of mine still over there. He's a first sergeant. He's first sergeant now. He's about to he's gonna retire in a couple. He was gonna retire, but then they pinned first sergeant on him. He's like, nah, fuck it. I'll just stay.
My grandpa was a staff sergeant over there.
He's back over here. He's in garrison now. He's not gonna be deploying much anymore. It's like, fine, okay. He's gonna sit at your ass in the desk. And he said, exactly.
Nah, dude, I have a buddy that I went to he was actually a real good friend of mine. I didn't go to school with him, but he was at a neighboring school, so we hung out all the time. When the second Iraq war first broke out and they were going over to Baghdad, remember when they had that insurgent attack on that American caravan?
Yeah.
Where 100 insurgents attacked them and killed like 4 or 5 people. 4 or 5 of the soldiers over there. My buddy was over there in that attack.
Yeah, and, imagine that 100 people only took out 4. Fuck
but
you.
The thing
You're
is,
not winning.
The thing is he ain't been the same since, though. That messed him up.
Yeah, I mean, combat will change you one way or the other.
Well, they completely caught him off guard because the caravan wasn't even that big that they were in, and if you recall, half of it had been separated and was still back.
Mm-hmm.
Back in ways, and
yeah, that happens. Well, things that happens, especially when you're in convoys. Sometimes this happens. Some of them might get a flat tire, or
he ended up being in a vehicle that got hit with some kind of IED and ended up getting. Dude, he's not the same person that he used to be. You know what I'm saying? Like the guy that went there ain't the same guy that came back at all. I mean, you can see that you can tell that he tries to be the guy.
Yeah,
that went there, but there was a lot of him that got left over there that never came back.
See, I'll tell you, my mother told me that. She told me that once. She said, I wish you'd never joined the military. I said, why? You're a completely different person. I said, really? She said, yeah, you are a completely different person. And that's, Chuck, you're absolutely right. You're spot on. You do leave a piece of yourself over there. And the longer you're there, the more times you go, the more of yourself gets left back there. Now sometimes it does get replaced with something else. So, but essentially you're right. You are a different person when you come back. Once you see war, it's different. That's why I'm not quick to get into a fight. You know what I'm saying? Yep. I'd rather just leave the area because I understand violence. And I understand
a whole different level and scale than most people.
Exactly. I understand violence. Now I actually honestly and actually understand violence. I know where this can go. Because if I'm in a fight, what's the point other than to kill you? You trying to kill me?
Right.
Am I trying to kill you? No? Then what's the point? I'm just gonna walk away. You know what I mean? There's no point in taking this any further. So, but if I do get into a fight, I know where I'm willing to go. So I just rather not be bothered with it. You know what I mean? I just want to
throw out there. I'll be honest with you, Mandrell. The more I talk to you, the more I actually, the more I like you, man. Honestly, I really do. You're pretty straight up.
Mandrell's a vegan,
dude, for real. You know what we used to call back in the day? Because how old are you? In your late 30s, early 40s?
Just 44.
Oh, you're same age as me, so you remember you're a man's man, dude, and there aren't many of them left.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Bro,
it.
Hold on. Mandrell, my buddy the homie B-Rad over on Snowman's channel is going. He said, what's your ethnicities that you know for sure? or at
Oh,
all.
okay.
Like,
I mean,
What's your
I know.
family ethnicities, or that you for sure know?
and then he also
all.
also said that this is why he said, Ray, this is why people don't like Trump, because orange people don't answer simple questions.
All right, I'll answer his question.
B-Rad, you ain't shit, dude.
Ethnicities I know of are Native American, from the Creek Indians, and the Comanche Indians, and the Haichi Indians. I also know my black side, my dad's side, African Americans. All I know, black people.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so a lot of our heritage got lost, you know, to time and circumstances. Who had time to really keep a log of where you're from when you get your ass beat with a whip, or you're dying on a trail of tears, or you get being forced by a mob to move out of your territory? You know what I'm saying?
Dude, you sound like you got more ingredients in you than the Colonel's 7 herbs and spices.
I probably do. You know what I'm saying?
Bruh. He said he got all the flavors, bro.
All the flavors.
Also, ladies, Mandrell is single.
Yep.
We trying to find him a wife. All you 304s and scuzz buckets, you stay where you at. Mandrell's a good man, and we trying to find him some quality. Okay.
Exactly.
High emphasis on protection and provision, especially protection. He'll rip your arms off to beat off.
Dude, I don't know how you're going to find that without, scouring high school graduations.
Yeah, right.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God, bro.
I'm just saying, man, if you don't get them as soon as they're walking out of the graduation ceremony before they get into the real world and really get screwed up, it's a lost cause.
It's a
well,
done deal,
well, the issue is, it's just like and that's the thing that people don't understand, because like everybody wants us to be the same and we're not, and it's like, well, and like I'll tell people straight up, I'm like, I have no sympathy for men with trauma, because like that's what we're built out of. Like if you don't have trauma, I don't honestly don't want to associate with you.
Well, see, that's the really weird thing about it, Ray, is they say they claim that they want everybody to be the same while not even being able to tell you what they are.
Well,
because they change their identity every day.
I think that you have women are dialing in on this. Women are starting to get to the point, because the issue is when you have a vortex that just starts eating pieces of things, when it comes to your door, it becomes a problem. It's the same conversation that I have with people about these school board things. And I'm like, if you're asked by your neighbors who have kids to go participate and go to a school board meeting, even if you don't have kids, you should go, because eventually you live in this society, you're going to have kids, and they're going to be indoctrinated in whatever decisions they're making now. So it's important that we're all involved in that. And so when this references back to women, they're being attacked. Their womanhood's being attacked. They're talking about replacing us, and it's like, bro, like these dudes are trying to replace you. Like this is a problem for everybody. And so you're having people who are finding those points of intolerance where they go, this is enough. This is enough. Like,
but there's not enough people that are saying this is enough. There ain't.
I think you're going to start seeing more. Like for me personally, when I saw that whole video of the protests with the Armenians and where the counter protesters came up and thought they were going to get aggressive with them, I was like, bro, you don't just be hitting people, bro. And as soon as they hit them, they were like, cool, knock down, drag out. Like, we're going to do work. And they did that work. And they gave them the business, and they were like, you hit us first. Like, you're going to see a lot more of that. Like, and it's not a premise of wanting there to be aggression or saying that there's even a need for aggression, but there needs to be a need for a staunch line and a consequence. And the consequence for putting your hands on a stranger is they might put paws back on you. That's the reason you don't go around touching people. And it's kind of like what Mandrell said. Like, wasn't in the military, at least not officially, but having been through some of the stuff that I've been through, like, I understand exactly what fighting means. Like, I've had friends that were like, we've gotten into it in the club, and they got put in a wheelchair outside. Well, they got put in the ground outside because they let somebody walk away. And it's like,
they don't grow up like we did. They don't.
Right.
That we actually look, we grew up in an era where we trolled in real time right to your fucking face.
Facts.
And you know what? If someone came and trolled, they better be willing to stand up and take that shit right to the chin.
Yeah, and it's so as we're moving forward, it's like once stuff starts winding off the rails, the way that I look at it, there's two ways this works out. Like obviously the stuff that our government's doing, until we as a collective take a stance on that, that is going to continue being perpetuated, and like until it gets so uncomfortable that people have to be out in the streets saying like, hey, we're not going to do this, it's not going to change. But like the social things that are happening, those things you have control over. You do have a mediocre of control over what goes on in your school board. You do have a mediocre of control over if your local city and politics are corrupt, because like those are things that affect you that you have a say in. You do have control over how we interact with each other. And like that's what I tell people, because I navigate on respect, and I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees personally. Mm-hmm. So like when it comes to stuff where I'm forcing you to do that, I'm like, well, if you're not willing to take life to force what you're saying, because I know that like within my arm's reach, like I'm not a person who cares about words, but like within arm's reach, you ain't gonna walk up and just like start screaming the N-word in my face, because like I'm gonna let a particulate hit me. That's assault. And then now you done entered the terror dome. Like it's just what.
Well, you ain't gonna dangle it in front of my face like a carrot and tell me I can't use it either.
Exactly. Right. And so those are the things. It's like you have to control what you can control, and like that's the reason I'm an advocate of personal fitness, having your finances in order, and being prepared and being capable. Those are things that matter. You have control over those things. And honestly, if you have those three things, most stuff you can deal with. Now, the stuff we have to collectively work on, like obviously people are going to pick and choose battles, and not everybody's going to see things that are as important as other things. But like I said, like I think if we go to the lowest common denominator, the children, if the battle's taking place there, I think that everyone should give a shit. Period. Like there's no way that you're going to walk around and say you don't care about kids. Like I don't even necessarily like kids. They're slimy. They got a lot of germs. They say annoying shit. And until they can play video games, they're practically worthless. So like to me,
and you know what? It better when they become adults, because they end up being the worst investment you ever make as a human being.
Like right, but for small children, I'm like, I don't want them. I want them to learn things. I want them to at least be set up with a foundation to like put themselves in position to become something. You know, like I don't think that old men in dresses should be reading to kids. Like I do think it's weird. I'm never gonna not think that's weird. I think it's weird as fuck. Sorry, but I don't agree with it. Yeah, I just don't agree with it. And I'm like, if we're not gonna get to a point to where we say like, hey, like this is kind of fucked up. And you know, I'm a big advocate of I don't care what you do in your house.
Thank you. I'm the same way. I don't care what you do.
But when you're telling me that you want to come do it in my house, we have a problem.
Right.
I have a
Hey, look, if the way you wind down is you want to go home at the end of the day and fucking try and commit suicide with fucking heroin in your basement, that's your business.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously.
Well, you can't damage property of the state, though. That's why.
That's why I said he's in the privacy of his own basement. Now, when I have a problem with it is when you're sitting there nodding out, going down the highway, and now your liberties are starting to infringe on my liberties. Now we have an issue.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see the value.
Nobody's willing to risk everything, Ray. That's what it is. Because at the end of the day, to change shit in America and to actually be changed in a way that is going to benefit America, that means people are going to have to sit back and say, what am I willing to lose? What am I willing to risk?
Yeah.
Honestly, how much are you willing to lose to make shit better and get your point across to people and try and start a movement? How much are you really willing to lose?
Well, I mean,
at the end of the day, that's what it ends up being.
Well, it's just like when we were talking about the 3%ers, when you guys had like millions of people, and I'm like, y'all couldn't
considered a white supremacist group now.
Yeah, not surprising. I mean, everything's a supremacist group when they want to do anything. So, I mean, obviously, you hold me back daily, literally. First thing in the morning, Chuck's over there oppressing. He just sends an
Hey,
impressive
you know,
text
the
every
first
day.
thing I
Just
do
said,
after I get up and take a shit and brush my teeth is I make my cup of coffee and sit and think about how I'm going to oppress a darkie today.
yeah. And I
I
mean,
knew it.
yeah, right. We've got the mask. This is the guy. Like, no. So, but yeah. So like as a society, when you're looking at the way that, and that's the funny thing. It's like people will formulate and be like, hey, we're going to try and collectively get together and start working together. White supremacist group. Like that's great. It's just so funny. But when you're looking at how these things have to happen, like I'm not necessarily a doom and gloom person, but I'm like, at some point, the things that I'm expounding, people just have to start doing that. Like at minimum, you've got to fix your house. If everybody fixed their house collectively, doing an individual act, which is just making your life and your family's life better.
So
collectively, that will move the needle further, because the whole premise of this is they want you to be working, tired, and broke.
Yeah, because they
and
want to
struggling.
control how you spend your money and how fast.
And they don't want you to have time to think. Now, if everybody was in good shape, working on their health, taking vitamins, and getting their finances in order. Hey, dude, screw you, bro. My vitamins are awesome. Anyways, but if everybody was taking care of those tenants for themselves within their homes, then you are so much harder to oppress and navigate, because now you're going to start creating this space where you can think and breathe. Like, you know how freaking awesome it is going to sleep when you don't have debt? It's fucking great. It is fucking great.
You got nothing.
Like,
Oh my god, you got nothing to worry about.
You sleep
Holy
different.
shit,
You wake
dude,
up,
you do.
like, bro, like it's
I gotta pay my credit.
different.
Woman. I gotta pay my credit cards. Ha ha ha! You still got credit card debt?
Look, I ain't at the
Why?
level that you
know what I
guys
mean?
are
It's
yet,
like-
but I do understand what you're saying, because for the first time in my life, the last 3 years, I can actually go to sleep comfortably and soundly and not have to worry about what bills do I have to get put back so another one can get paid.
Right.
And a lot of that was just me actually learning things that I should have already known and actually putting it into practice.
Yeah. And it takes time to learn
that's
it. If no one teaches you earlier on in life, it takes you time to learn these things, man. And the
Dude,
shit of it is
Mandrell, I'm
that
not
when you're
lying.
young, you don't make much money when you're younger, you know what I'm saying? But so you don't really have an honest chance of fixing it until later on in life. Until then, you're just paying the bill just enough to keep up with it and stop defaulting, so you don't default on it. But no one tells you these things when you're younger, so you kind of fall for the trap. It's fucked up, but I mean, that's what banks want.
Most people that are
100%.
lower middle class or are in poverty, they don't even realize, because I didn't even realize how much of their lack of having any kind of money in their house, any financial stability, all relies on them being and doing their due diligence of staying current with their bills. The late fees that they impose, like I'm telling you, I wasn't lying when I said it was probably 3, maybe 4, 3 years ago, when I finally was able to get all of our bills to where I was paying the bill on time when it was due. You know what I'm saying? And the first month that I had all of our bills caught up and, went through and paid all the bills for the month, I had an extra $350 that I spent 4 hours going through everything, trying to find what I didn't pay, because I didn't know that you're really robbing yourself of hundreds of dollars a month just in late fees by not paying your shit on time, because generally you're selfish and you want to do this rather than doing what you need to do.
Yeah. And it's one of those things. Like, I remember the first time that I bought a set of tires, and I wasn't like, this is going to put me financially behind for 6 months to a year. Like, I literally sat there, like, I'm not a big crier. Like, I'm not even trained to do it, but like, it was such an emotional thing to be able to go, I need new tires, and then go, okay, and just went and bought the tires. Like, I pulled out of the parking lot, got about a block away from the home, pulled over and cried.
I ain't there
like,
yet.
It just didn't even make sense to me. Like, my brain, like, I was just like, dude, like, because like I started thinking about like how far I'd come, and I'm like, I just went and bought a whole set of tires, like 4 new tires, because I needed them, and like I had the money. And I was just like, oh,
Well, you know, like I
This
told
is
you, Ray, when me
different.
and the wife started out, being her, everything we had fit in one bedroom.
Yeah.
Everything. And we didn't even have our own bed. We were sleeping on an air mattress on the floor. You know?
Jeez.
Me and my wife. And now, 10 years later, we live on 2 acres, you know, with our own house. And, you know, part of the time of us, you know, getting to where we are, I had my own father telling me that I would never be able to do it on my own, that I'd always need his help. I'd always need him to fall back on.
Dude, you want to hear something crazy? Because like whenever we like have these conversations, and I'll like talk to my chick, and she very much relates to your upbringing as well. Because like I had a rough upbringing, she had a fucking god awful upbringing. Her family, when she enrolled to go to college, disowned her. Like they were just like they like
What, you
literally
think you're better than us now?
100%. Yep. And like literally was just like, and then like after that, they like would come back and like come after her for like money and like just basically use her because like now she's the person who's successful in the family. And they're like, we hate you, but also help pay these bills.
Like, you know, my wife is the most successful one out of her family other than her mom. And you know what? I think that she even makes more money than her mom does now too. And her mom's a college professor at UNO over in Lima.
Oh, dang. Well, that should be the goal though. Like I think as a parent, you should want your kids to do
Her
better,
mom is really proud
you know?
of her. You know, actually
Yeah.
her mom is really proud of me and her both, because me and her have taken, look, really, in all honesty, the way our marriage runs and the way our house runs shouldn't even be going. It shouldn't happen the way it does, because it's nothing that was ever displayed to us.
Right.
You know, we should be following. Really, we should be part of that whole the statistic, that, you know, statistical metric of what happens when you have chaos. You know, lack of parental guidance. You know, drugs involved. You know, you've heard some of this shit. I mean, really, dude, I should be a statistic. My wife should be a statistic, but we're not. You know, and it's all simply because even though we may have felt like life gave up on us, we didn't give up on us. You know, it wasn't that we didn't give up on life. We didn't give up on ourselves. And that's what most people do. You know, think about this. Most people don't even love themselves. So how can you love someone else if you don't even have the capacity to love yourself?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
most people can't even be alone with themselves. That, you know, they aren't happy just being with themselves. You know, they need someone else there. You know, if you ain't comfortable with yourself, how can you expect anyone else to be comfortable with you?
Facts.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, that and then your upbringing, it's like you don't see any of this stuff, and you're kind of, well, I mean, the thing that's interesting, and it's what I consider it when you become an adult, is when you realize that like nobody knows what they're doing. You're just kind of navigating it, and you have to do the best that you can. And it's kind of like at those points where like when I was patching things up with my family, like a lot of those points, a lot of the stuff I had to, as mad as I was, let it go, because I'm like, you realize you're like, man, these motherfuckers didn't know what the fuck they were doing.
Well, look,
at all. And they just kind of navigating through it, and you're like, these are the circumstances, and I'm like, okay, so I've navigated and not created most of these circumstances in my life, but like as an adult, I'm looking around, I'm like, well, you know, I'm testing shit and I'm really quick to pivot, but like, I don't know exactly what I'm doing either. And I look back and I'm like, oh, wait a second. When I was pissed at my mom because like she did X, Y, and Z, I'm like, she didn't know what the fuck she was doing. And she had to deal with my ass going around being a fucking heathen. So
I said that's how my mom and I reconciled. Like, I've had a couple of conversations with my mom. One of the questions I asked her was like, Mom, growing up, why were you so hard on me? You know? She's like, because I refuse to raise a sorry man.
My mom tried to apologize.
So like, I didn't know. Yeah, I didn't know. She apologized to me too, but I didn't know that that's what was on her mind. I thought she was just being an asshole. You know what I'm saying? And mean for no reason sometimes. You know what I mean? I didn't understand that that's what was on her mind. You know what I'm saying? Her father drank. You know, he was this quintessential drunk Indian. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So she had an uncle that drank. You know what I'm saying? But she's got 4 brothers, and she's the youngest and the only girl. You know what I'm saying? 4 older brothers. Those are the siblings. You know what I'm saying? So you know, there's nothing but masculine energy around her. So she could be very aggressive, especially with me sometimes, you know what I'm saying? Because she understood that with boys, you have to be more stern with us because we're wild, especially me. I was a daredevil. I would do crazy shit. I'd jump off shit all the time. Like when I went airborne, when I graduated airborne school, my mom was like, I can't believe he would pick a job where he's jumping out of airplanes and stuff like that. And my grandma was like, well, he used to jump off everything. He used to jump out of trees. When he was younger than that, he used to jump off the mattress of the bed. He used to climb on the roof and jump off stuff. Why are you surprised? She's like, why are you surprised that he's jumping out of airplanes? Like my grandma said, why are you surprised? You know what I mean? But so the military really fit me because my dad was a very structured guy. You know what I'm saying? He's a quiet man, but he's very structured. You know what I'm saying? As far as I can tell, he was focused on, you know what I'm saying? But very laid back and chill. Quiet man, very laid back and chill. But that military, it was in him because he was in it. You know, he only spent 3 years active duty before I was born, but the rest of the time he spent in the National Guard. He never actually got out of the Army, you know. And so he did total 32 years. So yeah, that's kind of in him, right? Plus he grew up poor. He and his siblings grew up poor. So did my mom. You know, my dad grew up in the projects. So now that I'm old, you know, when I got older, I was able to put everything into context as to why they raised my sister and I a certain way. Why, when I was 11, my mom sat me down and taught me how to balance a checkbook. You know what I'm saying? When I was 11, she taught me how to balance a checkbook. She opened up an account for me with $100 and said, okay, this is how much money you got. If you save it. Then she started telling me what savings were and why you should save. Then she said, okay, everything's moving to 401k. So I'm going to get retirement from my job, but you're not going to get that. This is what you're going to get. I was 12 at this time. And she saw the forecast when I was 12 that everything's moving to 401k. Right. She saw the forecast. Everything's moving to 401k.
She said they ain't going to give you nothing.
Right. I'm going to get the retirement from my job, son. You're not going to get, you're your sister. You're not going to get that. But why not? Because
my mom taught me everything too, Mandrell.
Right. It's like, it's cheaper to do it this way. That way,
you know, as far as like my mom did teach me things to be able to survive. And you know what? Somebody block that mouthy ass fucking woman that never stops talking. For real. Somebody go out there, take her fucking wrench from her and block her.
Yeah, she's on your channel, dude. Like, why are you?
Yeah, but Ray, I look at my life now. I'm
respectfully,
like, wow,
Nunya, respectfully.
I had awesome parents growing up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because they really looked out for my sister. Now they taught us things like financial literacy as young children. You know?
Yeah.
And it's
dude, my mom had a seventh grade education.
Wow. And see, but those kind of lessons, though, Chuck, back me up here. Those kind of lessons, they stick to you. Because anytime I went to buy anything, I started thinking like, how much money do I have in my account? I have friends like, why are you worried about that? Like, well, if there's no money in the account, I can't really buy this, can I?
Well, you know what I mean? Like
it was, a simple answer like that. I'm like, what do you mean? Well, just take it.
You want to know how weird it was? Like my stepdad, he couldn't read past the 4th grade level, dude. Mm-hmm. So it was weird for me as a kid reading shit to my stepdad and me having a, you know, like I said, my mom didn't even make it out. She had a 7th or 8th grade education was the highest she went. She was 17 when she married my dad.
Okay.
You know, so it was just the people that were around me didn't even have the just normal education to be able to, like, I couldn't go to my mom or my stepdad with any kind of school problem that I didn't understand, because if I didn't understand it, I knew they sure as hell didn't understand it.
Right. Both my parents ended up getting their degree, though. You know.
And, you know, to me, I actually kind of envy the, you know, people that had parents that had higher learning to where they actually, you know, helped, you know, champion on their kids' learning, kind of like how I do with my son.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
why I'm with him. You know, my sister, she took things to a different level. She spoiled her kids, and she's one of them people that is responsible for these fucking Gen whatever they are that cry about everything because they never had their butt spanked. They never been yelled at. They never had to do no chores. They were given everything they ever wanted. You know, that was my sister. Me, on the other hand, I saw the things that my parents lacked, and I was like, when I had kids, I was like, man, maybe I ought to try and make sure that I give my kids, you know, more of the survival type skills mentally and physically, you know, and otherwise that are going to benefit them rather than sitting here and coddling them and telling them that, you know, life's full of nothing but fucking rainbows and butterflies and, you know, that they can be anything they want to be and they're just as equal to, you know, Jeff over there, even if they didn't try as hard. Look, my son knows that he doesn't even tell me anymore that he almost, because when he said, every time he tells me he almost, I said, but you didn't.
I like that. I love that mentality. I have that too. So we normally, granted our intern this year, he's interned with us for a few years. He comes and works with us over the summers, but like they used to have him ride with me and like, I'll be on that kid's neck all summer and he loves it. Like, he's just like we have good times, but I'm like, if you ask me a question, I was like, just so you know, when you get in this van, if you ask me a question, I'm going to give you the answer. So like, don't ask anything you don't want the actual answer to.
And look, my son's a smart ass, just like I am, dude. Only he's 8 years old. And he's been like this since he was about 4 years old. All right. Only his vernacular's gotten better. All right.
Right.
So there's times now, and it started when he was about 6, that there were times that he would say stuff and be so quick about it that I literally had to stop myself and remind myself that this was a 6, 7, or 8-year-old kid saying this to me and not you. Because I was about ready to flatten his nose.
Oh my God. Oh, he said, what'd you just say?
Right. You know, and it isn't that he says bad words or anything. It's, look, the kid had, like, he uses words that in my opinion, he shouldn't be using yet and actually use them correctly. You know, and then he comes off, you know how, you know, young kids are that are in, you know, coming into, especially boys coming into themselves, you know, that stage where they start smelling themselves, where even though they're joking, everything sounds condescending and sarcastic to where you want to punch them in their fucking face.
Basically how Casey talks at all times.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, the kid is, I forgot where I was going with it, man, but no, I really did. I just had a brain fart, man. My sugar kicked in.
Well, I mean, it's late, and I mean, I've been up since 4, so I mean, I'm surprised I've had as few brain farts as I've had, but I did get a power nap of about 10 minutes in before I started the show, so we're running on diesel tonight.
I got an idea for something we can do for Juneteenth to where we can make money off of it too, Ray.
Mandrell, are you in for the Juneteenth simulcast?
No, listen, you know
the
how
only holiday I'm celebrating this month.
Listen to me. You know how during the Super Bowl and during like March Madness and the Final Four and that shit, they do them like 100 spot like pull tab boards where you bet $1 and you pick a square and shit.
Yeah,
and you got basically like the quarters got to match up with whatever number your square lands on. Okay,
right.
Rather than it being every quarter, and it being a quarter score. Do that on Juneteenth. What my idea is do these pull boards, let people buy a square for like maybe $2 a square. All right. And us do like 4 of them. And what it is if your square lands on whatever city, and we'll do 4 cities, whatever city has the highest murder rate that day.
Oh, jeez. Bro, the Juneteenth day of murder rate. That is ridiculous.
But
actually,
dude,
you know what? What day is? Hold on. Where's a damn calendar so I can see when Juneteenth is?
I'm just saying, man. You could do it.
Isn't
you could
it
treat
Monday?
it just like a sport, man, and literally at least have some fun with it when you know it's going to happen. You know it's going to happen every time you get a congregation of fucking people that don't have white, black, or otherwise, I'm gonna put that out there, that don't have any kind of house training, there's always going to be some kind of violence and fucking.
Yeah, he's right though. They don't have any kind of home training, man. You're done. I mean, it's crazy.
That's
Here's
true.
the thing: most people don't even know what Juneteenth is. That's the sad part.
Isn't that the day that?
Yeah, it's okay. So it's Monday. So I might have to do a Tuesday stream just to recap the crime.
Do a
that
Sunday,
happened on
man.
Juneteenth.
Do a Sunday.
It's Sunday.
Yeah, do a Sunday because I'm lighting off fireworks Sunday night for Juneteenth.
But we can't know the crime stats for that day if it's not.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Day,
the actual,
or the day after that.
If we do the pull card thing, we would have to do it that day.
Yeah,
but I think, dude,
you'd have to do it the day after because you would have to go back and reference the stats for the previous day. The stats aren't. Yeah,
you're right.
So it'd have to be on Tuesday.
But look, dude, how you would do it is you would just put, like, for the actual numbers, you'd have two sides where it's 1 or 0 through 9, and then you have like Chicago, New York, Philadelphia.
Dude, Philadelphia is gonna win.
Houston, Dallas. you
literally didn't list Detroit. You leaving Detroit off this list?
No, I was getting there, dude. I mean, dude, there's so many now. It's hard to keep track of them all.
Well, I mean, I just refer to them as third world cities, and I don't literally. No, so I have a funny story.
I'm waiting for Muslims to take Detroit over,
bro. It would be better. It would be better,
dude. Red. I was talking to Red, and he was telling me up there that there are literally neighborhoods in Detroit that when you come into them, it's like you just went into a fucking Afghanistan or something over there.
Damn.
He said not even bullshit. It's like you just went into an entirely different country altogether.
Oh wow,
damn,
double damn. Okay, so for my final, hold on. Let's do final thoughts, and then I'm going to round it out with my funny story, because I do have a funny story about Detroit, because I've been there once. Who wants to go first?
Don't eat yellow snow.
Angel. Oh, my God.
Ugh,
Angel,
damn.
You got any final thoughts for us, brother? I'm voting Angel fell asleep. That's a win for me. Angel's soul is mine, along with Angry Man and Beans, because I've had all of them fall asleep because I stay up later than everybody. Speaking of which, I got two stories for you guys. So one time on Christmas Eve, we went out. There was this club that we all used to go hang out and dance at, and I got picked up by a dominatrix, and she was like, "You want to come back?"
Didn't you?
No, let me finish the story. Okay, so it's a good tale about how you can have friends and still keep your value set. So this chick picks me up, and she was like, "You want to go back to my place? We're having a party." So I get back to this place, and it's like a bunch of prominent chefs within the city, and they've made this authentic Passover dinner. And I was like, "Cool, I've never had any of this shit, so I'm gonna eat everything." So everybody's like doing coke at this party. They're all coked out. And so, I'm eating all the food. We're hanging out. There's people getting spanked and beat in the other room. It was kind of cool. I looked in there. I'm not going to lie. I ain't got no shame. I was like, I want to see other people get spanked, but ain't nobody spanking me. So, the night goes on, and it goes, and we, are partying. 6 o'clock rolls around, and, everybody's, bouncing out of this party, and, there's only a few people left, and we're all hanging out, and they were just like, "So, you've turned down drugs all night. What are you on? How do you have this much energy?" And I was like, "This is just how I am. I'll be like this until I go to sleep." They were just refused to believe that I wasn't on drugs. And they were like, "Well, you got to tell us what you're taking. We need that." And I'm like, "Vitamins, bitch." I don't know what to tell you.
How about you get in shape and find out? You know what I'm saying? How about you get in shape and find out?
They were in good shape, but it was just I was like, "You do drugs. You're cheating your system.
Yeah, you're malnourished.
You just stay up late." Yeah, I was like, if you just stay up late a bunch, your body will adapt, and then it just gets real weird, and then you don't have a sleep schedule. But it's whatever. It's kind of a superpower. But that's that story. And then so Chicago for Detroit, we used to travel to go to breakdancing competitions, and so we went to Detroit one time, and the crew that I was in, we had a tradition of going to like a diner. So we would like try to find an IHOP, a Waffle House, or a Denny's or something. We drove up to Detroit, and after the battle was over, we were leaving, and we were like, yeah, let's go stop off and get something to eat. And we pulled into Denny's in Detroit, man. And we sat out there and just looked in through the window, and it was such a disheveled sight that we didn't eat there. Like, we were like, we'll just go next state over. Like, we like sat out there for like 30 minutes trying to figure out if we were going to go into this Denny's. And I was like, man, that doesn't look safe. And that's saying a lot, because like we've been to some pretty sketch places. Detroit's a special kind. I was like, it was cool to go to where we went, but I was like, I don't know that city well enough to navigate it. And I feel like death could find you everywhere. So
why didn't Denny seem safe?
Dude, there was just so much going on in there, dude. Like, it was just too much, man. Like, so like in Kansas City, like if you go to a place or you're in a sketchy part of town, you know you about to die. Like, this Denny's just didn't look safe. Like, it wasn't. And so I told this story to one of our clients. He owns all of the you know how they've merged together the KFCs, the Taco Bells, and the Pizza Huts, and they're all like one thing now. I know the guy who owns all of those in this region.
Oh, no, wait,
and when I
damn,
yeah,
so you know the guy who owns all of them.
Yes, and yeah, so he has to go up there, so he'll go through, do his store checks, and he said when I told him the story, and he was like, oh, he's like, you were totally smart to not go there. He was like, when I have to go up there to check my stores, he was like, I have to take off anything of value before I walk in. And I was like, are you serious? He was like, yeah. He was like, they'll rob you. I was like, they'll rob you? And he was like, they'll rob anybody. I was like, in the store? And he was like, yes.
The employees
in the store. He was like, yeah. He was like, they will rob you up there. He was like, if you have anything of value on, he was like, just leave it before you get into the state. He was like, it's not worth it. He was like, you'll get robbed. And the other Detroit story that I have is one of the guys, our old project manager, went up there for a conference, because like we have home automation conferences up there sometimes. And he said that they were walking around downtown and kind of ventured a little outside of downtown. And so like they're like out in the areas, the neighborhoods of Detroit now. And it's a group of them, and they're all white. And he said they were walking down this neighborhood, and this guy ran out of a bar and was like, you guys, get in here right now. And he was like, what are you talking about? He was like, you need to get in here. You can't be on the street. And this dude came out. And it was like this nice guy who owned a bar. It was another white dude. So white people do save white people sometimes. But he shoveled them into his bar and it was like, just grab a drink. He was like, you need to stay in here for the next hour. And they were like, what are you talking about? He was like, if you're on the streets at 3:30 p.m. in the afternoon, they rob you. And he was like, who? And he was like, these guys that are coming down the street in this car. And I was like they have times of day where they rob people that don't live there, because everyone who lives there knows what time these guys are patrolling that street. And it's different on different blocks. That's Detroit.
A crime schedule. So this street is 3:30. Next street over, 4 o'clock. Like, next street over,
up and down the
4:45.
And they just pull up on you, get out. They pull up on you, bail out of the car, pull out guns, and rob you. And like he was like, they'll do this for an hour, and then they'll move, and you can leave. But he was like, if you're out there during that time period, they know you're a tourist, because nobody else will be out on the street then, because that's when they rob people at 3:30 with the sun up. And so I'm not built for that type of city. Like I'm just like, dude, y'all got time schedules, and there's like it's efficient, and it makes sure that they're only robbing tourists.
But I mean, don't the cop? Ain't it only a matter of time before the cops get wind of your schedule?
Bro, I'm pretty sure the cops up there are corrupt. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, they'll get robbed too. Apparently, if you can't go up there owning stuff up there with your Rolex on, or you getting robbed in your store, like that just doesn't doesn't make no. Like everything that I've heard from everyone who's been there, including my experience from sitting in that car for 30 minutes looking in Denny's, like it was like you were saying, it was like looking into a third world country. It was what I imagined Denny's would be like in a war zone. That's what it was like.
You know what fucked me out in Kuwait? In Kuwait, there was a Burger King, but everything
there wasn't.
Yeah, there was. There was a Burger King.
You like return fire, be like, yo, let me get a number 2.
Right. In Kuwait, there was a Burger King, but the whole sign. What fucked me up is the sign was everything was in Arabic, but I knew it was a Burger King because it's a Burger King sign. You know what I mean?
I bet you weren't getting it your way over there, though.
I bet you're not. I bet you are not. You know what I'm saying?
They'd be like, your way is haram.
We got a Burger King over there. Like Kuwait is so westernized. So if you meet someone who's like, I've been deployed, it was bad, man. It was bad. Where'd you go? Kuwait. You didn't do shit. What was bad about Kuwait? Kuwait is so westernized, man. It's ridiculous. There's a McDonald's. There's a Pizza Hut, Subway. And that was back then when I was there. Like, I mean, we were just passing through and we saw that shit. I was like, fuck, man. Really? A Burger King? What is that? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, damn. So Burger King's making money like that. Like these fast food restaurants.
Mandrell, you know the only thing they gonna give your ass is 2 orders of Allah Akbar, bro.
That's it. You're right. I didn't trust shit. Okay. I did go to the little villages in Afghanistan to eat some of the food over there, though. I was curious. I'm like, what the fuck do you eat? How does this shit taste? What does it eat? It needed salt. Like everything needed salt. Everything did. God damn.
Oh, really?
Man. Yeah, everything needed salt. They didn't have it out there. They're in the middle of nowhere, in the mountains of Afghanistan, man. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
And you guys say white people
salt.
don't know how to season shit.
Yeah, y'all don't.
Wow.
I mean, instead of using the right ingredients, you put raisins in your shit. That's what you do.
Dude, that is an urban legend and it's bullshit.
Do we
and
have seasonings?
I'm tired of you
no, but we got these
raisins
right. Spreading that rumor. I'm telling you now, I'm tired of it. You know what? Any of you motherfuckers ever invite me to the barbecue, I guarantee you I am now going to bring potato salad and make sure there's so many fucking raisins in it, you choke on them.
Bro, you have raisins in your house right now, Snowman? Honestly.
Yeah.
Honestly. Thank you. That case in point. I don't have a raisin in my house.
What's wrong with raisins, dude? All they are
as long as you're not
grapes.
throwing them in potato salad.
You know, raisins are just sun-dried grapes.
We know.
You know,
have you like them?
No,
you like grapes, right? You sure ain't got no problem drinking that wine, do you?
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing: raisins are fine.
Jesus made that
in the right context, but you know, you can't put them in everything. Like you can't put season salt on everything.
Yeah, you can.
Also true.
No, not everything, man. You can't bake a cake, put season salt in it, and think it's gonna be okay.
No,
or scrambling,
have you ever put mustard on an Oreo cookie?
No, I have not.
What?
Put mustard on an Oreo cookie. Seriously, I'm not bullshitting. This is not a troll.
I'm curious.
Just like regular French's.
Regular French's mustard, take it and put it on an Oreo cookie. And then I expect you to send me a text message immediately following you doing it, Ray. Because you're going to say, fuck you, that doesn't even, what's happening in my mouth doesn't make sense.
I ain't gonna lie, he actually got me curious about that too. He's actually got me curious about that now.
Damn it. Well, the last thing that he got me curious about, I was scarred by. So
no, this ain't going to scare you, dude. It's going to be one of them things that logically what you use mustard for and what cookies are for, you dip cookies in milk, not mustard. You put mustard on hot dogs and hamburgers, not sweets.
True.
Right.
So that's what it
logically in your mind and visually, it doesn't make sense what's going on in your mouth because you're not disappointed at all.
You're not discussing. It's the same thing with Snake. Okay. It sounds like the same thing with Snake. Like I thought I was going to be
Snake taste like chicken?
It does actually. I thought it was bullshit, but it does taste like chicken. And then like I would do stupid shit. Like
everything tastes like chicken when you can't explain what it tastes like.
Even when we deployed, I bought a big,
snap! Latania's in the building.
I bought this big ass thing of Larry's seasoned salt, and I bought another big ass thing container, same size of garlic salt, and I deployed with that shit, man. And then I'm sitting there sometimes in my MREs, I'm sitting like, or like we have food or whatever. What are you doing, Harris? Is that? I said, seasoned salt. Where'd you get that? I said, I brought it with me. You know what I mean? I started to fuck with him at first. I said, I bought it off one of the Hajis. You know what I'm saying? Because we play with each other like that all the time. Because we buy DVDs from them, you know? Where the fuck they got them? I don't know. Like, why do you have a set?
You guys were over there buying DVDs during war. Like,
yeah, dude. Did you know how
so
many bootleg DVDs?
Mandrell, wait. Snowman. We got to revisit a conversation from last week.
No,
we got to revisit a conversation from last week.
Yeah, dude,
Mandrell,
I cannot be held accountable for shit that I did last week. This is a new day.
Mm-hmm.
No, this isn't you. After you left, Mandrell, one of the friends of the show that we all know from these YouTube streets, Simon, stopped through. Okay.
I heard about that and I missed it.
And Simon, I mean, oh God, this is bad. So Simon said that he also was in Afghanistan and he served. Right?
Isn't he British?
But Simon's service was a little bit different than your service, Mandrell.
Okay.
I'm hoping. Now, according to Simon's...
Was he in the Peace Corps?
In Simon's words from a previous stream, Simon was engaging in trench warfare.
UNICEF?
And Simon somehow found himself in the middle of getting split roasted by 2 Afghani men. And that's split roasting is where there's like one guy on this end and one guy on this end. And Simon's in the middle, and there's a bunch of this happening vigorously, right? Within their foxhole or trench, if you would. And
it was.
So when this was brought up, he didn't have issue with the comments about the split roasting. He had issue with the fact that no one believed that we still participate in trench warfare. Now there's 2 things
so
that are kind of issues here.
There's a lot going on here.
He said he was actually being split roasted.
He said that he got split roasted.
Okay.
He said he got split roasted in Afghanistan.
Was he drunk when he said this?
Yeah, but he told a whole ass story, and then when they brought it back up, he didn't get mad about the split roasting part. He was mad that we didn't believe in trench warfare.
Okay. Wow.
Does that surprise you, Ray? When has
no. My question is, so what I was asking Mandrell, because he was well over enemy lines. Did you ever have to save somebody that was actively getting split roasted? Because I'm assuming you get captured and split roasted. I don't think you participate in the split roast willingly, specifically while you're being shot at or mortared or bombarded or attacked.
Snaggy says totally normal custom in Afghanistan.
I don't think anyone. I never heard of anybody being split roasted by some Afghanis. But if he's into that sort of thing, good on him. It's not my cup of tea.
I mean, I don't care, but I'm like, are people actually taking the time? They're like, we're catching heavy fire. They're like, screw it, man. Like, let's get this roast on right now.
Yeah, I got to rub this thing out real quick first, man.
Present. Like, that was more my question, because I'm like, you're in war. Like, you're actively in war. And he's like, yeah, we're taking fire in the trenches.
Got to get a head start on them 72 virgins, bro.
Wait, he said that this happened while he was taking fire.
He said that it happened while he was in Afghanistan during the war. And so, like, I'm guessing, like, I mean, if somebody says during a war, like, if war broke out here, like, we're fighting war, right?
Yeah, that shit ain't on your mind.
if I get split roasted, bro, like, there's a problem.
Yeah, it is. I mean, first of all, everybody involved is dead because no one can ever live to tell that story, including myself. Everybody must go. Everybody's dead. Everybody involved in that whole thing is you're dead. You're going, man. You got to go. What about you?
Yeah,
I gotta go too.
Because like I've heard that about, like, if they capture you, and that was what I asked him. I was like, "Did you get captured, bro?" Because like this sounds like something like you might want to talk to somebody about.
Look, dude, I'm gonna tell you this. Somebody put something in my mouth.
Publicly.
I'm clamping down on that motherfucker like I am a pit bull, and I dare you to fucking shoot me and kill me, because I do know that once you do, my jaw is locked like that permanently, sir.
Bro, I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know of anyone who got
But yeah.
captured and that happened to. But I guess it might have happened to him if he was captured.
So my next question is, as the most elite fighting soldier, if you rounded a corner during battle, you're 200 miles over enemy lines, you round the corner of a building that you guys have been actively shooting at, and you come around and there's an active split roast happening. Do you just like leave that be and like just be like, cool, we're just gonna go to the next building, I don't want to be a part of this? Or do you engage in warfare with the split roasters?
Oh, I'm taking them out.
Yeah. If they're doing that to one of ours, yeah, I'm taking out the 2 Afghanis, and I'm just like,
I don't care if they're one of ours. I'm taking them out. That's disgusting.
I'm like, look, man,
like I
don't know what to say.
There's a time and a place. There's a time and a place for a split roasting.
I was like, I don't like this is actually worse than what I thought war was, because I was like, if everybody's just getting split roasted over there, that's fucking wild.
Yeah, that is wild, man. I mean,
I'm just saying, there's a time and a place for a split roasting, and in a fucking foxhole while you're taking mortar fire is not it.
We engaged in trench warfare. Well, I mean, maybe the British do, but we use our brains. That's dumb.
Well, I mean,
you know what I'm saying?
I don't know. They say the best defense is a good offense, and I mean, if you just go ahead and start off with a baseline of split roasting, they're not going to really torture you, right?
Generally, I guess somebody in their dick, they'll leave you alone.
Yeah. Man, that's pretty wild.
Yeah.
That's pretty
okay,
wild.
so that was last week's episode, but I'm going to go to bed because I have a client that may or may not be texting me in the morning to go fix stuff. So
if you ever have
I'm gonna get on up out of here before we end up getting what was it? Lamb masturbated. Lamb
masturbated. So it's beat down to the point of climax. That Cybertoxin made that word up the other day.
Yeah, it was good. That was freaking hilarious. I love that.
Dude, man, Ray, you've been missing some really good quality streams that I've been doing with these TikTok.
I know. Well, the one that I participated in was hilariously concerning, but it was. I mean, they've been good.
Only getting better.
I normally try to tap in for a little bit to at least listen in passing.
I know
like,
a lot of it, I've been doing those in that. Well, I know a lot of it. I've been doing those in the afternoon when you're working too.
Also true. But I normally like if I'm like flipping through YouTube and I see you're up, I'll like tap in to see what craziness you found, because like your algorithm is a nightmare. It's an American nightmare. Like,
dude, look, I have managed to find a way to hack the TikTok algorithm and find everything you don't want to find.
It reminds me of an episode I did last week when I found these. And look, dude, YouTube blew a gasket on Black Men Unfiltered Network when I did that episode. Did you see all of it, Ray? When I was showing those videos of people using the N-word, like these older white Christians, like, yeah.
Oh, the Jesus is my nigga song.
Right. I am me. Can't you see that Jesus is my nigga? Right? Jesus
Bro.
is my nigga. It was so
my hero.
It was so white bread. It was
my hero.
Yeah,
it was so bad that like you just had to laugh, because I was like, I don't understand how these people don't realize that this is the most offensive thing you could possibly do.
That's like a Charlie Brown Christmas right there for me.
Like my sister, we're live, and my sister, she starts dying. Because my sister's my co-host, right, on my show. Like, my sister starts dying. She's like, where did you find this? Where did you find this? And composure gone. She can't hold it. She is dying laughing on air live, you know? And so I played another one. It was just as ridiculous. You know what I mean? So like even Mr. He said, he was like, boy, those videos you played, man, where do you find these? Where do you find these videos? It was a pilot of a show in Japan, right? An actual real pilot. This guy is early in the morning and he's making coffee, right? His son comes in the room and he's like, good morning, nigga. Right? At first I was like, when I first saw it, I was like, It kind of sounded like, but no, they have words that sound, and the Japanese do. They have words that sound like that, but it's not.
Yeah.
So then I'm like, I kept watching, and then the son said, good morning, what's up, my nigga? Looks at the crowd, goes, nigga.
Oh my God.
And then there's this music playing. I was like, no. No. I kept watching and I just broke. And then the wife comes in. She said, nigga. She said, I made your favorite, nigga. Chicken and waffles. And I look But then when they
Mandrell, honest question though, did the chicken and waffles look good though?
No, I'm about to get on that. When they showed the chicken and waffles, it was chopped up grilled chicken breast. Like she pan fried the chicken breast, and just made some waffles. I was like, that's not chicken and waffles. Chicken and waffles is deep fried chicken. Deep fried. Okay? Not pan fried.
Nah, chicken. Still chicken.
So I played that video, and then the next day, Black Man, I played that video too. People like,
hey, Chris Vickers from Canada.
Oh my God, man. It was crazy. So next morning, Black Man Unfiltered calls me up. Man, look, man, you can't play nothing like that no more, man. We got the video gets flagged. Someone hit up YouTube and complained. You know what I'm saying?
No.
Yeah.
Dude, so
it was a disaster.
If it makes you feel any better, when I first started doing this show over on Beans' channel, on I Sing a Little Podcast,
yeah,
he yelled at me once too. It's like somebody was mad at him, and they went through and since because like he knew that he had some heat because he was getting into beefs with everybody. And they couldn't get his videos, so they started flagging every single one of mine. And I was like, "Oh, I didn't know I couldn't do that, bro."
Hey, bro, when I started coming over and hanging out with you, when after your first stream, dude, I think you got in trouble like every time I came over.
Well, no, you got me my one community strike was from your simulcast.
How?
Actually, it wasn't yours. No, I got myself my one strike. I have one strike.
There it is. Because you made the decision to simulcast even if it was my shit.
Well, no, what's funny is you had a video that got taken down that I simulcasted, and yours got taken down, and then mine was up for like another month and then got taken down. I was just like, how did they not do both at the same time?
Dude, explain how they get me for hate speech when I'm exposing someone else's hate speech at me.
Well, I think what's probably the funniest part of that is the person who you expose is probably the one who reported your video.
Yeah, somebody.
Yeah, I haven't forgot about you, asshole projectile.
Yeah, somebody reported my video, that video and everything, dude. It was just like, yeah. But
people,
that Japanese
offended, man.
Yeah, that Japanese show, that's the one that got me. I was like, fuck me, I gotta do this shit.
Look,
me and the
Black Manosphere have a love-hate relationship with each other.
I've seen you around though, man. I've seen you on like Chaotic Truths channel.
Yeah.
Before you and I ever met, I've been seeing you a while.
Dude, I've been all over the Black Manosphere. You know, pretty much all the prominent channels. I've been on them already.
Yeah, he used to go on Fight Club. That was interesting.
Oh God, why?
That's exactly what
There's no point. There's no point in going to fight.
Dude, I was the first white guy to go on a beef live stream.
If you want a bunch of toxic black spurgs, you can get your follower count up over there and get monetized real fast.
Yeah, you can. Holy
No,
shit!
but see, honestly, a lot of the stuff when I go to these panels, I would go on just to see if they would let me on.
Oh,
honestly, and
social
generally,
experiment,
and generally, if they were just sitting there having a regular conversation about bullshit, I didn't care. It wouldn't be until they started bringing the whole, whitey issue shit up all the time. That's when I would pop up and hop on their panel. Well, since you want to talk about me, here I am. Let me have it. You're right. This was a conversation between you guys until you brought Whitey into it. Well, Whitey's here.
Man. Yeah, I mean,
I think more white people there needs to be more white people like that aren't afraid to unapologetically push back on bullshit.
Right?
Like the fact that Ray is sitting there. Look, this is how I know you don't get no pussy, Ray, because you're sitting there with a pussy in your hand. That thing's going to eat you one day. You know what? That thing's literally waiting for you to die so you can become its dinner. It's plotting your death right now.
She's so long.
Cat women are already weird. Cat men are even weirder.
Dude, cats are awesome. I'm not home enough to have a
They're
dog.
demons, dude.
It knows where to go to the bathroom already, and it feeds itself. Like if I put food in there, it'll ration it. Like I need something responsible. Yeah, see there? Special Forces cat, baby. What's up?
And I bet you guys cosplay and fucking
shut up. You're just mad you don't have a cat, bro.
Hey, baby.
You guys are going to Comic-Con dressed like whatever those fucking people are from whatever weird ass show that you're watching. And
dude, does your cat have battle armor? I've been trying to find some on Etsy.
The only thing that thing would be good for is to turn it into chicken teriyaki on a stick.
No, she doesn't have enough meat.
No, that's a chicken nugget right there.
That's a chicken nugget. Look, Lawrence has cats. Everybody has cats except for you.
Dude, I don't have cats or dogs. I don't have no pets. You want to know why? Because I have fucking little ass animals running around my house that have voices that speak that I have to fucking feed.
Yeah,
I don't need any more fucking things to feed that bark back at me.
My cat doesn't speak. She already burned up one life though. She suicide jumped off the desk like when I first got her.
If I was to ever get a dog or a cat, the only purpose of me to have it would be in case shit hit the fan, I would have a dog or a cat to eat when I ran out of meat.
Okay. Final thoughts. Cats are awesome. Snowman's final thoughts. He doesn't like cats. Don't eat yellow snow. Cigarettes aren't your friend. Mandrell's final thoughts. Special Forces
Progressive
cats are
white
awesome.
women are the most racist people on the planet.
What?
Progressive liberal white women are the most racist people on the planet.
Oh, okay.
How dare you! I'm going to report you.
Oh my god! They'll go report him over on his channel. If they report my channel, I'm going to prove out that they're racist. So it's a catch-22. Mandrell, you got any final thoughts for us?
Yeah. People, don't be dumb. I know. It's a challenge. It's a task and a half. But to be honest, I don't really like talking to you. People, I don't. There are times where I leave panels and it hurts my brain. This isn't one of those panels, by the way, for the record. It's not.
Mandrell, I'd love to see you come to one of my panels.
No doubt. What's your channel?
Angry Snowman 2, bro. I'll put the link in
I was about
for
to
you.
say I'm on his channel.
Put yours in there, man. It's up to you.
Okay, I'm on Black Man Unfiltered. I don't have my own channel yet. I just do a show on Black Man Unfiltered every Wednesday at 8:30 Central. But I talk about different shit, man. I mean, good lord,
bro. Every once in a while, I go on there and mix it up. I know, like, I had like half of your panel last night just wanting to hate my guts.
Yeah.
So bad. I was like,
yeah, Ray came up there last night. It was just like,
like, look, this is what it is. You want solutions? Here you go, bro. Like, where?
Yes, I used to answer that question in the chat. I used to go to Fight Club, but I mean, it's too dumb. I can only handle so much of that. It's too stupid.
Well, it's basically the same conversation every night, and they don't want resolution, and like
They don't
everybody
want solutions.
they just want to argue, and I'm like, if I wanted to argue, I could go outside. I could go literally outside and argue with people to their face. Like, you guys want to argue with people you can't even hit? Like, what are you talking about?
Right.
Now, see, the thing is, that's the thing is, black folks got that market cornered right there because they don't like white people, so they ain't going to sit and support white people doing that kind of dumb shit. It ain't going to happen. And white people ain't paying to watch that shit. They got they literally got a market cornered over there. That's like, dude, that's like Real World meets Road Rules meets meth just had a baby with crack cocaine.
I'm working on a channel. My channel would be mostly about geopolitics and shit like that because that's just in my wheelhouse. You know what I'm saying?
Dude,
geopolitics, finance, and stuff like that.
You know where else you should check out is New Frontier. They talk about geopolitics all the time.
Okay.
They're like real big on that. Also a bunch of they're good guys. They're like trying to figure out some, like we were talking about last time, solutions. Like they're trying to sort some stuff out. They're young, got a lot of energy, pretty edgy, little shock value-y, but like they're trying to put something together, and it's really interesting to see what they got going on over there too.
They are communists, though.
Oh God.
He's a communist.
I'm sorry, the only good commie is a dead commie.
Y'all
Y'all
gotta stop calling them communists because they're in their 20s. They're just gonna accept it and use it to troll you, and that's exactly what they do.
Every young adult wants to help everyone and bring world peace and end world hunger, and you can't do it. I'm sorry. No matter how much you want to try, you can't do it because.
Well, yeah, they agree that you can't help everyone, but you can definitely help the people that want to be helped.
Human beings are stupid. You're never going to end these problems.
True. You don't have to help the stupid ones. But what about the ones that want to be helped? Like you're completely sidestepping what I said. I said you can. Oh yeah, hold up. Before we go, we do have to have a moment of silence. Auntie J passed away.
No shit.
Yeah, so R.I.P. Auntie J. Like I heard about that. I didn't think it was real, but like I guess it is, and that's super sad.
Hey, listen, Scam Likely is the guy who's constantly telling people, take care of your health, take care of your health. Now, last time I did a show on health, Ray, was a year ago, and I got pushback, believe it or not.
Well, that's because you had to, in order to be healthy, you have to fat shame.
I'll be honest with you. Ray is the
I
one.
didn't even fat shame him. That's the crazy
Ray?
part. I didn't even say anything negative about fat people. I said, here's why you should be healthy. Now, here are ways you can do this. You know, if you have this kind of time, here's how you manage your time and do something healthy. Here's how to eat better. You know what I'm saying? Here's how to count calories. I was telling people how to do these things instead of just saying, hey, count calories, go outside, do some. I was telling people how to do it. No. Why are we talking about this? This isn't even important. Really?
Well, I'll be honest with you. What I was saying, Ray is the one that actually inspired me to actually start caring about my health again.
Who is it? Ray?
See, there I helped somebody.
It is important.
You know, he's the one always talking. You know, he's the only person I know on here that since I've known him since day one, he's always talking and pushing. You know, good health and being in at least, you know, your peak physical condition.
Yeah. And it's
you know, and it's the stuff that honestly, Ray, the stuff that you've been saying has caused me to sit and evaluate the health I'm in and the health that I want to be in when my kids become, teenagers and adolescents. Specifically, now that I got an 8-year-old, a 3-year-old, and one on the way. Well, I'm 44 years old. If I don't take back my health now, I'm going to be worthless to those kids when they need me.
Yeah.
And then what kind of father am I to them? And, you know, what type of selfish person would do that and put their kids in that type of position rather than lead by example?
Right. I mean, and the thing is, they're watching you. So, like, as you're progressing through that journey, you're also setting an example there. Right. You're showing them discipline. You're showing them dedication. You're showing them the ability to line out and set a goal and then move towards that. Like, those are all important aspects, especially seeing their father do it and go, you know what? Like, I'm looking at these things. I need to be of use to you. You're also teaching them service as well. because like you're doing it for your family,
right?
Also, you might have to fucking jaw jack one of them kids one day. Like, you probably got to be ready for that action too.
Oh, dude, I'm telling you right now, Michael. Look, as good of a kid as he is, all right. By the time I'm giving him at the most 14 or 15. You're going to hear about me flatlining him in the front yard,
bruh. Yeah, to be like, what happened? I had to give him that sternum pop. Boom. Get up.
You know.
Hey, but what's been up with what's the name? Beans anyway. I see.
I think
him and Anton did you see the other day on Fight Club? Him and Anton fucking made a resolution with each other.
Oh, really?
Okay, but why though?
Because he gets upset that Anton always bags on poor people, and like I don't necessarily agree with Anton's angle. I agree with him.
I don't
conceptually. But like the angle that he goes at when he talks about people, I'm just like, all right, dude, like, cool. Like, I don't like that
aspect. Of the nerdy kid in school that got a little bit of popularity online, and now he thinks he's, the guy.
Yeah, I mean, he's got some results, so like, I can't argue results. I don't like those rants specifically because I'm like, you're not. The angle that he's coming at doesn't matter, but like again, he gets paid to do that. Like, whenever you get through, like, he doesn't change opinions. He has, like, the same outlook on stuff, and you're a caricature at that point. Like, he gives you some gems. Like, there's some legit solid game that he's got set up, and he's built a really good network. But at that level, you're saying things for people, and, like, he tells you straight up, like, he's online to make money. So... so like when you're talking about poor people and like everything still rolls back to like making six figures, getting a government check, and he's never talked about private banking. He's like not talking about how the fact of the matter is the system that we're in, wealth is made out of debt. Like if you're not moving like a central bank, if you're not understanding how a bank functions, you're not going to get wealthy in this environment. Like if you're just collecting a six-figure check, no wealthy person that's at his level of wealth, because I do know a bunch of people at that level of wealth are making money going, my check's six figures. Nor do they ever talk about what they make on W-2. They talk about shit that they own. Right. It's a different conversation.
It's a different, yes, exactly.
And I'm like,
and see, that's my thing. That's what made me stop watching Anton. It's shit like that.
Yeah,
that I would notice, and I'm just like, because he was talking about, hey, if you want to know about this, sign up to my Patreon. You want to know about that? Sign up to my Patreon. I got curious one day, got into his Patreon. This is early last year, right? When I first came to YouTube and discovered this bullshit on YouTube. And so it was early. This was early last year, before the death of Kevin Samuels, early, right? So I looked in his Patreon. I'm like, okay. What he's saying is true, of course, but this is all basic shit. Like, this is like, if you're trying to start a business, you're going to run into this knowledge eventually anyway. Because it's stuff you need to know. But at the same time, anyone can Google this.
Right.
So I was like, leave Patreon. So I just unsubscribed from this Patreon. I still watch his content for a little while after that, but then it's like stuff he'd say was absolutely just wrong. Like, it's not about wealth. It's about net worth. No, it's not about that. He said it's not about something. He said it's about net worth. I was like, no. No. It was something to do with net worth that he said that was just flat out incorrect.
It depends. Like, I use my net worth as a calculation on if I'm going in the right direction.
Right.
Like,
so do I. But he was talking about it's not about how much money you have. It's about your net worth. I'm like, okay. Then he said, credit. You don't need credit. I'm like, the fuck? Yeah, I was like, that is so incorrect.
Hey, tell that to the white guy that doesn't have the privilege of having it.
I mean, that's literally counter how all wealth is made in this country.
All of it, exactly.
All of it. Like, literally every bit of it. I'm like, we literally go to war.
Leverage.
We literally go to war to create debt to pay bills and make wealth. Like,
exactly.
I don't know. Like, so when he, like, his angle on poor people, I'm like, the reality of the fact of the matter is poor people work harder than wealthy people,
For
most
less.
likely, because you gotta work hard to be poor. Like honestly,
they
like,
work harder and they get less.
100%. And so like his attitude that he has about those things, like I mean, I can have those debates, and like me and Beans have talked about that too. And I'm just like, well, cool. Like if you want to stay where you're at, that's cool. But like, stop bitching about what wealthy people are doing, because I don't sit around going, man, fucking poor people. I wish I could sit around all day and do fuck all and do nothing. Like that's not a conversation that I have. But like you see people who want to go at people who are trying to succeed or have succeeded as though it's an issue, and like all they want to do is poke holes in the life. And it's like, you know what? The only difference between you and a rich person is they get to cry in a fucking Ferrari. Okay, great. Crying in a Ferrari is better. Like it's better. Like you cry in a Celica. Like okay, like cool, bro. Like enjoy that shit. Like
the
whatever.
one time,
like I'd rather cry in a Lexus. Like I'm sorry. Like
there's one Ray, when you're around when his mom, like his mom came in the room and said she wasn't gonna make it. She wasn't able to pay his car note, so he just had to get rid of the car or some shit like that. And so people found out that he wasn't paying his car note, and his mom was paying it for him, and all this. And it's like that came out. I was like, damn, Beans, why didn't you mute the mic, man? Like I've been rooting for Beans since day one. He and I even butted heads.
I think he's underappreciated. I think he's underrated. He has some good concepts.
He does.
But it brings back. But
you want to know what I like about Beans though the most is he's honest.
He is very honest,
Yeah.
and the thing I like that about him too. That's one of the redeeming qualities that he has. And he, like you said, I will sit back. He didn't even know I was watching, but I watch his content. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, he's one person I really am rooting for to win.
Yeah,
he just like because he has his platform. He just sometimes he'll do well for a while.
Yeah,
then he'll make a show that just turns the whole table on everything he's been building up to that point. And I'm just like, bruh, nah, wrong move. You know, but I am rooting for him to win though. I hope he does.
But I like Beans too because look, dude, there's a lot of times that me and him disagree on a lot of shit, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But he's never come at me in a disrespectful way when me and him had discussions about things. He's never come at me in a disrespectful way. He's never, demean my person, or defame me or anything like that, like most people do. The typical dog whistles when a white person and a black person are having a disagreement. He doesn't do that.
Yeah, he talks to you like you're a human being.
What I try to do and understand
mm-hmm.
why I feel the way I do, because I've done that for 3 years now, and that's a lot of why I got started going on black panels, is to try and understand why people that didn't look like me felt the way they did about me, that didn't even know me.
Right. And it's just he talks to you like you're a human being.
Yeah. Right.
That's the thing. He doesn't address your color. He's just like,
look,
it's your ideology. And see, that's the quality about him that a lot of these people who would look down on him because he's poor, they can't do that. They can't look at a person and talk to you about the issue that they disagree with. They'll attack your person. Well, see, and then they'll bring your race to. See, you're white, so you ain't got these problems. I tell people,
do actually. I've
been called Uncle Tom and shit like that, and it's you're damn near cooning over here, Mandrell. Like, why? The man brought up an issue, but he's white. So what? What does that got to do with anything? White people have these problems too. The problem is we separate ourselves so much that we don't see what the other is going through. When in truth, we're going through the same shit apart from the racism.
Right.
If
we're still worried about personalizing everything.
We're still having the same issues. White people have the same issues. How do you know this? I've talked to enough of them. I've got white friends. You got white friends? One person was surprised at that. You got white friends? I'm like, yeah, no shit. Why would I not?
Bro,
I wouldn't expect you not to have white friends.
I was in the army. How would I not have white friends? How many black guys are in special forces?
Well, look, dude, I'll tell you what.
Two, it was you and Goggins.
I've noticed with brothers that were in the military, there's two different types. There's brothers that went in the military and then they come out with a different sense of that they have a different sense of how they feel about white people
Mm-hmm.
in general. As far as, you know, they aren't on that whole racism, they're out to get me kick. They understand what the reality of reality is. But then there's another group of black people that'll come out of the army trying to say that the army's oppressive, that they treat black people like shit, you know, yada, 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 this, that, and the other.
Snowman, they do.
The
But
army
see, white
treats
people-
everybody like shit, dude.
Well,
here's the thing, like the army makes sure, like it's the army I was in makes sure to like that your race doesn't fucking matter out here.
Dude,
who
you
gives a
don't
shit where
own
you
your
came
body
from
anymore.
if
Your
you're
body
poor
is
or
the
whatever.
property of the United States
Right?
government. When you're in
No,
the
I don't
army.
give a shit. I need you to dig this fighting position. You, and you. Okay, you know what I'm saying? It's like dig this fighting position. They don't say the white guy, the black guy, and the Hispanic or the Mexican. You know what I'm saying? They don't say this shit. You know,
Well,
like I would call Hispanic people Mexicans just because, like, just to shorten it out. It wasn't really about the race. It was just like, look, fuck it, dude.
Dude, if you
Mexican.
ever made the mistake of calling a Guatemalan a Mexican,
Yeah,
you want
they-
to talk
they
about
get pissed
pissing
off.
someone off.
And then if you call a Pakistani a Punjabi or vice versa, they'll fight you.
I had some old Honduran threaten to punch. Dude, I had an old Honduran dude when I worked at P&G in Lima threaten to punch me in the mouth if I called him a Mexican one more time.
Yeah, but even the people who are like from Argentina or Honduras, hey, I need you and the rest of the Mexicans to come over here and I'm not Mexican. I don't give a shit. I need you, Judy. I need y'all to come over here and get to this. You know what I'm saying? It ain't about your race, man. It's just
you got mad, man. He's like, I ain't no dirty spick.
Dude,
Don't
hold
you
on.
ever call
This
me
is my
that shit again.
impersonation of Mandrell. Be like, I need you to move over here. Be like, I'm not Mexican. Be like, listen here, Hector. You'll get respect when you get over there.
And I would say shit like that. You're right, Ray. I would say shit just like that. I would say, listen, Jorge. My name is not. I don't give a fuck what your name is, dude. Go take care of business. You know what I'm saying? I said that to get your, and then later they ask you, but then you tell them, I just said it to get your attention. Like I told you 3 times to get it done. You're dragging your feet, but then when I say that, all of a sudden you hop too because you got insulted. It's just a way of talking to people. You know what I'm saying? It ain't about the race. Again, I don't care about your race. None of us did. Your race didn't matter. We're all brothers in arms. And then that's when people had enough of one another. We designate a space. Okay, 2 men enter, 1 man makes a point. Go ahead, get that shit out your system.
So
And
I think I'm going to take the boy this weekend to go see Enter the Spider-Verse on IMAX.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
They might do that too. And the thing is, we fight like fisticuffs, but then when it's over, it was over. That was it.
Yeah.
We just never revisited it. It's just two men had a point. 1 man proved it. That was the end of the story. We just moved on like nothing happened.
Dude, me and my friends, we all fought each other all the
men are
time
supposed
on a
to
regular
function,
basis.
Yeah. We just moved on like nothing happened.
Well, and see, that's what I think is one of the biggest problems with education, with the education system today. They don't realize that part of being in school and learning your place in the social pecking order of life and how to maneuver and handle these different things in a healthy manner, specifically while going through adolescence, is vital to a young man.
Oh yeah,
Vital.
It's there's a lot of development that goes on and getting popped in the mouth a couple of good ones. Like,
You know, this whole anti-bully movement, it's done nothing but turn men into girls.
100%. I mean, dude, I don't think, like, I don't even believe people when they say that, like, oh, I was always the bully. Like, there's no always a bully, because there's always a bigger person that will fuck you up. Like, everybody gets messed with. It's how you respond to it. And, like, generally speaking, you know, if you're a kid willing to take an ass whooping, then people tend to not want to fuck with you. Like, if they know that, because, like, the reality of it is there are very few fights that people get into where, like, it's the main reason that I don't like fighting is because even if you win, you don't win. Like, you get hurt. Like, you're going to take some damage. Like, something's happening to you. Like, I've got into fights where I've gotten hurt beating somebody's ass because I got into it. Next thing you know, you slip and fall. You done dislocated a finger or something, and you're just like, oh, like your adrenaline's going. You don't even feel it after the fight's over. Now you can't make a fist no more. Like you gotta wrap your hand up. You're injured as well. And those are one-sided. That's a one-sided fight, and I hurt myself. Like I'm just like you're not going into this and walking away just going, oh, just like in the movies, I'm perfectly fine. Like that shit doesn't happen. You're gonna pull shit. You're gonna be swinging for the fences. You're gonna have sore tendons the next day.
Look, that's like if I'm talking to somebody and they tell me that they've never lost a fight, I'm done talking to them because you're capping like a motherfucker.
Man. Yeah, you capping. Yeah,
anybody that's ever went out and was either bullied all the time or was a man that went out and engaged with other men and fought with them. If you say you've never lost a fight and you've never been beat up, then I'm sorry, you're a pussy and you've never been man enough to step up and fight another man.
Also, if you're not Samoan and you say you beat up a Samoan, I'm not fucking believing you. Period. Those motherfuckers ain't real, bro.
Hey, Ray, you want to see some crazy shit? This is a picture of me that you're going to get to see when I was 25.
Oh, snap.
Oh, look at
dude, that looks just like your kid.
I know.
That looks like an adult version of your kid, dude. Like, that's so funny.
25 years old, dude.
Dude, he's setting up to look just like your ass, bro.
And I'm going to tell you what, man. I was a Mac daddy. For real. I didn't have no problem with hoes at all whatsoever.
Bruh. Oh, there's one other reason that you should be in shape also.
Why?
And it's a reference point. So, like, every time I see my grandpa, I make it a point to tell him. I'm like, because he didn't take care of himself. But we look exactly alike. And I'm like, bro, if you would have taken care of yourself, you'd look like me, right? Every time I see him. Dude.
Well, for me, the other thing is as I get older, I see myself looking more and more like the man I can't stand.
Oh, that sucks.
All right. And I refuse. I absolutely refuse to allow myself to become nothing but a wasted flesh ball.
Yeah, don't do that. No,
I'm not doing it. You
gotta anytime if you ever see that motherfucker again, you always gotta tell him you're the upgrade. That's what I always tell my grandpa. I'm like, I'm you 3.0. Like, that's a better version. And anytime anyone in my family says shit, I'm like, I got the better version of this. Like, I'm good.
No, I tell my dad all the time. I used to tell my dad because I ain't spoke to him now in probably 4 years. But before we had our big falling out and stopped talking to each other, I told him, I said, you know what? The best thing you ever did for me was not be in my life, because you showed me exactly what you don't do if you want to be a actual father that is decent to his kids. Yeah. You showed me all the things that I don't need to do to actually get somewhere in life. So you not being around was probably the best thing for me.
So Black God Monolith said that he beat up a Samoan one time. And all I'm going to say is you must have got a small one. He was probably 12. And you were a full-grown adult. And, he probably still made you work for it, because they're basically gods among men. They're walking meat tanks. One of the worst beatings I ever got was a Samoans. We were cruising and we didn't realize they clown carded us. It was not good. we got
your entire life is nothing but a game of Russian roulette.
Bro, they rolled out and we thought it was
How did it fit in the car?
Bro, it was bad. It was literally one of the worst experiences of my life. And it was one of the first times that I got into a fight and I was like, this could be it. This could just be it. And it was by the grace of God or whatever has been protecting my dumb ass for this long that they got tired. And that's the holy but there was more of them in the car than we thought, and then there was another car that was their friends that were also Samoans, actually probably their relatives. I'm gonna make some
Mexicans,
and that pulled up as we were getting ready to fight, and then we were just like, oh, we're about to just get beat. okay, because like it became because there were two in the car, and we thought there was only one, and then there was another one in another car, which made it a 3-on-3. And I was like, well, this is no longer a fair fight. Like it was. I thought we were just going to get beat up at the two of us fighting these guys. Like,
there's no such
like
thing.
We had an extra man so that we could just get beat up. And then it became 3-on-3, and I was like, we're about to all get fucked up. Like that was the hardest I've ever been punched ever. And actually, now that I think about it, I took a DeWalt drill at full torque that hit a nail to the face, and it hurt less than when that Samoan man punched me. like he literally knocked the soul out of my body. It was not a good experience. I did not like it, and I was ready to give up the ghost. Like, I was like, bro, just like make this shit be over quick.
I remember the first time I got hit so hard, I saw stars. Because up until that point, I thought when people said they saw stars, it was like it is in the cartoons, and that ain't what it's like. It's like Star Trek, and they go to warp speed,
bro.
That's for real. That's what it's like when you get hit so hard you see stars in real life. You see shit. It's like lights just flying past your eyes, like you're in the Enterprise going warp 3.
Yeah. So my final thought is just don't fight Samoans ever. Like,
this is my final thought. Always remember, Peter Pan was the villain. Captain Hook was the hero. All right. The rebels were the villains, and the what was it? Republic was actually trying to save everybody.
Bars. One more Samoan story. I have a friend who's a Samoan. He lost a bunch of weight recently, but he got actually, it wasn't recently. He's been working at it for a few years, but this man, who I knew from a previous life, got shot 3 times and went to his girl's house to get patched up and just ended up fucking her before going to the hospital.
This is for sale.
Oh, snap. That's dope. That's dope.
That's super dope.
It's an original painting too. It's for sale for all you comic heads out there. I see you got Lord Vader behind you, and you was mentioning Transformers.
Yep. Like
and
the Transformers movie
blowing up behind him.
I also got this one here.
Oh, Hulk. That's dope.
But yeah, man, I do shipping and stuff too, and this is for sale. I'm selling it. It's got a custom frame. It's a 16x20 stretch canvas. It's got the varnish protection on it. It's got the professional hanger on the back. Selling it for $150, and I ship.
Dang. Nice. Okay. Final thoughts. Transformers are awesome, and so is Snowman's artwork. That wall is freaking cool.
Everything, all the paintings on it, I did.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's freaking awesome. Now, if only you could hang a painting, you fool.
This is the Scorpion portrait that I'm doing.
Is that what you're? Is that the? Are you going to keep that one for personal use? You're going to get it laminated and hand it to your wife when it's Mr. Nasty time? Get over here! Oh, Afro Samurai. Oh, wow. Hold on. You got Afro Samurai. Oh, dude, you got all the greats.
Yeah. Bushido Brown.
Yes.
Black Dynamite.
Yes.
Afro Samurai.
All the black anime characters. That's freaking dope.
From the Boondocks. Yes.
Dude, Boondocks was so good.
Yeah.
Somebody buy some of my art.
Yeah. This one isn't for sale, the background.
Dude, you should. Dude, so Snowman, you should set up like an Etsy or a website or something. Like Christian Bellini, but it's like that. Angry Snowmeanie.
No, it'd be Chuck Black. Actually, before the pandemic hit, I actually did have a art company that I was running. It's called Expressive Image Artistry. And I do believe it or not, before the pandemic, I was actually making money. I'd sold in a year and a half, sold 23 paintings.
What?
Yeah.
Dude, what the heck, man? You need to get back on that ball too while you're working out.
Dude, you can't force people to buy shit.
Yeah, you
know,
can.
and that's the thing is people aren't buying like they
If
were.
they force
before the
us to pay
pandemic.
taxes, we buy a bunch of shit we don't want. What are you talking about? All you need is some firearms, a standing army, and some police officers, and a bunch of bureaucracy.
Well, look, black people are already cheap, and then when it comes to buying something from a white guy, they're even more cheap.
What?
Seriously, they
Because
really
you
are.
have an idea. Look, I sell customized workout routines and nutrition plans. You have any idea how many people said, "Give me a hookup"? No. Well, why is it so expensive? Because like it's $300, right? And I do it, say for 30 days. I'll make you a customized workout routine and meal plan. The meal plan, I said, because the meal plan is for 7 days a week, for 4 weeks. Every meal throughout the day, that's time. You know what I'm saying? Plus, with the education and stuff I have and training that I have, I'm like, absolutely. Oh shit. Okay, from Game of Thrones.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Drogon and the one that died and got brought back to life.
Yep.
The Night King.
Yep. Dude, I painted that waiting for a Game of Thrones dude to be like, dude, put a frame around that and ship it to me. I'll buy it. It's still sitting here. Nobody bought it.
It's because Game of Thrones people are cheap.
It's because
No, they go to those conventions, though.
No, see, the thing is, it's because everybody seems to think that I'm going to sell something that is an original that no one else is going to have for the same price. They can go to Pier 1 or Meijer or wherever and get these cheap ass prints that are put on canvases that everybody has on their wall.
Right.
You know, they don't realize the time and effort that goes in this.
Right.
The material cost that goes in
And
this.
that's why you charge what you charge, because you can. It's for your time, your expertise.
What I'm charging isn't ridiculous.
No.
You know, like for this to put a frame on it, it'd probably be $150, $200. You know,
Right.
And it's a 16 by 20 canvas. I mean, if people can go out and spend $90 for a big ass fucking Panther print that everybody in the fucking community has, rather than maybe spend a few more extra dollars and get something that nobody in the community has, and actually help support, you know, a growing business and a growing artist and culture, because that's what that is supporting culture.
Mm-hmm.
You know, then I don't know what to tell you. Go ahead and keep on with your shit. I will make my walls look awesome, because while you're out buying art, I'm at home making my art. Everything hanging on my walls, I did myself.
That's freaking awesome.
Yeah.
He also finishes all of them off with a special black soap finish.
Dude, I'm going to stab you when for real.
I'm just trying to help you get some sales from black
I'm
people.
tell you right now, dude, the day we meet, wherever we are, it's going to turn into Kansas City.
Like, listen, and for the vegans out there, he zests them all of his paintings with patchouli essence. He uses non-GMO, vegan, organic, extra crunchy paints for the art. The canvases are made out of cruelty-free lamb skin.
Somebody kick this guy. Somebody kick this guy off the panel.
Lambskin. He rinses his brushes in the tears of angels so that each stroke is blessed.
Lawrence, do I look like a fucking vegan to you? When's the last time you saw an overweight vegan, for one?
He says kind things like, look at this little tree over here, like Bob Ross. He's the Bob Ross of our time. He's been imbued with his spirit. He actually has his paintbrushes left.
You want to know an interesting thing about Bob Ross?
He uses his color mixer.
They took pictures of all the paintings that he did from the first one to the last one. And did you know he actually painted a journey through a forest in his lifetime?
What?
Yeah.
Nuh-uh.
Yep. I'm not even bullshit, dude. They literally took his paintings and took pictures of them and showed it in time lapse, sped it up a little bit, and it's literally traveling through the wilderness in Alaska.
Oh, that is wild. Dude, see, I love Bob Ross even more now.
While you're sitting here talking shit about him.
I'm not talking shit about him. I'm trying to help you sell paintings. I'm trying to help you sell paintings, and you're being a dick.
Hey, you know how you could really help me sell paintings? By buying one.
I'm broke.
This
Can I get it for $350?
How
I got about $350 for you.
This, that, and the other. I could go out and not even have to worry about buying a whole brand new set of $5,000 Pirellis for my car. But yeah, I ain't gonna help Snowman.
Dude, they were not Pirellis. These were standard tires, my friend. I'm not at Pirelli level yet.
No, I'm just giving you.
I'm just a poor boy searching for a family. That's why you're all here.
Too, though, for anybody that's interested, if you want something, I do commissions. If there's something that you have an interest for.
Do you have any Deadpools?
Not yet.
Okay. I might have to rock with you about that. I collect Deadpool. I like Deadpool stuff. It's my spirit character.
I do got you see Magneto back there, but he's
yes,
canvas.
I remember that one. That's freaking awesome too. I mean, comic books in general are awesome, but that was cool.
But yeah, I do commissions. But if you hire me to do a commission job, I always ask for 25% down in case you back out to cover the material cost.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's kind of like building a house. You don't just pay for it after it's done.
Well, see, the thing is too with paints, man, and the paints that I use, you constantly have to go out and buy new ones because the stuff gets old and then you have to throw it away. It gets bad. Yep. Paint like the acrylic paints. If you let them sit too long, they'll get these like really weird boogers inside of them that just don't do nothing but destroy the paint. It's weird.
Dang. That is wild.
The other thing I like doing, that one right there, the Ringmaster, is what that one is. That one's actually acrylic and oil paint.
Oh, nice. That's freaking awesome. Okay. We have definitely covered it all tonight. Until next week, folks. We go into beds. You know what's funny? Nunya told us to go to bed, but she went to bed first. So we won. We won that battle of attrition. Good night, Nunya.
Men rule, girls drool.
Oh my God. Till next week, guys.
Deuces.
Thank you for tapping in. Let's see what we're gonna close this out with. We're gonna since Mandrell's here tonight and Snowman's here tonight, we had kind of a reunion of the family. We're gonna close it out with the toast.
Toast. Money will come and go. We know that. But the most important thing in life will always be the people in this room. Right here. Right now. Salute, mi familia. Salute.